Almost ready to begin with the proceedings of our first session on day 2. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go ahead. And for the session 4 on ISID UNESCAP session, leveraging e-commerce and digital marketing for women-led MSMEs, I have the proud privilege in inviting on stage our distinguished and eminent chairperson, Professor Nagesh Kumar, Director ISID. Let's put our hands together to welcome him. I also have the privilege of inviting our eminent speakers, Mrs. K. Ratnaprabha, former Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, President, Ubuntu. May I invite you, ma'am, to kindly grace the stage with your presence. Inviting Dr. Rajan Sudesh Ratna, Deputy Head, UNESCAP SSWA Office. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Please put your hands together to welcome our eminent speaker. Inviting Mr. Anurag Avasti, COE Manager, GEM. Inviting Ms. Shirley Jayawardena, President, Federation of Chambers of Commerce and Industry of Sri Lanka. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. Inviting Ms. Arundhati Mukherjee, Marketing Consultant. Namaskar and good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, all our distinguished guests, respected members of the press and media, a very warm welcome on day 2 of the 6th International Conference on Women-Led SMEs as Catalyst of Transformation Mission Possible 2022, which is being organized Federation of Indian Women Entrepreneurs, FIWE, in association with Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India, and in collaboration with Institute for Studies in Industrial Development, ISID. We now begin the proceedings of the session on ISID UNESCAP session, leveraging e-commerce and digital marketing for women-led MSMEs, which is being chaired by a distinguished chairperson, Professor Nagesh Kumar, Director ISID. Time duration for the session is approximately 1 hour, which includes the opening and closing remarks by the distinguished chair and presentations or deliberations by all our eminent speakers for about 8 to 10 minutes each. And we will have question and answers in the end if the time permits. But ladies and gentlemen, before I hand over to our chair, I have the proud privilege of introducing the panel. The chair, Professor Nagesh Kumar, is Director ISID. Our distinguished and eminent speaker, Mrs. K. Ratnaprabha, is former Chief Secretary, Government of Karnataka, President Ubuntu. Dr. Rajan Sudesh Rana is presently working Dr. Rajan Sudesh Ratna is presently working as Deputy Head of South and Southwest Office of UNESCAP, New Delhi since August 2018 and leading research policy advisory and capacity building on helping countries accelerate progress towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. He is leading a project on capacity building of women entrepreneurs from micro, small, and medium enterprises from South and Southwest Asia for using digital marketing and e-commerce platforms for promoting their business and becoming part of the national, regional, and global supply chains. Already, 1,600 women entrepreneurs have been trained during 2020 and 2021 under the project. Then let's put our hands together to that. Dr. Ratna is an Indian civil servant and had worked for 25 years in the Government of India, mostly in the Ministry of Commerce, handling the formulations of India's foreign trade policy and trade negotiations in WTO and FTAs. Our eminent speaker, Mr. Anurag Avasti, is the Chief Manager for Social Inclusion Impact Training and Impact at Government e-Marketplace and is responsible for the social inclusion of underserved seller groups such as women entrepreneurs, MSMEs, startups, artisans, weavers, tribal entrepreneurs, bamboo and bamboo product producers, and Divyangjan in public procurement. Divyangjan. In his prior assignments, Mr. Anurag has worked on his startup, Save Indian Grain, to reduce food losses in developing countries with 6+ years with international development organizations in Washington, D.C., and is a TEDx speaker and is passionate about reducing food losses and promoting entrepreneurship among base of pyramid masses in developing countries. Our next eminent speaker, Ms. Shirley Jayawardene, has a long list of achievements, is President Federation of Chamber of Commerce and Industry of Sri Lanka, a senior businesswoman and company director, chairperson of Visible Lanka Private Limited, Managing Director and Managing Editor of Media Vision Private Limited that publishes Sri Lanka's oldest regional newspaper, The Kandy News. In addition, functions as the Operations Director of Global Vision Center for Knowledge Advancement and is also a Director of Agritech Enterprises Private Limited that is engaged in a variety of agri-businesses and marketing of agricultural inputs. Partner of Elgotech Systems, carrying out research and developing investment products in collaboration with U.S. company member of the Institute of Management of Great Britain. She is the first woman president of Federation of Chambers of Commerce and Industries of Sri Lanka. The Vice President of South Asia Women's Development Forum, Sri Lanka Chapter, Vice President SAC Women Entrepreneur Council, Executive Member of World's Federation of Women's Chambers, Executive Committee Member of SAC, Chamber of Commerce and Industry, which is having his head office at Islamabad. The immediate past president of the Central Province Women's Chamber of Small Industry and Commerce and senior vice president of the Central Region Chamber of Commerce and Industry, serving as a member of the board of directors of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Central Province, for a long period of time. A social worker and holds the position of Additional Cabinet Secretary of Lions International District, a member of the Peradeniya Teaching Hospital Committee, also served as the director of the Indo-Sri Lanka Cultural Association for several years, and is on the governing board of the Postgraduate Institute of Science at Peradeniya University, also a committee member of the Kandy Municipal Council, Kandy Business Community, Public-Private Dialogue. In addition, served as the Assistant Secretary of the Joint Alliance of the Central Province Council and the Central Province Business Leaders. And ma'am, we are indeed privileged to have you here with us on this panel. Thank you for gracing this occasion. And we have with us our eminent speaker, Ms. Arundhati Mukherjee, who is a marketing consultant. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And with those words of introduction, I hand over to our distinguished chair, Professor Nagesh Kumar. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the introductions. It certainly helps me that all my very distinguished panelists have been introduced. So, colleagues and friends, welcome to this session on, leveraging e-commerce and Digital Marketing for Women-Led MSMEs, organized by ISID and UNSCAP at this 6th International Conference on Women-Led MSMEs. So the context for this discussion today was set actually yesterday when in the opening session we were talking about the potential that women-led MSMEs represent for development, and we talked about some trillions of dollars of additional revenue and income and jobs that could be generated if we begin to leverage and harness this potential. We also discussed the challenges that women entrepreneurs face in leveraging their potential, including in accessing technology, including in accessing finance on equal terms. And they face barriers, additional barriers. So in that context, we also talked yesterday about the new technologies which have come up, including digital marketing, which are empowering, and they can be very useful tools for women entrepreneurs, especially because they can conduct their business from the confines or comforts of their homes without having to step out from their mobiles, actually. So we, have huge potential project, but and also very important initiative of the government in GEM, which will be also talked about, how that is helping women entrepreneurs. But before I invite my colleague and friend, Dr. Rajan Sudesh Ratna, to share what has been done under that project, I would like to invite Mrs. Ratna Prabha, very distinguished former Chief Secretary of Government of Karnataka, because she has to catch a flight very soon. So ma'am, you have the floor, and kindly.
Good morning, distinguished panel members, ladies and gentlemen. I'm feeling so bad that I'm missing a wonderful session because there's so many eminent speakers, and what we are doing is so closely associated to my heart, and I would have loved to listen to everyone, but unfortunately because of clashing of two events, I need to rush to Bhopal, where we have another women's event happening there. I would like to say that this session is so relevant when you said leveraging e-commerce and digital marketing. Wonderful. We did 2 training programs with Dr. Rajan Sudesh without seeing each other. We are seeing each other today. What more can we talk more about the digital revolution and e-commerce revolution? As you all know, yesterday I mentioned, that I'm taking care of consortium, Ubuntu Consortium, which is a wonderful philosophy of the African lifestyle, where they talk about sharing, loving, and giving, and how can I be happy when you are not happy, and together we have to be happy. That is the philosophy, and now we have 8 states with us, 21,000 women entrepreneurs, and 31 women's association on a single platform. And at the time of COVID, when we didn't know, everybody was struck with COVID, it was something like a bomb which fell on the entire world. People didn't know how to handle it, more so our women entrepreneurs. And that is when our digital friend came forward as a savior, I must say. And we all, got up slowly saying, things are not so bad. We can still do business, and the digital platform is the solution. And with that, we had several training programs with UNDP, where the women entrepreneurs who were in villages, who were in the Tier 2 cities, they did not know how to market. They trained them how to onboard their products, how to market, how to brand, how to sell. And the women entrepreneurs found a new lease of life. Then suddenly, another godsend from Rajan, some mail telling us we do training for Southeast Asian women, and all our women were so excited. We told them there's something like this, and we did one experimental training of 100 women, then we went for the regular training of our women entrepreneurs. Many of them got trained, they were so happy, they got the certificate. First time in their life, they knew how to do digital marketing. Probably he would speak more on that. And just 1 week back, I sent him a mail that 2 women called me. I haven't seen them, they haven't seen him, they haven't seen me. They called up and said, "Ma'am, thanks to the training which UNISCAP did, we have been selected to go to Nepal." So imagine 2 women from some rural India just getting connected because of the digital platform. I think these kind of wonderful stories are still there. Yesterday also I mentioned when I went to, on the Women's Day, to one of the women associations, the women there also said the same thing. They all collapsed because of the COVID situation. They didn't know what to do. All of them used the digital platform. One person started teaching, which was not, she was into business, but she thought she could teach maths and English online. She made a lot of business. One lady started doing one-stroke painting. She got a lot of business. One lady, started doing cloth business, ABCD, Baba Black Sheep on cloth, which can be washed, and she started marketing it online. Several stories. People started turning from garments to masks and to sanitizers, whatever was needed, and all could be marketed because of the digital platform. I think this digital platform is wonderful, a boon for women, especially women who are at home, women who are married and who want to begin again, and women who have social restrictions. That is wonderful. Last year, 2 years back, when I was at Bhopal in Mave, I met one lady. She was selling oil, hair oil. She told me she said, "Ma'am, your hair is dropping. Why don't you buy my oil?" I said, "Okay." I wanted to encourage her. I bought the oil. And she said, "You don't know, with such great difficulty I've come here because my family doesn't allow me to come. And it is only because of the digital marketing I could, make business selling my oil." So these kind of, lot of lovely initiatives this digital marketing has done. And I'm sure in this platform you'll get a lot of more ideas. So thank you for being here, Professor, and request that maybe in 5 minutes I would leave. And thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Ratna Prabha. I think you have already prefaced the presentation that is going to be made by my colleague and friend, Dr. Ratna. I think you are very popular in this gathering. Even without digital world. So, in my 12 years in UNSCAP, which I, last year ended and joined, ISID, one thing I was very proud of was this project that we started in 2020 on this, 2019 on digital marketing capacity building for women entrepreneurs. I thought this could be a really game changer for training and empowering women entrepreneurs, budding entrepreneurs of this region, and bring many societal benefits in terms of gender equality, women's economic empowerment, the cherished goals of sustainable development agenda. And so I thought this would be something very powerful, useful, but it could not have been a big success unless it had the leadership of the type it got from Dr. Ratna. So, I think he needs kind of applause. And with that, so I want to now invite Dr. Ratna to share some, things or some activities which have been done under the project. And I'm sure the word will go around through you, all of you, that more people, more women can be, benefited from this. So that was the idea of bringing him over to have a briefing on this. So over to you.
Thank you, Professor Nagesh. Can I have that slider for my PPT? Or I can go there. So, yeah, can sit here. Can you? No, they will put the PPT and then I can remotely control perhaps. Okay, I have got 10 minutes or? Okay, thank you. I will take another 3 minutes before my PPT. You know, coming from the virtual world to real world, it really makes me nervous today, honestly speaking. One that I didn't know till now that the project, I won't say myself, but I say the project has such a good appreciation of the people. Secondly, the nervousness also comes with the fact that many of the people who have been instrumental in making this project success are here, and that credit should not go to me. While Dr. Nagesh has been, generous in telling under my leadership, but it was he who was the head of the SCAP who got this project. I was just the implementer to it. Anurag ji was the one with whom we interacted long ago before the project was conceptualizing. I have Pramila ji here, president of SAUDEF. This could not have been successful without the partnership with South Asia Women Development Forum. She's here, and I'm coming to all of them. And then we have Shirley from Sri Lanka, where we launched the project with her, and she was instrumental in getting us connected to Sri Lanka. Ratna Prabhaji was very enthusiastic. I mean, my name, same name. All Ratnas are really Ratnas, gems. That I will say for sure. And especially if they have an Indian bureaucratic background. Many things common, yes. And we did a lot of work we were looking for doing in India, and partnership like these are very important. As Dr. Nagesh said, we are looking for more partnership. In fact, I would be very happy to tell that this project now has drawn the attention of WTO, which has sent us a project proposal to do it with UNCTAD, a capacity building, taking it to the global level. Commonwealth Secretariat in London has already sponsoring our event, which we are going to do in April in Nepal. And they are ready to fund 50 participants from Africa and Asia, which we are doing in June in Maldives. So it has a lot of potential. It has a lot of good things, and this could not have been possible without these kind of support which we got into the project. I could be seen only as a face, but without these people's support, this would not have been possible. I have 5 minutes for the presentation, though the presentation is very long, and I'm very passionate about it because I've been working for last 3 years. And whenever I go, people get surprised, how could a male or a man work for women? And I only say, if you read women, a man is subsumed into it. So I have grown looking into the Indian society with my grandmother, mother, sister, and daughter, and wife. All around me is women. So I say you don't see it from that gender perspective. You must see the passion at which somebody can develop to work. And so I won't go there. It's just a project Nageshji has already stated about it. But basically, we had this project, we started with the LDCs, Afghanistan, Bhutan, Nepal, and Bangladesh. And then we went over to South Asia. From South Asia, now we have gone to Southeast Asia, and now we are going to Africa as well. Of course, in a virtual world, it is possible. We have developed an e-commerce platform where we train women entrepreneurs as to how they can register. This is not only for that, this is only a training platform so that they can register themselves at ease with as many platforms as they want. We have an digital, online e-learning course which we have developed, and we are going to release a step-by-step manual on how a startup or a women entrepreneur or any entrepreneur could start a business on e-commerce. So Pramila ji, please note, this manual is going to be released in your presence, and you have to get me a foreign minister there. No, it's fine. She is co-host, so she knows she's more responsible in this by me. These are all the trainings which we have done so far. Of course, we have trained 1,411 women. Formal training I'm talking about. If we look into seminars like these or going here and there, that I'm not talking about. I'm talking about going into a digital world, doing physical events and training women. So we have done all this. We went to Nepal, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Afghanistan, Sri Lanka, Pakistan, and India. We have done a high-level forum on this where Pramila ji is there, Nagesh ji chaired that moderation of the session. We have done 3 regional training, which is on the virtual mode. And we did national trainings in Pakistan and India. And India, we did it with Ubuntu, which was very, very successful for having 200 people. And now we are, after 2.5 years, we are starting in a physical mode where we are taking 100 participants from South Asia to Nepal to participate. And thanks to Pramila ji for co-hosting that. Please give her a big hand. These are some of the pictures which we did at the National Inception Workshop. This will give you a glimpse. It's not only even people from Iran and Turkey, Cambodia, Zimbabwe have attended. Of course, the number of those people are very less. This is a project platform. You will be getting these PowerPoint presentation maybe circulated, or we will upload it on our website as well. Those who want to do on their own e-learning course, it has a 4 module. You can go to the project website. You can look at it. We have around 30 women entrepreneurs short clippings of the video. Most of them are coming from SODEF. They are members. Their success stories, their challenge, which we put, it's basically to encourage and learn from your own experiences. We have developed this e-commerce platform where we trained women entrepreneurs as to how you can create your account, how you can register your product, how you can upload your picture, how to do the catalog and other things. And so then they can hook into any other platform which they want to. These are some of the glimpses. We also allowed online women entrepreneurs to display their product, and we were very happy, met with a lot of interest. Some of the business have also been generated. And in Nepal, we are going to have a half-day physical exhibition of the products of the women entrepreneurs, and we'll allow them to sell. So, that is the small way of contribution, as Ratna Prabhaji was saying. Hair oil you could buy. That's a kind of an encouragement. It's not a money, but the confidence in women that she can do business is one of the things which we are trying to build in. So these are some of the pictures which we have done. We have organized, displaying these. So we have this e-learning course, and this manual is coming on. We have a Facebook web page where something around 400 women entrepreneurs we have created a network. They are displaying their products. They are putting their pictures. We have around 400 WhatsApp group of people which we have created, of all those women who have been trained. We have also created our own group on Twitter, which allows that. On some of the women entrepreneurs coming in from Afghanistan, these are just short narratives about them as to how they felt with these trainings. We have taken, and this encourages us. In fact, this is what was very encouraging. Sailaja is from Nepal, and when I asked her, can you give me a glimpse? And what I attracted was what she said. If you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. And I think, of course, there are a lot of people from, we have many, but I do not want to go into all these details. So thank you very much, Nageshi. Thank you all.
I think what Rajan has shared is just kind of a glimpse of what all is being done. So, see you. So what all is being done under this project, it's not just, training, but before the training begins, a lot of work is done on preparing a manual, and then the portal was created so they can experiment, how they can exploit the fruits of this wonderful new technology. So I think this is a real capacity building project where capacity is really being built. And as he said, some 1,400 women have benefited so far. And I think potential is in millions. So I am sure that as more people become aware of it, more it will grow and snowball. And I hope that all women entrepreneurs, all budding women entrepreneurs can benefit from this. So with that, let me turn to our next speaker for this morning, Mr. Anurag Avasti. He is a manager at the GEM, and he was introduced very well before we started. So I won't spend any more time, but to invite him.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Nagesh and Dr. Ratna for showing us the way to where we are here today. I thank Team FIWE also for this session. And I'll just take 10 minutes of your time. I would want to just ask you to relax, sit back, try and tell a story here. But more importantly, I want to welcome everyone who's traveled far and wide to come here and be with us in this session. It's a sign of resilience and strength that we have overcome a pandemic, and we are here today to celebrate a cause of women entrepreneurs, which is very close to all of us, and is also something that needs the attention it deserves. So, without further ado, my name is Anurag. I work for an institution called Government E-Marketplace. How many of you have done online shopping, say Amazon, Flipkart? Can I see a show of hands? Great. So, prolific online shoppers, which is good. Government is not far behind, so we are learning from you. We also have started e-marketplace. This is called Government E-Marketplace. The difference between us and other private e-commerce platforms where you might have made online purchases is that all the buyers on this platform are government buyers, starting from the Honorable Prime Minister's office down to the lowest urban local body in the country. People have to buy common goods and services on this platform. This is a platform which is mandated by a rule called 149 in government financial rules, regulations, which says that everything that the government buyer has to procure for office operations and project implementation has to be done on this portal. And we offer multiple tools, which I will talk about in future, but this was conceived by our Honorable Prime Minister in 2016. In 2017, we went live, and before we created this, we looked at other online platforms as well, Chili Compara, Government Business Electronic Center in Singapore, Coneps in South Korea, and then we came up with the platform called Government E-Marketplace. So since then, we have around 60,000 buyers on this platform. We have around 4 million sellers and service providers who are registered. We have fulfilled nearly 1 million orders, 9.96 million. But more importantly, we have also done about $31 billion worth in business, government gross merchandise value. That is the value of transactions that have taken place in the last 5 years on this platform. And I'm happy to inform you that more than 1.3 lakh women entrepreneurs are registered on this platform, and they have done close to $1 billion in business in the last 5 years. And this is the most prolific segment of sellers who have done exceedingly well. We have other 58% of the seller group is micro small enterprises, and women within these within this seller group have done exceedingly well. And I have been closely monitoring the stories of these, the journey of these women entrepreneurs, and it's so inspirational, starting from scratch, where they just know how to make a product, to now discussing, intricate details of business with you. It just amazes me to see that they've learned so quickly in such a short time, and in spite of all this pandemic, challenges that came through this last 2 years, they have come and done a fantastic job. So my congratulations and kudos to all the women entrepreneurs. Along with this, what we've also done is we've worked with various other seller groups like artisans, weavers. We worked with entrepreneurs from the challenged segments of society, self-help groups, women in rural areas who have no documentation, no way of identifying what their name is or age is, but we have found a way to get them also in the public procurement process. And it's interesting because 15 to 20% of a country's GDP is dedicated to the procurement of goods and services. State, central, CPSEs, autonomous bodies. It's a huge market. It has not been tapped before. We are just scratching at the surface, and there's a long way to go, and I'm sure women have a great role to play in the coming years. I'll skip this. Stakeholders, as I said, all of them are buyers, government buyers, and we have various partners and inspection agencies. But the three pillars is of GEM: transparency, efficiency, and social inclusion. That is, everyone gets to participate. The smallest of the small entrepreneur and the biggest industrial house are all competing for the same bid, for the same order, and that is where democratization of procurement practices takes place, which goes a long way in building this nation for a self-reliant nation, or as Atmanirbhar Bharat, our Honorable Prime Minister, said. These are modes of procurement. I'll skip that. I'll just come to this slide. So in 2018, when we started this journey, we looked at women as a seller group, and we realized that very few women participate in public procurement. So we took upon this journey to embark and find out women who are actually making products and services and bring them in public procurement. And we believe that they're women entrepreneurs about life, liberty, happiness, and it's important that they play a major role in procurement. So we created categories, we created market filters, we created icons to identify women entrepreneurs, so that government buyers can place orders from women entrepreneurs. I think the slider has just gone a little excited. But I'll skip most of it. It's just, so I just want to touch on this success story. There's a lady who sold a thermos flask to the Honorable Prime Minister's office. And after that order was placed, in the first year, 1 year after the order was fulfilled, she became a multimillionaire because the product was so good, and it was personally endorsed by the Prime Minister, and people followed her, and they helped her out, and she has come a long way. So concluding this presentation on GEM, I just want to say that there are two principal challenges that any entrepreneur faces. One is access to markets, access to finance. Access to markets is where you have a product, you have to find the buyer, you have to make the sale, you have to have that market accessible to you. That is the biggest challenge. How do you reach the market? So online market portals allow you to access buyers without having to step out of your home or your office. You can take care of your families, you can fulfill orders after you put your children to sleep. You don't have to follow up on payments. Payments will come on time. These are all sovereign buyers, so they may be late, but they will not be delinquent. That is one important thing. Second thing is access to finance. Once you get an order, we also provide access to finance through mobile application that we've developed with iSpirit. So earlier it used to be collateral-based financing. If you get an order, you have to go and find finance, and for that finding finance, you have to pledge your assets, your jewelry, your property. But now you get invoice-based financing. So the shift from collateral to invoice-based financing has significantly decreased the risks of participating in public procurement, which is a great step. And we are seeing people avail loans on the basis of orders, which allows them to move forward and succeed in business. So with these few words, I just want to say that we have come a long way. We have learned a lot from you. We have been inspired by you, and we continue to look forward in this journey with you. Thank you very much, and thanks for indulging me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Avasti. for sharing with us what has become a great success story and a good practice to emulate everywhere. I think government procurement, which is a multi-billion-dollar business anywhere, and in India there is a huge amount of purchase done by all different government departments, institutions like us and all. So all of that becoming available in a very transparent and democratic manner to any seller, and including women sellers, is a great idea, and it has been implemented. It has shown results, and I'm very happy to see that 1.3 lakh women MSMEs have been hooked up and benefited from. So this is something which deserves an applause, and I'm sure the GEM team is really take it forward further to hook up with every potential entrepreneur, including all women entrepreneurs of the country and beyond. So with that, let me turn to our next speaker, who is our very distinguished colleague and friend from Sri Lanka, Ms. Shirley Jayawardena. She was introduced and she has many achievements to sort of be proud of. And so I'm sure she will share some interesting insight. You can, or you can use this mic. Oh, yeah, please. Yes, yep, of course.
Ayubowan, eminent panel and ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I thank Ms. Rajini Agrawal for inviting me today to speak. I would straight away get on to, pardon? Despite the predominant role played by the SME sector in economics of our countries, the number of women-led small, medium and large enterprises are lagging behind due to various reasons. Only 34% of the total business in the world are owned by women. Female participation in business ownership in South Asia is the lowest. That is, only 18% of the total South Asian firms are owned by women, whereas in Latin America, Caribbean reflects a higher percentage of women-owned businesses, having a percentage of about 50%. However, in almost all regions in the world, the number of female-owned businesses are very low than the number of male-owned businesses. The percentage of women-owned businesses in Europe and Central Asia, Middle East, North Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa range between 20 to 30%. However, East Asia Pacific just a rate of 47% female participation in business ownership. Like in most countries in the world, Sri Lanka does have a low percentage of women-owned SMEs, that is about 24.8 out of over 1 million registered SMEs in Sri Lanka. However, according to the recent studies, about 3,500 Sri Lankan women entrepreneurs have started their own business during the COVID-19 pandemic, which is relatively a very good progress in Sri Lankan women entrepreneurs in the new normal situation. Above all, during the COVID-19 situation and the new normal, female entrepreneurs have significantly increased the use of digital platforms for their business activities. There is a sharp increase in the use of social media like Facebook and Instagram and other marketing platforms to promote and sell products. I think I have to thank Dr. Rajan also for the activities he did in Sri Lanka. That will also have had some impact. Okay? Digital economy and e-commerce are rapidly emerging economic models in the new normal situation. Therefore, digitalization of business activities is one utmost importance. Online shopping via websites, mobile apps, and live chat platform, online marketplaces that promote business to consumer consumer to consumer, business to business, buying and selling, online marketing, online financial exchange are rapidly emerging in the new normal situations. Hence, digital transformation of women entrepreneurs is a must in the post-pandemic situation. Moreover, World Bank estimates that 600 million jobs will be needed by 2030 to absorb the growing global workforce. About 50% of the global population is female. There is a positive correlation between female participation in business ownership and economic growth. Therefore, women empowerment and SME development are highly prioritized for the governments around the world. Given the digital transformation in the new normal situation, women entrepreneurs should be equipped. Digital knowledge, know-how, e-commerce. In fact, boosting women's success on e-commerce will require providing additional training, expanded financing options, support for their entry into high-value sectors. There should be well-planned e-business, e-marketing, e-commerce training programs at regional, national, and international levels for women entrepreneurs. The government, private sector, and academia should work together in these regards. Through e-commerce, women entrepreneurs can enter high-value sectors like electronic, engineering, etc. Women in these sectors are often underrepresented in offline businesses. Therefore, via e-commerce, entry barriers for women can be reduced and enhance the participation of women-owned businesses in these high-level, high-value sectors. In general, women-owned SMEs have been facing difficulties such as lack of access to finance, difficulty in exploiting technology, constraints, managerial capabilities, low productivity, regulatory burdens, which have become more acute in the globalized, technology-driven economic environment. Therefore, covering all these difficulties faced by women-owned businesses, there should be national and international framework to overcome these difficulties. The persistent implementation is, however, needed to eliminate these difficulties in real world. In this context, I think that there are basically 6 major areas that we should address in order to strengthen and to develop women-owned SMEs. These areas should be conducive business environment, modern technology, entrepreneurial culture, skill development, access to finance, market facilitation, and research and development. There should be proper legislative, regulatory, and institutional framework to enhance the ease of doing business, to improve the competitiveness and support in establishing good environment for strengthening women-owned SMEs. They should be supported, should be facilitated of modern and appropriate technology for them to enhance quality, innovativeness, competitiveness of their goods and services. In terms of funding women-owned SMEs, it is extremely important to facilitate, support, and strengthen the mechanism for easy and affordable access to finance. Therefore, there should be specific bank loan systems, microfinance institutions, credit cooperative finance companies, etc. for women entrepreneurs. Internalization of women-owned SMEs via e-commerce is highly important. Therefore, women entrepreneurs should be facilitated and supported to access international markets via digital platforms. As a leader in the chamber movement, I do believe that national federations of chambers and commerce and industries in Sri Lanka and other countries can play a major role, along with other private and public stakeholders, in implementing these strategic measures to strengthen women-owned business and explore e-business opportunities. For instance, the Federation of Chamber of Commerce and Industries of Sri Lanka, since its inspection, has been instrumental in facilitating SMEs and women entrepreneurs in promoting their products and services locally and internationally. Though I emphasize that national chambers of commerce and industries in South Asia and other regions in the world have greater potential to work together in strengthening women-owned SMEs locally and globally, and in effectively facilitating women entrepreneurs' network in better connect with each other and with other all stakeholders in different parts of the world, thereby accelerating the economic recovery in the post-pandemic area. I thank the Federation of Indian Women Entrepreneurs for having this conference because it's very timely and very important subject that you all are having today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shirley, for sharing the Sri Lankan experiences in harnessing, leveraging the digital platforms and digital marketing for women entrepreneurs. And a very important point that she has highlighted is the importance of proper regulatory framework and ease of doing business. So without that, I mean, ecosystem is everything. So ecosystem has to be there. So that is the point she has very well made. So with that, let me turn to our final speaker for this session, Ms. Arundhati Mukherjee. She is a marketing consultant. So over to you. And since we are running out of time, if you could be a bit brief.
So just to give you a quick background, I come from large company backgrounds which are focused on digitization. I have worked as a director in Accenture and then as a group head of marketing in CK Birla Group. And now I run a firm which focuses on MSME digitization, which is slightly beyond marketing, which goes into operations as well as finance. What we have seen is that digitization is a rapidly moving subject. You know, things change in every 3 months. So it's a lot of learning for organizations and entrepreneurs especially. And digitization can help you actually expand your market, deliver at scale, as well as prevent leakages from your bottom line. You know, so not just cash flow, but can you look at profitability as or from your organization? And that is a holistic approach to digitization that is not happening today. And especially for women entrepreneurs, what we have seen is lack of ambition. You know, the challenge in digitization is learning. Every 3 months, digital opportunities are increasing. Are you learning? Are you looking at new tools? Are you looking at new ways of digitizing your marketing, your expansion of your markets, expansion of your the geographies that you're handling, the number of products that you are, related products that you are working on? Are you able to deliver at scale? You know, if you're doing it manually, you will be able to get customers maybe due to your digital marketing activities, but you may not be able to deliver at scale. So therefore, delivery at scale is also very important digitization can help you deliver to that expanded market that you have got through digital marketing. And then, you know, are you profitable because of the increased work that you are doing, increased products that you are selling, you know, prevent the leakages. And these are all things that only one thing I have seen difference from male entrepreneurs and female entrepreneurs is the fact that women lack ambition. Women are not setting targets. Women are not saying that I will do 50x business. Whereas startups you have existing business, you have existing products, you have high quality products. Then why can't you think that I will grow 50% this year, 50% higher revenue this year? And digital is a huge democratization platform. You know, earlier large companies could advertise and get their products sold. Today, there's guerrilla warfare going out there. There are small entrepreneurs who are fighting the largest companies, right? I mean, and there are a lot of associations here. I would like to suggest that, you know, one at a time, MSMEs, cohorts be created, and one at a time, 10 people cohorts, 10 MSME cohorts, 10 women MSME cohorts can be created, and digitization should be done one entrepreneur at a time, and peers helping each other. I have done this. I think it will be good for your business also, and if you want, I will ask my team member to help your team member. So creating of cohorts between women entrepreneurs will go a long way in digitizing your, not only your marketing and market access, but also your delivery at scale. One thing is to get customers. That is one part of, one part of, it's very distracting actually. You lose a train of thought. So anyway, sorry about that. But digitization is about not just expanding your market, but being able to deliver. There have been instances, I'm sure, like me, I'm an entrepreneur, a recent entrepreneur in the last 3 years, only out of my more than 25 years. Getting a business is one thing, and actually being able to deliver it at that level is another thing. So delivery at scale, making a profitable. I have seen businesses which are only worried about cash flow. We have salaries to pay, we have procurement to do, we have statutory payments to be made, taxes, etc. Have I done it by the end of this month? I'm relieved. Does that sound familiar? Yes? Are you profitable? Are you tracking your profits? Digitization will help you keep track on your profits. Are you creating wealth for yourself, for your people? Digitization will help you that. So your entire business needs to be digitized, more so marketing, because that helps you. But beyond that, marketing, you cannot serve organizations unless you are delivering at scale. A larger number of organizations, unless you are delivering at scale. So digital is an opportunity, not just to get more customers, but to actually deliver to them at the level that you are used to. Are you compromising on your delivery? Don't. Digitize, you will be able to deliver at scale. Are you making money? Are you creating wealth? Or are you just managing your cash flow? Right? These are things that entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, need to think more about. And most of all, as I started with saying that women entrepreneurs need to say that we will grow 150% next year. I'm doing 1 crore this year. I want to do 2.5 crores next year. This is something that startups are doing. Please understand, I will just go back a little bit. Startups today are zero, right? A lot of startups are zero. MSMEs have a product. It is selling in the market. You know the price at which it is selling. And yet, you are not thinking Google. You are not thinking Airbnb. You are not thinking Byju's. They don't have a profitable or a cash flow business. They are taking money from outside to actually run their business. Right? You are running your own business on your own money, and yet you are thinking cash flow. Yeah? Can we as entrepreneurs, can we as associations come up with cohorts of 10 each? One thing that I as a practitioner, don't do is to talk a global language. I like to digitize individual organizations. I like to go back at the end of the month, though I have the same problems as you. Believe me, I look at cash flow also. So, though I need to step back, I do every time step back and look at profitability. But very often I have to discipline myself that no, cash flow is not enough. I need to focus on profitability. But that is something that we need to do. But ambition, helping MSMEs, women as MSMEs being more ambitious and look for 100% growth, 200% growth is something that is completely possible. Completely possible. Why? Because we are working on a small base. There's an Accenture which has $40 billion and is saying that we will be growing by 20%, 18%, 15%. And there is which is 40, imagine 15% of $40 billion, right? So that is almost $10 billion growth, right? They have to maintain the $40 billion and grow by $10 billion. Whereas an MSME, if it's a 1 crore organization, you should look at 2 crores or 3 crores or 4 crores, not 10% growth, not industry averages. You have to grow at 10 times the industry average. And that, my dear friends, is something that digitization can help you. And that, my dear associations, is something that I would like to encourage all of you to help one MSME at a time also. have a training program, have a global program which handles large number of organizations, but also look at a program which handles 10 MSMEs and says that these 10 MSMEs will become the role models for digitization. These 10 MSMEs will become the role model for growth. These 10 MSMEs will become the role model for women entrepreneurs, like Google, like Byju's, like, would you like to be 10,000 crores, 1,000 crores tomorrow? And that is the kind of ambition that we should be looking for. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arundhati, for taking this discussion beyond digital marketing. So the potential of digitization for empowering your entire business, not just marketing. So that is a very important point she has made. And the ambition levels, we should aim high, and the sky is the limit. And the interesting contrast she gave is about MSMEs versus startups. Startups have no product, no proposition which is profit-making. I mean, most of the startups of billion-dollar unicorns are making losses, actually. But you have a product. Most of the MSMEs have a product which is established, which can give a revenue stream. So why not aim higher than the unicorns? So that is what she is saying. I think there is a lot of merit in what she is saying. So I think we have had in this session a very fruitful and rich discussion covering digital marketing, the importance of capacity building, what has been done or what is being done in the capacity building realm to harness the potential of digital marketing. What is the government of India doing in empowering women by creating a platform through which small players, anyone can be supplying to the government departments, and very big success story, I must say, and an eye-opener, and I'm sure through you, some of you who are coming from other countries, you could probably or possibly take this success story or best practice to your home countries and give these ideas to government. And I'm sure Government of India and GEM would be very happy to share their very useful experiences with other countries, which has been India's, always, try to help other countries, that kind of approach. And then finally, we heard how, Sri Lanka has been leveraging this digital tool for empowering businesses, especially owned by women entrepreneurs. And finally, the potential of digitization for empowering the entire business beyond marketing. And so I think between our five, or six, very powerful speakers, we have had and we have covered a number of issues concerned with the digitization, this new technology, which is an empowerment tool for women entrepreneurs. I think we need to give them a big round of applause.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. And thank you to all the eminent panelists for having such an informative, interactive session. And may I now once again invite Dr. Rajni Agarwal, President FIWE, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude, ma'am, to all our eminent panelists. We begin with honoring Ms. Arundhati Mukherjee, a marketing consultant. To Dr. Rajan Sudesh Ratna, Deputy Head, UNESCAP SSWA Office. And to our distinguished moderator, Professor Nagesh Kumar, Director, ISID. Thank you, ma'am, for doing the honors. And can we have a group photograph of the panel? Ma'am, kindly join in for the group photograph. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we invite all of you for a cup of tea, which is served outside on the left-hand side as you move out in the C block, and also inviting each one of you for the inauguration of the Priyadarshini exhibition.
Just hold on.
Sorry, the Pragati exhibition.
We need to put the women in the middle this time.
Organizations are not together. Can you go there? Yeah, please come. We both are organizers, no? So we should be together.
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, once again inviting each one of you for a cup of tea served outside on the left-hand side in the C block, and also for the inauguration of the Pragati exhibition. Please join us for the exhibition, visit the stalls during the tea and lunch break, and keep our exhibitors motivated and encouraged. And the tea break is of about 20 minutes. Kindly be back in time for the next session. Thank you. more volume, please, on this mic. Of our next session, which is session 5 on leveraging technology and startups. And I have the proud privilege in inviting on stage our distinguished chairperson, Mr. Mukesh Gulati, Executive Director, Foundation of MSME Clusters. Let's put our hands together to welcome him. Inviting Mr. Sachin Joshi, Representative, UNIDO Regional Office. A very warm welcome to you. Inviting eminent speaker, Ms. Rizani Aziz, Chief Executive Director at Factors Public Relations, Sri Lanka. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And inviting Ms. Shruti Das, Marketing and Communications Head with NESCOM. So, ladies and gentlemen, the topic for the session is leveraging technology and startups, and time duration is approximately 1 hour, which includes the opening and closing remarks by the distinguished chair and presentations or deliberations by all our eminent speakers, and question and answers in the end if the time permits. And before I hand over to the chair, a quick round of introduction. Our distinguished chair, Mr. Mukesh Gulati, is Executive Director, Foundation of MSME Clusters. Ms. Shruti Das is currently heading Marketing and Communications for NESCAM Foundation, has over 18 years of experience in marketing, public relations, communications and advocacy, and has the rare distinction of having worked on national policy influencing the area of child rights and Juvenile Justice Act in India. Ms. Rizani is a PR Chief Executive Officer at Factor PR Sri Lanka, is a PR practitioner with over 27 years of experience in public affairs, corporate and financial communications, issues and crisis management, advocacy and brand PR, delivering successful communications campaigns for a portfolio of leading multinational companies, government and the private sector bodies and organizations. She has been volunteering her time for women entrepreneurship development for over 30 years as a member, board member and chairperson of the Women's Chamber of Industry and Commerce, Sri Lanka, in 2005 to 2006. In 2001, she headed the task force of the Chamber to create the SARC Chamber Women Entrepreneur Council, SCWEC, under the aegis of the SARC Secretariat and SCCI. Among the global forums that she was involved in included Vital Voices, steering committee member of South Asian Women Entrepreneur Symposium, both a part of Hillary Clinton's Global Women's Initiative, GWI, in addition to several women's entrepreneurship forums, both globally and in South Asia. And Mr. Sachin Joshi is representative from UNIDO Regional Office. And over to Mr. Mukesh Gulati, sir, for your opening remarks and to carry forward the proceedings.
Do I need to come there or?
So there, wherever you're comfortable.
Works. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be with this august gathering here on the stage and also everyone here in front of me. The topic is quite interesting in technology and startups. Now, when we are looking at technology, usually the first thought which comes to our mind is machines, equipment, tools, maybe the technique on how to manufacture certain things, so essentially meaning skills. But technology, as on my right side, Shruti will tell us, is also a lot about MIS, using e-commerce platforms, using technology, which means digital technology. But it would also mean maybe a lot in terms of how we manage our things. So technology is more to do with technique, and technique essentially can be seen across different facets of, whether you do marketing, whether you do finance, whether you do manufacturing. So technology is not just limited to manufacturing, but technology is sort of ubiquitous in the way we essentially look at it. And when we are looking at startups, which is another word which comes into this, is this is a term again which at least the government of India would say that startups are seen more in terms of very technology oriented startups, but startups can also be very micro enterprises, households, who may be doing a very, very small work, minimal work with the husband and wife working together, but when they have ambitions to grow and make India Atmanirbhar, and also build up their own scale in terms of volumes of what they do, where they reach out. So, a lot of people that we work in our organization, which I represent, which is called the Foundation for MSME Clusters, we realize that a lot of work which our women folk, particularly in the rural areas, work for is essentially whatever they produce, they sell it very locally in the same Haat Bazaar. And if they have to move from their local area of Haat Bazaar to, let's say, the state capital, or a bigger city, let's say nearby, which is even 70 kilometers away, not very far off, it's a challenge because when you need to sell maybe 70 kilometers away, the volume suddenly grows up because you can't take 4 tokeries, for example, to a nearby city. So obviously certain volume has to justify that. You need a transportation system. You need logistics and supply chain systems. These are the big terms that we use, but these are very relevant terms for them also. So how do they manage it? What kind of technology do they use? And they are also startups therefore. So I would essentially suggest that when we are talking, let's try to look at our framework of who we are talking about, both in terms of the industrial enterprises as well as household enterprises and very small enterprises, micro ones, who may be doing a business of just about 4,000, 5,000 rupees a month. And if they have to move up to, let's say, 50,000 rupees a month, that's a big transition for each one of them. Now, how, let's say from NASSCOM, we'll hear, of course, how they can use IT, maybe through very simple things like WhatsApp, maybe getting the prices from the market, maybe finding out certain kind of information through simple Google search. So those are very simple things that we can essentially do. And I was speaking to Sachin Joshi, and he was telling me that he's heading a project in UNIDO, which is essentially on inclusive and sustainable industrial development. So I guess that fits in very well, at least in the manner that I was just explaining, how very micro enterprises can move up the value chain and move up and help enterprises. So it was just about last month when I went to a place in Jharkhand, which is called Dumka, that's a district there. And when I met a few small artisans, it was so heartening to note that, when I was being introduced, he said, do you know that ये ज़मीन मैंने अभी खरीदी है पिछले महीने. So it's a small place, of course, for his own household. Earlier I was living in the outskirts of the village. Now I have moved into the village area and I now have my own space. And you can see now I have a cemented house because the person had a thatched roof earlier. And from there to move on to that journey, it was like 7-8 years of journey. And he said, मेरे बच्चे अब private school में पढ़ते हैं, अंग्रेजी पढ़ते हैं. So when you see that kind of a transition building up, I think that builds up certain amount of context. But essentially there are also some factory type of enterprises. And that is also very important because you need different levels of enterprises for the entire industrial development ecosystem to move up. So let me just introduce you briefly about who I am and what organization I come from. So our organization is called Foundation for MSME Clusters. It says Foundation of MSME Clusters, but it is for, so that's a minor correction, but nevertheless. So in India and also everywhere, including Sri Lanka, I am sure, there are lots of towns and villages which are known by a particular product. So अगर आप चंदेरी साड़ी की बात करेंगे, तो चंदेरी is a village. If you talk about Kota Doria, for example, which is in Rajasthan,
If you think of all the undergarments, particularly the banyan and the undergarments which are being made, and also, of course, the t-shirts, for example, 90% of all exports happen from Tirupur. And all the bangles come from where? Huh? Sorry? Hyderabad gives you that lac wala bangle, but you know the glass bangles come from Firozabad. Almost the entire stuff. So it's very unique that while technology is available everywhere, people are there, skills are there, investments can be made, and yet somehow you find that there are 6,500 such clusters in India which are specialized in terms of what they do. So all the medicines and all the pharmaceutical stuff that you get all comes from just 4 places in India. Hyderabad, Ahmedabad, Indore and Dehradun. Almost everything comes only from these places. Why does it not come from some other place? The rest of it is just about 10% across rest of the world. So we essentially work in clusters. So wherever there are towns or villages which specialize in certain kinds of products, so we just go there and spend about 3 to 4 years and identify where there are key problems related to marketing, finance, packaging, technology, machinery, tools, R&D, whatever, and just focus on that and see how those those gaps can be plugged to take it forward. So with that, I'll stop the introductory remarks, and that I think would possibly help us understand the context that we can build upon. Maybe there would be many new things that I was not able to place it before you, but I'm sure our speakers here on the dais should be able to help us move and expand the frontiers of what we are talking about. So may I request Shruti ji, if you can possibly initiate your remarks. So we have 10 minutes each. I've already taken my 10 minutes, and maybe once we are concluded with our 40 minutes of discourses, the last 20 minutes we'll have some amount of interaction. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mukesh. I think that was a beautiful context, and I'm going to go back right to the start of the conversation, how you started defining what technology is and what it can do. I think in my 20 years of experience in the tech sector, where worked with multiple corporates, large ones, small ones, startups, I have redefined the way I look at technology. And I think today, if I were to say one thing that I would say about technology is that it is the great equalizer. It is what makes everything inclusive. It is what creates opportunities, and that's how. In fact, at NASSCOM Foundation, we also look at technology like that, like wherever technology can be used for inclusion, wherever it can be used for creating opportunity right at the last mile, and where it can be used for social impact. Having said that, I think 2 key areas considering this particular discussion. One, technology for startups. In India, what we've seen is we are traditionally a country where a lot of engineers are born. And, despite having the largest number, the highest percentage of people who study engineering as in their main subjects, the number of startups in the sector, in the technology domain, are actually quite low, if you look at world statistics. And that's a shame, because we have a great entrepreneurial mindset. We have the right education, but somehow maybe the way infrastructure was in our country, the way the mindsets were, we weren't able to use it for entrepreneurship. But I'm glad to note that, I think that's a trend that's changing. Even the current government has picked it up, and they've, now have quite a few initiatives that look at creating entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs, entrepreneurs from different sectors. So that's heartening to see. Even at NASSCOM Foundation, what we're doing is we work with young people quite a bit. What we are doing is we are trying to use technology to create that entrepreneurial mindset. And that involves a lot of mentoring sessions. It also involves a lot of incubation. And another great statistic that is, one trend that I'm seeing from all of this is that the number of engineers and young people who want to actually start an organization using technology are doing it for a social cause. That number is going up and it's incredible. So I think, that's something that really requires us to encourage that trend, build that trend, incubate that trend so that, we see success there. And that's what, we do through all our innovation programs at NASCOM Foundation. It's called the Tech for Good program. Coming to, the second part of what Mukesh touched upon, I think women at the center of it all. And I see so many of you here, and I know you're gonna agree with me. If a woman decides to do something, and she decides to learn, and she decides to do it for her family, she will make sure that it's done, right? So, and that's another trend that we are seeing post-COVID in all of NASCOM Foundation's programs. So we used to run a program called NDLM, National Digital Literacy Mission. Before COVID started, we saw that maybe 75% of people who attended digital literacy programs were actually men. That trend started to change, I think, 2020 onwards. Last year, when we pulled out the statistics, we found that actually 65% of the participants in the digital literacy program are now women. And that's a huge jump. So what that has also done is...
You actually halved the men, 70% to 35%.
Yes, but I'm glad to see that statistic, because what it has also done is that after they've got the basic digital literacy skills, they've started looking at skilling themselves for running a business. And, we see the direct impact in our women entrepreneurship programs also. So today we run programs for women entrepreneurship. There are actually three key programs, where one is basically about digital literacy. And again, Mukesh mentioned it. Sometimes the most basic barrier to a woman picking up a business is actually not knowing how to make a payment online, or just picking up the phone and accessing a government scheme. There are lots of schemes that are there for beneficiaries today to start their own business, but women don't know how to access it. So what we are doing is giving those simple skills that we take for granted, actually, that we are giving those simple skills to these women. So whether it is financial literacy, digital literacy, or market linkages. When I say market linkages, I mean there is a very specific program that we run for women artisans in Madhya Pradesh. And I think one of the basic things that they wanted from us is, how do we connect to an Amazon, to a Flipkart? How do we put our products online? How do we take it forward? So what we've realized is that one of the basic asks, there are a lot of organizations today who are giving funds to women to start these household enterprises. There are a lot of government schemes also that is encouraging that trend. But what happens is, in about 2 to 3 years, once they've started it, they're not able to sustain it. It fizzles out because they're not able to scale it up, take it to the next level. And what we're doing at NASCOM Foundation is that we are making sure that these women upskill themselves through technology. They get the basic understanding of how to use technology to kind of, access the right tools, get the right information, make payments, whatever it is, but go out there. Sitting in their small house, maybe in a village in UP, they are able to access things that their competitor in Bangalore is doing. So that is the kind of level playing field that technology brings to them. And that's been our endeavor at NASCOM Foundation. I'm going to take a stop here. Even though I'm in the field of marketing and communications, I think 10 minutes is too long for me to speak. So I'm going to give it forward to Rizani and ask her to contribute to the conversation.
Thank you, Shruti, for some great thoughts. I loved what you said. Technology is an equalizer, and I don't think it has been felt more than post-pandemic. It was, and so my thoughts to you today, and what I'm going to say is in two parts. One is my story and how technology impacted the business I'm in, and secondly, I'm wearing the hat of being with the Women's Chamber of Industry and Commerce, and give you some stats, share with you where women in technology post-pandemic stands. So firstly, 14th March 2020 was when Sri Lanka announced the lockdown. We had hardly any time. We were just given 24 hours to basically pack up our office and start operating from home, which meant that, so I'm in the business of public relations. And in public relations, Shruti will know, everybody will know the basic of getting content out in printed matter. A press release has to have multiple appearances. There are announcement releases, there's thought leaderships, there's all kinds of things, and that was our bread and butter. Now, what happens when you go into a lockdown for 3 months, when newspapers don't publish for a month, and then they slowly limp back into business, printing like half the number of pages. Business pages in vernacular, the mass media, were almost like one a week. It's because the shock of the pandemic, and nobody could get to work, nobody could get to offices. Certain publications were made essential services, but people were grappling with, having family, having basically personally feeling the impact of COVID-19. So chaos across the world, across Sri Lanka. One trend became very clear, and that was the vastly accelerated digital adoption. So what did we do? We had to take meetings from home, obviously, and then adopt Zoom or Teams or Google Hangouts. But then, in a team of, I have a team of almost 27, 28, we didn't realize that some areas where people lived, the connectivity was almost zero. So getting on Teams calls means, I remember getting irritated when one of my colleagues from media monitoring, while on a Zoom call, I could hear dogs barking and cows mooing. And I was like, where the hell are you, Akram? And he said, Rizani, I have no connectivity in my home. The connectivity drops. So I'm near the well. So, I said, okay, Akram, whatever you do, don't talk to clients from the well. Make sure that you get to some place, you could even travel. So, it was in his vicinity. So complete curfew. And mandatorily so. There were army drones going ahead to see, it was that strict in Sri Lanka, to see if anybody was venturing out of their homes. Of course, on the other hand, we had grocery trucks and all coming over, and everything changed. Grocery shopping, banking, the whole system had to adapt to the new normal. So, coming back to my business, the business of public relations. So everything had to be digitalized overnight, and simple steps from meetings, from developing content to suit online publications. You couldn't write 600 word, 700 word press releases. There was no, who was going to read on a phone or a laptop or a tab such huge content? People are not in the mindset of reading such long stories. So overnight we had to condense the stories to suit the online media outlets. We had to convince clients that this was the way to go, because they would say, but we want every single, and Shruti, you'll understand, clients want every single word in their head and in their heart represented in black and white. And so they had to be convinced that this was not going to be so. And then they had to also be told what are the alternate media outlets. Lots of hybrid video outlets started, hybrid news platforms. But another thing became abundantly clear, and that was the proliferation of micro-influencers. And micro-influencers are nothing more than young, and most of them were young, really, because they're the ones who adopted to this whole new digital world, whose opinion was becoming more and more important. So they were on Instagram, they were on Facebook, they were on various, Facebook I would say, various social media platforms, Twitter, LinkedIn, and everybody was listening to them rather than reading the newspapers. So that's a trend now. Micro-influence. In fact, there are people who would listen to what Elon Musk says on Twitter rather than read the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times. So that's a trend that we need to watch for. So the shock of the COVID wore off, and businesses that were able to adopt to digital platforms thrived, while the traditional retailers, businesses, and all had to rethink their whole business strategies. And that's where I come to our women and our women membership at the Women's Chamber. It impacted them terribly. There were those in hospitality who didn't have business for over 30 months. Again, adopting the whole digital mindset and moving to a new area of marketing becomes imperative. It's not just a nice to do. And programs such as the UNSCAP one that Dr. Ratna mentioned this morning would be really, really super helpful. I just want to leave you, I just scribbled out some stats, which I thought I'll leave with you all today, just as a poser, so that you know where the constraints are. So 8 billion is the total global population. 8.3 billion mobile connections, because some of them have more than one. 5 billion internet users, 4.6 billion active social media users. But the internet, that's globally. We have a great, when we say we, I'm talking about South Asia, has a great mobile penetration and reach. But internet adoption is only 45 to 46%, as opposed to 97% in North America, 70% Central Asia, 72% in Southeast Asia. So my friends whom I met from Singapore yesterday can be proud. Hi Lillian, hi Carol. 72% Southeast Asia, and South Asia is only 45%. Why? 66% in South Africa. So where are we on that? And then social media users versus population is also low in South Asia, 34% in South Asia, as opposed to 82% America, and so on, and 72% Southeast Asia. So we are almost half of the ASEAN region. And, you know, we're saying go digital, go adopt this whole new technology, IT, everything, and yes, we must. But are we geared for it is my question. What is the infrastructure and policy support we have in place when my Akram from office has to go to the well and have cows mooing and dogs barking for him to get on a Zoom call? So I'm just leaving you with that. It's something for us to think about from our region.
Sachin, I heard you about the inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Maybe you can briefly tell us about that also, and let us know about how your organization's work is not only developing, I would say, prototypes and you know, individual people, but also scaling it up with maybe at the policy level, at the institutional development, because as a UN organization, your role therefore is far bigger and, you know, better in terms of strengthening the various countries' capabilities to take it forward. maybe you can bring in that angle also.
Sure. Thank you, Mukesh, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, the organizers, for inviting UNIDO to share some of our thoughts with all of you. Well, since I represent UNIDO, let me tell you what I do there. We have an initiative on inclusive and sustainable industrial development with the Ministry of Commerce. And it's just 1 year into the initiative, many initial months into administrative matters to get it off. So it's actually just the initial months, and we are trying to get the ball rolling. But what I'm going to share with some of you is, of course, as Mukesh, you said, what as a UN entity we do and we could do in this space. But I'm also going to draw on my earlier experience of working on sustainable business while spending 12 years at the Confederation of Indian Industry, and also later as the policy head of the Business 20 as part of the G20 as well. So I'm going to put all of that together and leave a few thoughts behind. So now, speaking of technology, what really makes the tech sector so important in the central theme of this conference, which is that we increase the contribution of women in the society and the economy. And the important reason there is that it's a two-way street, right? Technology, of course, again, Shruti, since you mentioned it's a great equalizer. What it also does is that it opens up many opportunities for women to participate in the society and economy. But it also helps women to contribute and bring in a lot of skills and even personality traits, which men either don't bring them to table at all, or men have different characteristics, which women bring. So I think it's a two-way street. It's what technology brings to women, but also what women bring to technology. I think that's very important to underscore. Thank you. You flagged some statistics. Maybe yesterday you heard many more statistics about women participation in the economy, top management, etc., etc. There are many statistics available there. I won't read out any of those statistics, but I'll point to sort of inferences that we can draw from all of those. One is that the absolute numbers of women participation in economic activity, including enterprises, is absolutely dismal. It's true for developed parts of the world and, of course, the developing parts of the world. In fact, on some indicators, the developing parts perform better than the developed parts of the world. So when we look at women participation in business, there is no developed part of the world. There is no developed part of the world, right? Every part of the corner of this world is actually developing on that indicator. The second inference that I could draw is that the growth rates, however, the growth rates of women participation in organizations, in economic activity is growing, and it is growing at least more than 100%, which is really, really encouraging. In some cases, it is 250%. What I mean by that is, so say if you were to look at what is the rate at which more and more women are working at IT firms and things like that, they are in those 3-digit percentage points, which is good because it far exceeds the rate at which men are coming into that workforce. So which is good. Now, if I combine these two inferences, it tells us of one thing, that for all these decades, a lot of the initiatives that we have taken, private sector, public sector, civil society, all of us, on increasing women participation in society and economy is actually working, right? Otherwise, this high growth rate wouldn't have happened. But then, if we continue at the current pace, then there are other studies also available, including the famous one from the World Economic Forum a couple of years ago, that it would take women another 100 odd years to really get to the parity in the top management of the companies. We don't have time. Seriously, none of us in this room will be around in 100 years unless, medical science, makes a lot of progress. But that's besides the point. I think, the loss to the society and even purely as a GDP indicator is so huge when the women are not in the workforce, they're not in the economic activity. We just can't afford to have that exclusion anymore. So we really need to accelerate the pace. Now, how do we do all of this? And I have a few policy suggestions, as also Mukesh asked me to do. But before I get there, I also want to mention another unemphasized data which usually gets lost on lots of data that we have on diversity. And that is basically that within women groups, there is a lot of inequality. Right? So when you look at groups characterized by the geography, economic, wealth, progeny, caste, religion, color, even sexual orientation and gender identity, on all of these subgroups, there are huge inequalities. So if you're a woman in the mainstream, then you are at a huge privilege over a lot of these subgroups. So we need to look at that as well. It's not just about men and women. It's also about women within women groups. There are a lot of these issues. Okay, now I come to 7 policy suggestions. And I must admit that these are from my work with the G20 in the last couple of years. And these are actually recommendations that have gone from the Business 20 group to the G20 for the leaders to take account of. So first of all, what countries need to do, and I'm glad that there is a mix of countries here, evaluate and amend the national policies on equality to ensure that they protect the rights and equal opportunities of women. This is not to say that we don't have these policies, but the point is to take stock, see what's working and what's not working, and then make course corrections. 2, prepare and implement a comprehensive women in STEM roadmap with the strategic objective of increasing the pipeline of women in high-skilled jobs. Cultivate early interest in science, technology, engineering, math, basically STEM, and build women's aspirations and skills to increase participation in most of the in-demand job roles. The third is implement policies for employers that set goals for employing women in the organization at the different levels, but also become transparent with their disclosures and tell the public and the regulators that this is the kind of gender diversity that we have across the length and breadth of the organization. Fourth, eliminate barriers to access to expertise and finance for women-owned, women-led MSMEs, as well as informal entrepreneurs, which Mukesh eloquently mentioned in his remarks, as well as women-founded startups through affordable legal support, increased financial literacy, and a range of financial instruments. One thing that I noticed when we were developing these recommendations is that we try to make some of these services affordable to women, but then we don't really try to group all of those together and then take as a combined service for a cohort of women entrepreneurs and employees to access, which would further improve the accessibility and affordability. The 5th policy recommendation is to include a diverse cross-section of women at all stages of policy making and implementation. Unfortunately, it's the men who are making the policies for women. I read in the papers that this national committee which is looking after some women issue, it is I think it's not related to business, but it is related, sorry? Yes, child marriage, but also I think domestic violence. The committee that has been set up by, there's only one woman. all the other are men. Please, change that, right? I mean, it could be reversed easily. And there is no lack of expertise, women on those issues. Sixth point, mitigate the negative impact of the pandemic on women's economic opportunities. The biggest loss of the pandemic has been on women as compared to men. More women are out of the workforce and economic activity. More startups and firms owned and led by women, were put out of business as compared to men. So, and unfortunately, when we look at all the policy support across the world, it's not only true for India. There has not been a gender lens, right? So we really need to go back and revisit some of that support. And the final point is increase the gender equity in research and development and develop gender-sensitive ethical guidelines in key areas such as health and advanced technologies. So these are 7 very specific, policy recommendations. Maybe we need to, go back to our leaders and say, this is something where you really need to put, their foot on the gas as well, so that we can accelerate the pace to increase the participation of women in economic activity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we had some very illuminating thoughts from all our panelists. And before I request for questions from the audience, there were 3 things, 1 question each from my panelists before we throw open the floor for questions. I want to start with Ms. Shruti, and I want to specifically check up with her on the own account enterprises. Own account enterprises means family-based enterprises in which there is no hired labor. So it's just maybe husband, wife, or maybe children who are. So you talked about technology as a great leveler, and we did a small policy paper just a few weeks ago, where we tried to look at how these very small and tiny enterprises whose loan requirements are maybe in the range of 25,000 to 50,000 rupees maybe. They possibly need it from microfinance institutions, smaller loans. I just wanted to check up if NASSCOM Foundation or NASSCOM has been engaged in working with the financial institutions in enabling this kind of a linkage between the seekers of these small loans and the institutions which are possibly providing it. And if you can also throw some light on the controversy which is coming up now with this e-commerce booming up and its impact particularly on our own account enterprises, where a lot of women actually run small shops, kirana shops, and CAIT, which is essentially saying we need a regulator to make sure that we are not mowed down by this. So if there's something that you can educate us or throw light on that, on these 2 aspects of loans and the small traders, and how maybe our own account enterprises can essentially use technology to sustain themselves, to build themselves, to be able to maybe either partner with these e-commerce platforms or maybe fight with them with a equal standing. Thank you so much.
Both very interesting questions, and I think you've come right to the heart of the matter in terms of challenges where you see. So
because here technology is a disruptor.
Yes, technology can also be the disruptor if not used correctly and if it's not in the right hands. And but in both these questions, let me first address the first one. When it comes to on-account enterprises and the challenges that we see mostly in that sector, NASSCOM Foundation found that while almost like 80-90% of the population at the last mile, and especially ones who are running these kind of enterprises, the smaller ones, on-account ones, the family-led ones, they have mobile connections. They have, their business runs primarily on word of mouth. But what they don't have is only actually mobile internet. Only 58% of them have mobile internet. And that becomes the challenge. What we also found is the reason why they don't have mobile internet is actually because of not because the town they're living in or the village they're living in doesn't provide it, but because they don't know how to get to it. The way they can access these forums, they can access these already existing opportunities, they don't know how to. So what we at NASCOM Foundation are doing is we work with these people to understand how can we make them digitally enabled, in the sense that if they have to take a mobile internet connection, they need to have an Aadhaar card, they need to have some basic documents in place. How do they use it in a responsible manner? How do they have it first in the first place? Also, you're talking about bank loans. Today there are multiple schemes by the government which are readily available. The barriers to actually getting access to those schemes is not very high. They're low barrier schemes that are there. You probably only need your ration card to get to it or something like that. But again, why they don't get to it is because they don't know about it. They don't know where to access it. So we do a lot of those programs where our entire objective is to get them to be digitally enabled, to be digitally skilled. Because if we are looking at digital India, it has to go from not just digital India, the digital Bharat also needs to be enabled, and that entire gap needs to be bridged. So those are two key areas where we're working on. When it comes to your second point, the big ones eating up the small ones, it is, I think, going to be a central question anywhere such technology is prevalent, and we just have to find a way to make it work for everybody. We see the opportunity in it too, because what technology does, today I'll give you a story about this woman entrepreneur who's an artisan in tribal Madhya Pradesh. So we went to her, we asked her, what do you need? Her first question was, tell me how I can send my designs to people on WhatsApp. That's all she wanted from us. And we were like, okay, we'll do one thing better. We'll tell you how to connect to an Amazon or a Flipkart and get your products showcased on those. So we understand the need there. I think organizations like NASCOM Foundation, many bodies within the government, I know Niti Ayog's aspirational district program is, great in that sense. There is a lot being done to ensure that the journey from, creating that, the first step is obviously creating that micro enterprise, to create that business. But making sure that that journey from creating that enterprise to sustaining it, we are able to help them through that. And I think that is going to be the key. So how do we get them to run a program beyond 2 years? How do we get them on the same plane as maybe somebody sitting in, somebody in a tribal area of Madhya Pradesh and somebody in Bhopal should have the same access to the market. And that is what we are trying to do. Absolutely. So that is exactly what we are trying to do.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I think that was very useful. Yeah. Let's move on to now Ms. Aziz. I understand that you represent the SARC Women Chambers, right?
I was a founder, founding member, but I'm a member of that right now as well, but
Wonderful.
Not actively.
Okay. So since I'm familiar with that, because I was the founder, executive director of the SARC Chamber of Commerce and Industry for a year, so I'm familiar with your domain. So you have a lot of maybe other small industry associations who are sort of federating and aggregating into what is called Federation of FCCISL, and then FICCI, and then all these bigger associations having multiple small associations. So my specific question to you was, you talked about this, statistics and how there is in your own business also where 27 of your people had to overnight change. So my specific question was that since you have many associations who are part of your chamber, what is their role in sort of helping the women entrepreneurs to access loans, to undertake what is called digital literacy, to help market their products, maybe to help send the designs to the potential buyers, find buyers? Is there something that various industry associations or smaller associations, whether they are cooperatives or groups, what has been their role and what is the role of your own chamber to help them out?
So thank you, and I just also want to mention that the president of FCCISL is in our midst, Shirley Pereira. She was, if you missed the last panel, she's okay, yeah. So the Women's Chamber of Industry and Commerce is also a member of FCCISL, and individually, I would say the business associations, the regional women's chambers and all are doing their bit, but the reach is not enough. So what perhaps could be done? So while everybody is doing dribs and drabs in various pockets amongst various segments, and in a way everything that's done is good. I must say whatever is done is appreciated, but collectively there could be a bigger push, a bigger reach in institutionalizing this kind of learning, I would say. And there's an opportunity there. It hasn't been managed to harnessed to that extent, but definitely a bigger push has to be there. So I think what I would say, and from my experience, is that it requires the business chambers, the entrepreneur associations, to work closely with the regional counterparts in establishing it. So there has to be a proper structure, proper organizational structure with a kind of public-private partnership with support. But I would say there has to be an umbrella approach to it.
Long way to go. So Sachin, you touched upon the, I would say, the cultural dimensions very significantly. You talked about, in a committee, for example, women are not there. So we did a study with Copenhagen Business School very recently, and they basically tried to study why is it that there are very few women entrepreneurs. You essentially touched that. It's about 10% in India, 9-point-some% or 10.2% or something. So 90% of all businesses are men-owned. Whereas in terms of lots of sectors like textiles, for example, ready-made garments and so on and so forth, women workforce participation can be as high as 50% or even more for that. Bangladesh, for example, is so much women dominated in terms of workers, but in terms of women owned enterprise, it's a serious issue. So that's what they try to study in the Indian context. Thank you so much. Yeah. So when they studied this, they came up with very interesting observations, and they said that the cultural dimension is so critical. So while schemes are there by the government of India, but whether those schemes have to be harnessed or not is decided by the men in the house. Whether or not a lady would be a part of the self-help group would be decided initially, and there may be a lot of resistance by the men as to why you're going out, why are you setting up your own business at all. And there are certain societies in India which are matrilinear, certain are patriarchal. But the very fact that if you do not have the house or property in your own name, that could be a major reason why the bank would or the financial institution would say no to you for the loans. So I was wondering whether your inclusive and sustainable industrial development program of UNIDO has been able to come up with maybe any models or programs which can then be scaled up by the different ministries or the institutions in India. And are there certain lessons which can be drawn upon? Because the 7 policy prescriptions that you said about are essentially for the government to take it up, but a lot of time the government essentially would like to learn from things which have already been done and showcased in terms of scaling, the way maybe NASCOM Foundation must have done it for lakhs of enterprises for digital literacy. We are also, just initiated a digital literacy program for 3 lakh people in India, just started a few months ago. We want to complete that in a year and a half. And I think we would certainly like to learn from the model that you had developed or the program that you had developed. So I was wondering whether UNIDO has been able to showcase something which is at a scaled up level, which the government can or the banks can essentially take notice of and then draw inspiration from, please.
Well, the short and the quick answer is no. But don't be so disappointed. As I said, we are still at the early stages of this initiative. But we don't have to really wait for this initiative to produce results and then showcase what can be taken up at scale. I think there are already many examples in this country, even around the world, in comparable countries and societal and economic systems, from which we could borrow lessons, put it into some kind of a policy construct for the government to then pick it up. But there, coming back to the point that you mentioned about cultural transition, so again I would, and even to my own self, I would pose that question and hence challenge that, you can come up with these nice policy prescriptions, we can have plenty of, anecdotal evidences on the ground, but if cultural minds, and the mindsets and everything is a roadblock, then, how are we going to change that? Because that's not always going to be organically changing. Again, it will take, 100 years, and probably that's why, we have that estimation that, for women to have more representation at the top managements across the world is going to take more than 100 years, comes probably from there. So how do we address that? And I think there is one systemic undercurrent that could push the culture in that direction, and that is the growing unemployment among men. I think that is going to be, it's a very big concern for social stability also. But somewhere, that could become the drive to increase women, because ultimately women, and there are again anecdotal evidences, right? So when the man of the house, is out of the job or doesn't care to work and bring bread home, it's the woman who takes charge, fights this guy, and takes ownership of the family and the economic activity. So I think the scale of unemployment in this country at least has reached that level where you're going to have more and more women perhaps push that cultural transition. The other thing is also, though our session has mostly focused on technology, is those technology combined with startups are bringing in the work culture which is, of either, you're either working as a contractor or a part-time worker and things like that, which also allows women to take more of those kind of economic activities, which are very different from the conventional employment modes. So those kind of gig economic sectors really open up a lot of opportunities for women. Again, technology becoming a great enabler there as well. So that cultural shift can happen, because of some of these systemic changes that we are going to experience.
Thank you very much. So I think we are done at the panel here, but I'll throw the floor open for any questions, comments. If you can be brief on that, and if you have any specific questions specifically targeted to any of the panelists, then you can possibly name that and say that I want Ms. Aziz to answer or Ms. Shrutri to answer. Then I guess it will become easier. Otherwise, we'll have to fend for ourselves and find out who can better answer that. Please. You are not audible, sir. Yeah, seems to be working now. Yes, it's working.
My question has two parts basically. Rather, it's a concern and may take you slightly away from the technology part of it.
Okay.
See, the clusters that we are talking about are obviously mainly in the rural belt. And mostly they are women and they belong to very humble and very poor background.
Sure.
So what is happening is the large buying houses or the exporters, they visit them directly. They maybe give them some money in advance or a raw material to make, and then the buyback understanding is there. Basically what they are doing is a job work. They are not developing as an entrepreneur. So one, what can be done in this space? The second part of my question is that due to all these obvious reasons, the coming generation doesn't want to be in the same business, same craft they don't want to learn. They want to just move away from there. And so what collectively that we can do to support them, to guide them, and wherein your technology or digital can come in when they are actually surviving and they don't want to think about learning anything more.
May I respond on that? Because okay, maybe the question was probably addressed to I don't know who, but I can answer that because we are working with some tribal families in 9 different states across the country, and we have some of our tribal entrepreneurs right here, women entrepreneurs who've come from Arunachal Pradesh, Mizoram, Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, who are essentially into what is called bamboo weaving and bamboo products. Bamboo is a very sustainable material, probably the most sustainable material on earth. So if we have, for example, this table here, and the legs that you see here, which are made out of steel, could easily be made out of very natural material called bamboo. You have baskets, you have trays, you have jugs, mugs, you have speaker, which means sound enhancers and so on and so forth. So when we went to these 9 states where we are currently working, we did realize that most of the work, you rightly said, is essentially got done by the traders through these artisans who in turn essentially do what is called job work. So a trader gives the order and in a week just picks up as much production has been there and then goes and sells it. But one thing which sort of was our initial strategy was to help them move from their existing product range to a new product range. And most of the products that they were making were essentially traditional baskets which were then sold in the local Haat Bazaar. What means that you use the same bamboo by cutting it in a much better fashion and make sure that it doesn't catch fungus by doing simple treatment. So small changes could lead them to what is called improvement in the product range, and about 300 such people have actually been exposed to the high-end level of production, which means better skills, better technology, better tools, and so on and so forth. And the second point which you said is then to link it up with these kind of bigger buyers who are interested in this sophisticated range of products and are willing to give much better money for the same amount of work that they do in a day. And the example which I was quoting to you in Jharkhand, Dumka, is essentially of such approximately 6,000 artisans who are all from the tribal families, whose average income has actually been increased to from 1,484 rupees to about 5,000 now. And that's in a space of 4 years. And a lot of people have actually been now making money to the range of 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 rupees per month, I am saying. And that's because the product range is different. It actually may mean that the skills are same, the raw material is the same, but practically speaking, the product is entirely different, the market is different, the tools which they use is different, the skills which they are now using is a more upgraded one. So it's actually, from our point of view, a completely new business altogether. And if you are able to get that done even with 200 people in a cluster of 5,000 people, it actually starts what is called a virtuous cycle. The 200 people then start teaching another 200 and another 200 and then another 200. And that's what actually has happened. It's not that we have been able to reach out to all of them, but if you can just expose a few of them, then they are all connected with each other in terms of their family circumstances and so on and so forth. And that's why we essentially work on clusters, because in a cluster, if you start a virtuous cycle, it creates what is called a spiral effect. With that, I'll stop. Any more questions? Please. Yes, you are loud enough, sure.
I'm a nascent entrepreneur. It's just been 5 years in finding my own way. Interestingly, I realize when you talk about NASSCOM and MSME Cluster Foundation, I hardly see a place where a woman entrepreneur can find all sorts of organizations or facilities or digitalization. I, being educated, a global traveler facilitator, I'm still grappling to find, like you were talking about Shruti Niti Ayog, I have no clue what it is. I've already made a note of it now. So firstly, when you talk about digitalization, when India can pass a COVID message, which is not actually COVID, and frighten the whole country so powerfully on a WhatsApp, what are we doing where a woman entrepreneur, either an educated one like me or from a rural who just believes on a WhatsApp, how do I find everything in one place? Do we have a registration where a woman entrepreneur has to register? Doesn't matter whether you're a rural, urban, private, a sole or proprietorship. I am grappling. And today I was very keen to attend this session because this is something I'm really finding difficult. So what is it that you plan to do in the next few years where we as women entrepreneurs, and that's for UNIDO as well, where everything is in one place, like FIWE, WIEF, there are so many women entrepreneurs. Where are we registered in one place that I can get the benefit? So what is your take on this? And that's a question for all the three of you, if you can answer that, please.
Even I'm in the same thing what she is saying, even educated, good background, but still I'm also not aware why I'm talking about the lower class of women entrepreneur in a rural area. Even I'm not, I think these schemes are not publicized enough at any level. These are only few people, around 5,000 in a population which is 1.4 billion. That is what, and we publicize these figures about that 5,000 people are aware of it. Is it good enough? I'm really surprised.
Yes, I can see the pain, and it clearly points to people in marketing and communications probably not doing their job well enough. So I'm going to take that feedback back and see what we can do. But there are platforms that actually like what you were saying, one place where you will find everything that a woman entrepreneur needs. And I would encourage you to actually look at Niti Aayog, because they have a platform called WEP, which is a women entrepreneurship platform, where they are trying to mentor women entrepreneurs, provide them with multiple opportunities, see how they can upscale them. And similarly, NASSCOM Foundation actually works with Niti Aayog on that particular initiative. Other than that, too, we realize that is the problem. What you mentioned is the problem, and you're talking about this demographic, which is educated, who can read, you can actually research and find such schemes. Our challenge is that we have to look at this demographic and also that which, can't read probably. And
Shruti, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Disturbing in between. Niti Aayog, that WEP scheme which you are talking, that has only 400 views. I have seen there. If you are talking about that scheme, if that is so publicized, that is only 400 views. That is also some of the good entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it has 20 views, 30 views. So I'm saying even that schemes are not publicized.
No, so maybe views, what you're talking about is on a particular post, but it's there, and you're right. Probably a lot of people don't know about it, but then that's maybe for some of us to take back and work out a system where organizations like FIWE probably and others in the sector need to be brought together, and the same. I think we live in an era where everybody is doing a lot of things in silos. And, so somebody needs to actually bring everybody together to say that, okay, let's see, what are you doing? How can we help? And how can we get it to people who need it? And I take it as feedback. And I will go and look at how, people can access our programs more. We realize it's a challenge, and we are working on it actually.
Yeah, I would like to make a comment on this. Well, there was a time when we had a single point registration in the country, and the single point registration helped women to take everything from a single window. That has been closed down long back. Well, the government had done it. DICs were following it, and the government of India was following it. The Ministry of Small Scale was following it. But since everything got changed to MSME, the single point registration could not come further. Yeah. And then Udyam registration came up. Now, Udyam registration, I have no idea what actually they want. They just want people to come forward and say that, okay, we have done so many number of thousands and lakhs of registration. If that is, yes, it is happening. But as such, I don't think that there is any benefit out of it. And I have spoken at number of platforms about these things, that single point registration should come up again for women, going to the bank, going for registration with NSIC, going for though NSIC says we have single point registration, but it's not effective. Because for everything, for exhibition, you have to again go to MSME. For another thing, you have to go to again another place. So it's not like, see, I went to USA, and within a week, I was able to register my company. Within a week, a private limited company. Why can't we have it in India? I mean, we are following so many things. Hundreds and lakhs of rupees are spent on sending our officers abroad and getting exposed and trained and everything. But we don't follow which are supposed to be followed here. We follow all those high-tech things which are not actually taking us any further. It is taking some percentage of people, but not for the major percentage. So this is to be looked into it. I'm so sorry that there is no policy maker here today now. Otherwise, we wanted to say, but we are going to give these recommendations after the conference is over, that this is what we are looking at.
In the evening, the minister is coming. Maybe you should put up that point to him. He's new. He would be looking for new opportunities to
I hope
feedback
so.
would be helpful.
I hope so, because the last minute turnout of secretary was so, again, it was so disappointing. So I'm just crossing my finger.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
I think we should.
Just like to make a point. I'll take 1 minute. Now, I'm an ex-policy maker. I retired from Government of India in 2014. Now, I had worked in the MSME sector, so I know about the SSI and the DIC registration. It was the entrepreneurs themselves who got it done away with. So sometimes they said, we don't want it. Make it free. This is what actually happened, Rajni, and there was so much of pressure on government that they said, khatam karo, it is not essential, but sometimes, for individual benefits, people do put something good, do away with something good. It was a good thing because at least you had one place, the district industry center, where a person could go to. I was Commissioner Director Industries also, Joint Director Industries also. So where the problems could be discussed and could be taken up by a responsible officer for to helping the entrepreneur out. It was a development program. Anyway, what is what's over and done with is over and done with. Now, Sachin, I have to make a small suggestion to you, because you were saying that this cultural change will take a long time. Now you have to build it into your program and push it forward. Make it a part of your program. Draw attention to it. It is, as Shruti said, we are working in silos. I'll tell you, I established this department for disabilities, empowerment of persons with disabilities, and we have a lot of NGOs, non-governmental organizations who are running special schools. So they are doing it on charity basis. Since I have this 12, 14 years of industrial experience with me, I said, look, you're a social entrepreneur. You are not a welfare organization. Change your mindset. But they had no means of getting hold of the philosophy of social entrepreneurship. So you have to build it. I requested Nisbat, being ex-director Nisbat, please do this thing, please marry the two concepts. So you had to push it in. There was a resistance from the NGO sector, because they said, we've been doing charity for donkey's years, why should we change now? I said, you have to understand, there is a difference between profiteering and sustainability. So you have to work with them. And then again with disabled people, you have to realize entrepreneurship is the only way out for them, because they are isolated. 3% population, and maybe with the new act, they'll go up to 5 or 7%. Isolated, locked up in homes, logistics are not there. So setting up of small enterprises is the only solution. Technology helps, but technology can be a disruptor, as I later discovered in the child sector. But where are the projects? Where is the technology suitable for people? There's so much of diversity in the disability sector. So we have to also find those projects. I mean, I knew, because I had worked in the field, something like chalk making can be done at home. But that was long time ago. I saw it in the 80s or something. How do you tell a person who is making paper flowers, It's so difficult marketing paper flowers, You have to get into products which are market-oriented, or an NGO. We stop teaching these skills. It's all right for teaching cognitive skills and all. But get into projects, get into industry-driven, demand-driven products. So these are the sort of challenges. But I started with Sachin. Don't wait for cultural change to come in. Push in. Engender that cultural change. Talk to people about it. At first people resist. But that change comes once you talk on every platform that you get. I'll tell you again, sorry, I'm just taking 2 minutes. As chairperson of this National Child Rights Commission, I was horrified by the child abuse that was on. When I first spoke about it, people sort of almost booed me off the stage. But today they're talking about it. 3 years. It just took 3 years, and my constant, hammering at that subject. Child marriage. Today the rate has gone down. Just 3 years, you have to build awareness. Yeah. Talk about it. Talk about the cultural change and make it part of your agenda.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think now we have Rupali waiting for us to
Sir, one
close.
small question.
I think we have to ask the organizers, because we are already 12 minutes past, and the lunch is, logistics have to be managed by them. So I, as a chairperson, would like to close and thank the panelists here and leave it to the organizers to
Thank
they
you.
want to carry on.
Thank you. We would like to support Sir in that, because we'll be getting late for lunch, and we have very important sessions coming up, along with, fingers crossed, the Minister joining us in the evening for the award presentation ceremony. And so you can, all our eminent speakers will be there with us. You can interact with them on one-to-one basis during the lunch hour. And now requesting ma'am to do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude to all our eminent speakers. We begin with the chairperson, Mr. Mukesh Gulati ji. And thank you, sir, for last minute pitching in and doing the favors to Mr. Sachin Joshi. So in this Women's Forum, let's begin with honoring the men. To Ms. Rizani Aziz, ma'am, it's an honor to have you here with us. And to Ms. Shruti Das, thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for being here with us. And can we have a group photograph of the panel, please? So once again, inviting everybody for lunch, and do visit the exhibition stalls during the lunch hour. There's some wonderful stuff there, and we need to promote these budding entrepreneurs in whatever they are doing. And please be back and be seated before 2:30 for the next session. Thank you.
Yes, I have started especially in this lockdown period.
Patchwork and cut testing. So this is how like you could even break it and show it. Either take it like this or probably as a modeling भी कर लेते हम लोग. मतलब we have to MSME sector, you know. You have to.
What is this?
This I have just invented from the design and you can put anything this color was like
These are all handmade. Handmade doesn't we've not used any sewing machine or anything. Nice. They're really pretty. Like these are dover, the bed covers, not the bed covers. These are for the like light quilt for comforters for
Wash the necklace also.
let's do small color palettes, white and green, sky and white, and you see and what is combination of these things. So if you see the way that's the
I would like to invite Ms. Chanpreet Arora and Ms. Shaili Chopra, founder She the People, the Women Channel. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, the time duration for this session is approximately 1 hour, which includes the opening and closing remarks by the chair, and addresses and discussions by our eminent speakers. Our chair, Ms. Sukriti Gupta, is the founder, Sipping Thoughts. Ms. Srijana Bagaria is not here. She's co-founder, Peace Safe, director, SRV Damage Prevention. Ms. Chanpreet Arora is Senior Vice President and Business Head Woot, is a recognized leader in the Indian media industry. Her work over the last 19 years has spanned across areas of strategy, revenue, partnerships, and sales operations. She has led the launch and scaling of leading international local media brands in India, including the Vice Media, the New York Times, Formula One, Times Internet, and Discovery Channel. Earlier in the year 2018, as CEO, she led the successful launch of Vice Media in India. In 2019, she completed the prestigious fellowships at the Reuters Institute of Study of Journalism at Oxford University. In 2020, she co-founded Resilient Digital Services. Resilient is building a SaaS marketplace for publishers to enable monetization. And Ms. Shaili Chopra is founder, She the People, the Woman Channel, is an Indian business journalist, author, and entrepreneur, and she's the founder of She the People TV, a platform to empower women with stories of role models and inspire them with changing conversations on women and what matters to them. As a business journalist, she is known for working at NDTV Profit and ET Now, and has won the 2012 Ramnath Goenka Award for Excellence in Business Journalism, among various other awards. She then switched to being an entrepreneur and wrote 4 books. Her ventures are India's Women's Channel, She the People TV, golfingindian.com. Her books include Feminist Rani by Penguin, When I Was 25 by Random House, Big Connect, Social Media and Indian Politics by the Random House again, and Birdies in Business by the Times Book. And may I now hand over to our chairperson to carry forward the proceedings. Over to you, ma'am.
Everyone, like we say, this is the death hour. We've got the toughest job keeping you up right after lunch. So, like we said, I think I love the introduction. She said, what matters most? And when we think about women, what matters most to us? We, of course, think about our family, we think about our friends, but more and more we're starting to think about our careers and our role in terms of the economy and in terms of the bigger picture. So if you look at India, 20% of all MSMEs are women. It's a great feat. That's no small job. And it's a great impetus to the economy. So if you look at that, that means about 13 to 15 million businesses in India are run by women, which hire about 30 million people. But we are a country of about, what, 1.4 billion? So when you look at that number, you look at it and say it's just a very tiny drop. The good news is that, you know what, this number is going to soar. They're saying by 2030 that this number is going to be at least that the women are going to be hiring 150 million people. That is the type of impact that we can have on the economy. But more importantly than that, when they've done a lot of studies, they see that women-oriented businesses are a bit different. So while we don't like to talk about gender, but we do see that there is an impact, and that impact is also on the financials. Their revenues are 10% higher. They tend to have more diversity. They tend to hire more women, and they tend to be more inclusive. So that's just a big wow. So as I see all the women out there, it is really exciting because really, I think the government is seeing it, and that's why so much encouragement that the women are going to be the game changers. I have 2 game changers sitting right with me. And one of the biggest things that we all learn about as an entrepreneur, and I'm going to give it both to them, is that you need to have this 2-minute speech. I think all of you have heard it, that you know what, you need to have your elevator speech, you need to have your elevator speech memorized. So if anybody asks you what you do, you can just spread it off. So my first question is to both of these women. to tell us their story and their why. And either one can volunteer to go first.
Hi, good afternoon. Okay, so we were just talking before we got in here in your lunchroom that social media actually has the patience of just 5 seconds to be able to make impact. And here we are, still stuck with a 2-minute elevator pitch. So anytime you're feeling nervous about it, you need to remind people 2 minutes is passé, 5 seconds is in. But Sukriti was talking about numbers, and I love to start with numbers, especially given my business journalism background, simply because, we think of women today as a drop in the ocean to where they can be, but I look at it just the other way. I say that if India has a population of 1.4 billion, 50% are female. At 50%, we're 750 million. At 750 million, you and I, women from India, make 10% of the world's population. I say that women are not niche. They are not a drop in the ocean. They are a force, and we need to remember that again and again. And each time I repeat these numbers, I always have goosebumps. They simply just remind you that we've just not recognized ourselves as those who can deliver, those who can vote in governments and vote them out, those who can go out there and change what MSMEs face today looks like by providing the kind of businesses many of you have showcased in this lunchroom and otherwise. And also see the fact that so many of us are on social media, whether in the business side of it, creating amazing content and driving new ideas like Chanpreet is, or somebody like myself who's creating that content with She the People every single day and reaching 400 million every year. Why are we able to do this? Because we all are inherently entrepreneurial. We are sitting at home and doing so much, not doing nothing. We're sitting at home and running households, running businesses, raising children, and delivering revenues. That's a lot of hours in our life, I think. So I feel that as somebody who set out to be a journalist, and I think I'm past the 1 minute now, I set out to be a journalist at the start of my career and spent about 12 years doing that. I quickly switched to digital and said, listen, the one thing that I didn't find around me when I was a journalist was really cool, empowered women who didn't look like the women who came in magazines and photoshopped. Where are the women of India? And that's when I started She the People in 2015. It's been 7 years. And the first thing that I see most people do often, and I feel extremely proud of it because it's not just my work. When I met Sukriti, she said, first thing, congratulations, 1 million plus on Instagram. For those of you who don't follow us, please add to that 1 million. But I'm simply saying that this is the power of how women in India can come together and deliver impact. I am Shelly Chopra and I'm She the People, and I'll see you for the rest of the afternoon.
Like Shelley said, there's 750 million women. 750 million women whose problems you understand, whose solutions you can provide. Chanpreet, over to you.
Hard act to follow. So, to be honest with you, I've known Sukirti for a while, but here's my pitch. My gender and my work don't really come in the way of each other. I am a person full of ideas. I love technology, I love innovation, and I love finding the gaps where I see cultural gaps or need gaps in people's lives or in communities, and I feel that I have the power within to find the people, find the talent, find the technology and the capital to come together to follow my dream and to try and service that idea. I don't see failure, I only see learning. You fail when you have learned nothing from what you have done. And that kind of really defines my journey. I did my MBA in international business and shipping. I have spent 20 years in media. I've taught at Oxford, Stockholm School of Economics, Riga, all the way through media, because I just fell in love with it. What I have learned as of today doesn't define who I will be tomorrow. My gender, my family, life choices, or my location, nothing defines what I want to be. As long as you can enjoy yourself, you have it.
Well, I love that. I mean, like Chanpreet said, that the gender should not define us. And one thing I would like to add, because maybe I do know her, she works at that cusp of technology and media. So some of these cutting edge ideas they are really working on. But one of the questions, especially Shelley, I'm going to ask you because you also run these awards and you've seen a lot of women entrepreneurs and you have been judging a lot of women entrepreneurs. So I'd like to get your take on what do you see when you're saying, okay, this is what makes a woman entrepreneur successful?
You know, I don't think there is a set definition, and I'm just not a big fan of dictionaries that define every single thing. So when it comes to, making choices, we all make different kind of choices, the kind of business we want to run, why we want to run it, what goes behind in the backstory of it. So when we created initiatives to empower women, particularly to become financial independent through entrepreneurship. That piece started back in 2015 and it's still going very strong. It's called the Digital Women Summit and Awards in partnership with Google. Now, the reason we started that, because I constantly met women, and so did the rest of my team, who said that, you know what, I have this business, but I'm not sure if it's going to go any place. And I think the fact that we're also consciously doubting what we can do was one of the big reasons why I felt that there was a big gap, and there remains a big gap on credible initiatives that award women for real work that they're doing, and also for the fact that they're taking risks. So we as a country have taken a lot of big risks, but we've always showcased men who do that. We don't end up showing a lot of women taking risks because it seems like it doesn't suit her, because risk is about being on the edge. And people don't like women who are on the edge, how we're taught, how we're raised. So I think one of the reasons why we thought entrepreneurship was a route to bring this element out in people was the fact that women were taking a chance on themselves. And that, I think, is probably the most central part of how we as women together can change the way our economy today, where our economy goes. So really the initiative was aimed at solving for that fear, for that self-doubt, and it has over time become something that, most women around the country want to apply for.
No, congratulations, and it's been an amazing initiative. Now, Chanpreet, coming to you, you've been an entrepreneur, you've also been in the corporate life. So tell us about that journey and the struggles that you face as an entrepreneur and also working in a corporate environment where you're growing something that is fairly new.
You have to lose your fear of unknown for sure. To be honest with you, I've had 3 fairly decent sized entrepreneurial ventures. The first failed because we got funding but we didn't get clients. The second failed because we had a great beta launch of a tech education product, and then we partnered with a very world-renowned blue chip company, and they'll end up giving us faulty chips. And while nothing happened to their brand, our brand collapsed in the second entrepreneurial venture. And in the third entrepreneurial venture, by the time I came together, I realized that there was only one formula for success: knowledge, passion, people. Access to capital can come. If you have the knowledge, you have the passion, you know exactly what you are serving, and you have the people who can do it, people will follow, money will follow. And that's our current venture, Resilient Digital Services. Within the first 3 months, we became cash flow positive. The other thing we very clearly realized was that we were here to solve a problem, not to play the valuation game. As long as you know what your goals are, right, you will actually start delivering results on that front. If you want valuation, you will start delivering valuation, and then you'll just keep going in that loop of raising funds. My honest belief is that entrepreneurial ventures and leadership positions at job are no different. You're constantly doubting yourself. Constantly doubting yourself.
Just another question. As women, have you seen, do we doubt ourselves more?
100%. We are never even taught to be independent as we are growing up, right? You eat together, you play together, you share a room with your siblings, and then every ad, the ad I hated the most was Dalda, where the woman is, being appreciated because she's frying very beautiful puris, and Shelley knows I cannot fry one. It has never happened. It looks like a papad. So for me, that journey kind of ended at 18. But, the whole fear of first overcoming your own confidence issues is so important. And I think the kind of work She the People is doing, the kind of work counterculture counterculture content does, like Vice, for example, really exposes you to yourself. That is very important. It's one thing to say I'm LGBTQ positive. It's another thing to own it. Okay? It's very important when you yourself have to first accept yourself, and once you do that, there is no limit to what you can achieve, whether you're an entrepreneur or at business. We were in a meeting 2 weeks ago, and I'm just sharing an anecdote. We realized there were 13 of us, only one woman, which was me, and we were discussing the future of ad technology of our company. And for a moment, there was this silence when everyone turned around and said, that is true. We've never been in a meeting where there's only one woman, because the organization I am in, there are almost 50% women. But when it comes to technology, there was only one.
And let me tell you that 50% of the ads are designed for women, or more than that.
Yes.
So if you look at it, this is just such a different structure, because you're having people try to understand or create technology for people that are of a different gender.
That's right. So there's a lot of research going on that. That's a different conversation. But I think it's us coming in our own way. That's not just for a woman or a man or a child. It's for everybody. The only thing that stops you from achieving what you want to become is you.
But I'm going to come back, Chanpreet, and I'm going to ask both of you this question, because although we talk about finances not being a big thing, but this has become one of the things and one of the issues that we hear that holds most women back. They do not want to take a risk with the family capital. They, even if they're starting out, they don't know where to get the capital from. So give us a little bit of help on that. How did you start up, and what is your advice to women? Because one of the biggest issues seems to be also on the financial front.
So I think it's a genuine issue, right? It's difficult to build businesses without money. I tend to just write that down and paste it in front of my laptop, because I don't want to start a business and think that this is not an important part of it. There are things that you can't do without having scale, and a lot of scale comes with money. So I think, there isn't a this or that. This is always going to be a journey with this and that. So whatever your idea, whatever your passion, I think the first step is to first turn that passion into something viable and not doubt your passion at that point. And then move to find ways by which what you perhaps are doing here at this organization, which is finding how other people and their networks can help you grow. And the third is, yes, I think you have to look out for people to go out there and pitch your business in order to raise money, because, today raising money is far more possible than it was, let's say, about 40 years ago. If my mom or my grandmother wanted to run a business, they'll be just shooed off and told to just sit down, because nobody would support them, and also it would be an unearthly idea for them. Today, I think there are a large number of women across levels, including people like us, who are constantly making small and big investments in other people's businesses, because we've come away from that journey to an extent and know what it is to feel like completely helpless without the money. Does that mean we won't ask the important questions that are important for anybody who's investing money? No, of course we will. So I think there is a very sharp ecosystem now available that is at various levels of a woman entrepreneur's journey. And I say woman entrepreneur mostly because they tend to think of capital as a very big thing. I'm back on the foot to go and raise money myself. Am I nervous? Of course I am. But I do know that there are a large number of people that I have to try. So after 100 people I've met and pitched to, that's when I'm going to now start self-doubt. Because I'm like, first go make the effort.
That's awesome. And I want to also ask another question to you to add on to that. How do you know when to take an idea to execution?
No, that's a really good question. Let's start with that. Okay, we all have lots of ideas. How do you actually come together to filter it out to say, this one is the one I'm going after? And Shelly and I have been having this discussion for a bit. First, start with the consumer, always. Proof of concept is very critical. Is there a need? Is there if you are actually in the business of making products which can sell in small fairs, great. Please try it. Make a small batch of products, see if it's selling. If you are building technology platform, which we ended up creating, before we actually created the technology platform, we knew we had the expertise. So we went to clients and said, are you struggling with this problem? Can we be your consultants and help you solve this problem? And we solved the problem. We made money for them. We took a little bit of money for ourselves, and we raised capital, which we invested in building the technology platform. So first is there a need? Your proof of concept is very critical. Second is this need scalable? The point that we were discussing, is it scalable? And then when if it is scalable, what will it need? Will it need people? Will it need technology? Will it need just pure cost investment? Like, will you need to create an experiential store and so on? Now, if you're alone and if you're a first-time entrepreneur, my recommendation would be find an investor who has certain skill sets in addition to money. It could be your friend, it could be a family member, it could be somebody you trust. As a first-time entrepreneur, having somebody whom you can trust on, it could also be your first potential client, a large client. Like, it could be a large store which you are supplying goods to, or it could be because they can also help you financially, but also get customers to you, or be your technology users. I would say that is the first baby step to figuring out whether this works or not. Whether you take the case of Zomato or you take the case of a tech platform, they've all started with proof of concept. And that's very cheap and cheerful, as we call it, cheap and cheerful to make. Even when we make technology investments for Woot now, the first thing, our mandate is, please don't come and talk to us till you have spoken to 15 clients who are saying they have this problem, and if this particular solution was presented, they would actually become more loyal to us, spend more time with us, or spend money with us. So your customer comes first. That's how you decide which idea wins.
Then how to get the money.
Yes. Like I said, as far as the money is concerned, three things can work. Your credentials, your capability of having done something similar in a large organization. The second is your team, the team that you have put together that goes with it. And third is having a set of clients. If you have 2 out of 3, you will raise funds, 100%. And the first stop is family and friends. The second is the small angel investors, and now there are a lot of angel investors who have come together in groups to be able to provide funds. We have seen companies raising as low as 10 lakh rupees, 20 lakh rupees, to going as high as 1 crore also in the first round itself. But at that time, no one person wants to take that bet of 1 crore. So a lot of people can come together and put in 5 lakhs, 2 lakhs, even 1 lakh rupees. And you don't necessarily have to give away equity. Now there are platforms that are even coming together to provide debt to certain kinds of companies. So there's clubworks.com, there's giraffe.com. These are all entrepreneurs who have come into the lending space from financial services background. So there are a lot of options today that can democratize your access to capital.
And one of the biggest things, as an entrepreneur, you've got to persevere, because it's not going to be an easy ride. And I'd like both of you to talk about your journey, because Shelley, it's not been, because now when we look at you, we see the 1 million fans, we see this big growth story. But tell us a little bit about the tough times too.
So before 1 million, there was a time we were 1. And that's exactly how it all started. Literally stood up one day and said, okay, we're going to give this a shot. And then because I came from a position of a little bit of a public image, and people said, oh, listen, who leaves a very thriving job and suddenly decides to do something in the abyss of the digital world and wants to create impact with women who are so niche. And so I had to kind of really navigate a bunch of things. One is switching from journalism to entrepreneurship can really feel extremely sort of brusque when you are out there trying to get supporters. On the other hand, there's also talking about women and doing something about women, which itself, is like, oh, who does that? So that was my starting point. And then I started essentially building this platform from the core of storytelling. For me, content was something that was very important right through my entire journey, and it just turns out that now everybody's talking about how content sells things, right? Which was not even a conversation back then, that content was never leading to commerce. But I had always believed that, because I had seen that, when people sell cars, the fanciest of cars don't get bought unless the man in the house has the yes from his wife, sister, girlfriend, whoever. And I'm like, that is the power. That's just the purse. So, where is the confusion here? Nonetheless, for the first 4 years, it was very, very challenging to convince people that content, storytelling, influence, social media are really material things of today's world. But the last 3 years have actually been a much bigger reward in terms of what seems to have been an investment in the right space. An investment where we really, I have to add, we were a mean machine. We were extremely, extremely careful about how we were spending money. Because everything was hard earned, and that was sort of allowing us for survival. So the last 3-4 years we've thrived. We've not let COVID go wasted, for example. We upgraded technology, etc., and did a lot. But personally, to really sum up a long, difficult journey, as any entrepreneurs is, that it took a while to be able to take your own decision and then back it up by yourself, because people take time to trust you. And build a platform that would really change the landscape of how women in India think of themselves. So it's been a hard-earned journey, and I haven't done it alone. I have to thank my team for being with us through this.
Janpreet, to you, I would love to ask the misconceptions you face as a woman, an entrepreneur, a leader.
What kind of misconceptions? Give me an example.
No, are there any? Because a lot of people do fret and think that just because I'm a woman, I will not be given money. So are there those misconceptions, and how are they being broken down?
Actually, one of the most interesting ones that has got nothing to do with being an entrepreneur or in a leadership position is, am I the traveling parent or not? A lot of opportunities didn't come my way because people found it very difficult to believe that I'm the traveling parent. And they were like, but... And I said, that's exactly why I'm not getting this job or this opportunity or this client, right? Let me start from the most exciting ones that sit on my resume. Formula One was the project that came to Ernst & Young, and I remember my boss was sitting with me and this other colleague of mine and saying, so he was naturally talking to the man and saying, so we've won Formula One as a project. And I'm like, why aren't you looking at me? Right? I'm in the room. Why aren't you looking at me? And he said, but he's British and, they have seen Formula One. I said, but is he interested? That's the question. I'm interested in the architecture, putting together the entire tax requirement, everything. And so we became the central team. And we made 100 crores in one weekend in just ticketing revenues. And nobody speaks about it. Okay.
No, now we will. All of you have to spread this story.
There is just one thing I realized, okay, nothing comes on a platter. Whether it's in a job, I was in the job at the right place at the right time, I was still being ignored. There is another experience I had where I realized that the person who had to talk to me, and this is a media company, I don't want to name, he was my client and he wouldn't look at me. And they said, like, where is the senior person? And I'm like, okay, I get this. So I took these two very, very robust looking trainees. Man 1 to my left, man 2 to my right. And I said, we're going into this meeting. And they're like, but Janpreet, why are we going into this meeting? I said, all you have to do is look really intelligent, nod, and take notes. And they're like, okay, we'll figure this out. So I would ask a question, I would ask a question, they would give an answer looking at these men, and I would answer back. And it took them a week to understand what was happening. Until then they said, Janpreet, you can come on your own.
So
this is how you break the myths.
No, I know we are running out of time. One last question, Shelly. One of the big things in a business that you have to continuously evolve. So tell us about that. How do you keep growing? Because that is one of the big things that you can't stop.
So I think there are definitely two parts of growing. One is growing because the system needs to be changed, and therefore you have to elbow everybody out in the way you need to. Like Janpreet must have, like the examples she gave, so real, so true. But I think the other part of it is that, like, you have to constantly stay up with what your business needs, right? And in my case, for example, is like every other day there's a new social media, and I'm like, oh God, there's another one. And there's another one. And the point is that I can't stop, which is part of my business's demands, that I have to be in all social media. But another thing with a country like ours is that, we're not homogenous in that sense. You don't have to just be an English-speaking or a Spanish-speaking nation. You don't have to just offer a certain kind of, product to a certain market, which is pretty much the entire country. You are going from markets to market when you just move 3 states or 2 states, right? And you are building new spaces, new solutions with products and services. So I feel like in many ways, the way we keep up with growth is identifying and re-identifying and retinkering several times, in the course of our journey, because there is no such business model which starts at A and ends at A. It has to move constantly. So I would just say, like, reviewing a great deal is a big part of our existence.
So we've had a fun chat. We'd love to open it up to questions from all of you.
So there is, angel networks are different. Giraffe.com and clubworks.com are the two debt platforms which are giving you debt. I can give you the numbers of their founders separately. You can please reach out to them. Yeah, no, absolutely. Why not?
She also had a question, yeah?
Okay, we can hear you.
Yeah. Hi. Okay, great. Thank you so much, ladies, for sharing with us. I want you to please help with real life examples. So for example, Champrit, you had 2 failed businesses. One is enough to stop me. So what was it? How did you mentally and physically get up every single time? Because for us as women, once it's done, even your husband will say, just stay, I will feed you. So how did you navigate that? Okay, and also you started this, Shalil, yeah? You started this 7 years ago. 7 years ago, the trajectory of digital marketing did not even exist. Number one, you have to tell me the globe that you looked at and saw that idea. And how did you persevere through the whole evolution? And how have you just told us that you keep reviewing and changing in terms of the trend, so you've remained relevant. But how did it start and how did you persevere through when it was just 1 and now you're 1 million? Thank you.
I can. Financial freedom. That's the core answer, right? There's financial freedom and what you enjoy doing. For me, most people, when you ask them what you do, why you do it, is because they say, I love doing it. And then they don't talk about financial freedom. Or then they talk about financial freedom and they say, I'll do anything that gives me financial freedom. I want both. And that's what keeps driving me. So I had an idea, it failed, I went back, took a job. Then I had another idea, it failed, then I went back, took a job. And then I had another idea and I found a collaborator, it took off. And then I got a really good job too. So we decided that one of us could run the company and the other one could take up a job, and this way everyone pursues their dream, because my intent is not always to just make money out of the idea. It's just the fact that you had an idea and now it is an institution in itself is rewarding in itself to me. So that for me is maths.
If I may.
Yes, you are.
Lovely listening to both of you. I'd just like to hear from Sukriti about sipping thoughts. A little bit about yourself and that platform.
Oh, let Shelly finish because I will talk forever.
Okay, cool. Before I answer that, I just wanted to quickly answer the question that she had asked me about 7 years ago. So one of the things that made me work towards this platform was the fact that I was able to leave my job and feel that I had a job that I had earned enough to not be on the street for the next 2 years. So I think, I wouldn't say that's called a lot of money. It's just called money that you're comfortable with to take a risk. The other thing was that when I started this, or basically when I left mainstream television after 13 years, I was just 31. And when I decided to leave that, I just asked myself, if I don't take risks at 31, when will I take those risks? So I think I had to constantly go back to reminding myself that I was very fortunate to be in organizations which would let me be there till my retirement. But I did not want that, right? I did not want to get complacent. And that's why there were times when I actually just opted out of what was making me supremely comfortable, right? And so that was one thing. But the second thing, I think, from a perseverance point of view, was that I was very deeply passionate. And I believed that what I was seeing would see the light of day at some point, right? I mean, to me, it was just logical. 50% of this population is just wasted because nobody's paying attention to it. There has to be a business model here. It did take me a lot of time to tell people that don't think that women belong to the social responsibility department of your office. They belong to the CEO's office. But for that, I went to every opportunity like this to say that, and I stared at men in the room and I said, you, please, stand up and do something, you know.
So a little bit about sipping thoughts. So I too am like Chanpreet. You know, we used to have a joke. Gone to startup, be back soon. We were very, we were very sure. So I've done about 4 startups. So I've worked at many. So my last one was with Jagran New Media. I was the head of that. I created that from scratch. We created 4 number 1 digital properties, including Jagran.com, Only My Health, Jagran Josh. I was also managing Midday and many other big properties. But one of the things that we noticed, and I think Shelley will also say, that when we plan for our content, because at that point in time, 80% of our viewership, 85% were men. So all the content that used to percolate to the top was very male-heavy, male-centric. So even though we had very specific products that were focused on women, like Only My Health, we found that those male voices would kind of drive us down. So when I said I left that because it was a very good exit, so yes, I did have an exit, that I wanted to create something specifically for women where their voices would be heard and come out. And that was kind of the driving thing behind Sipping Thoughts. Their ideas, their thoughts, and that's why we even named it. Because women like to drink tea, mull over, you know, and really think about things. So that was also in the naming of our product.
My question is to both the panelists. You know, hearing you out, what comes to my mind is, what is that one factor 13, 15 years back that, you know, made you all such go-getters, so focused, with such a strong mind that this is what I want to do? Because if I heard it now from a new generation, it would sound very normal to me. But hearing it, I'm not saying that you belong to another generation, but what I meant was that basically that time it was more male-dominated, like she just said. So in that background, you know, having so much of clarity and saying, okay, this is it. So was it somebody in the family who mentored you all, or was it your upbringing, or was it, you know, a very open mindset that was there in your family and your community?
No, so yeah, I mean, we were brought up as 2 sisters, so sure. Yeah. Or money on your mind. I mean, to be honest, I just look at it that way.
Who created that money on your mind?
You know,
How did it come?
I think, okay, so very simply put, like many women who are raised in homes where some part of your household is extremely liberal and the other part is so conservative, you're like, I don't want to be on that side ever. So what's going to keep me on this side? Simply, you need to earn your own money. Money gives you the power to make choices and say no. And I think that was my first thing. I want to be able to say no. And that was so empowering, because you debate every day with your parents and like say, I want to do this. And they'll be, no, you're not allowed to do this, or you're allowed to do this. I'm like, what? Everybody has an opinion on you. You can have an opinion on yourself only and only and only and only if you have money to stand up of your own money, not the one that your fathers and brothers and husbands want to give you. Hey, this is my money, lay low. No, it's your money. And then you decide what to do with that money. I think, you know, I say this just as Chanpreet said, when she said the words financial freedom, I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Because that is really at the crux of why women are stuck in difficult places.
There's nothing to disagree there. I just want to share something. I could never have dreamt of being in this conversation with you, where I come from. I only had one small dream, that I didn't want to get married at 20. I wanted to live in an apartment where nobody else was living with me. And I wanted to have a phone. At 23, I had achieved my dream. And I was like, okay, now what next? And it took me a year to figure out what next. And then next. You just keep going with the task at hand. And As long as it makes you happy, it's fine. But yeah, my only agenda at 18 was to tell my father, I don't want to get married. It took me 2 years to tell him that. So just there are no big goals, just those small little achievements which make you happy. And no goal is a small goal, and no goal is a big goal. Whatever you achieve is yours.
So any more questions? Go ahead. We're keeping a time.
Persons in the same business. So this, I want to know, what is the difference being a female entrepreneurs we have faced that males are not facing? Just I want to understand from you all.
Well, I can tell you, I had kids later in life, so the first thing was, why would you want to leave your kids and go to work?
The thing with women is their life always enters their business according to the other side. They always have questions about non-business for
About
women.
how will you handle this? Will you get pregnant? Will you be able to handle my money?
नहीं, sorry, are we not getting your question? आपका question क्या है?
Actually, जैसे आपने कहा कि the business is mainly the male dominated. In the corporate sectors, this is dominated by male. So since you all are the leading in your sectors, business domain, you are doing well.
Yeah.
So what is the difference when the male is doing in that business domain and as women you are doing, then where in terms of competition or in terms of having reached to the market landscape like that?
मैं आपको बताती हूँ जो मुझे सबसे बड़ा डिफरेंस लगता है. जब मैं कोई नया आइडिया देती हूँ, मुझे उसको जस्टिफाई करना पड़ता है. जब आदमी कोई नया आइडिया देता है, उसके लिए तालियां बजती हैं और बोलते हैं वाओ क्या सोच है, कमाल ही कर दिया आपने. एंड आई हैव टू से, मुझे पूछा जाता है डेटा क्या है, उसकी सैंटिटी क्या है, किधर आपने प्रूफ ऑफ कॉन्सेप्ट किया है. ये आपका स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट नीचे है. लेकिन हमें मेहनत करने की आदत है और हमें ना सुनने की भी आदत है और हमें हिलने की आदत नहीं है. यही हमारा सक्सेस है. Sorry. So my point was the difference between how men and women leaders are treated is that they have to justify and provide proof for every new idea that they propose. We have to work harder to get a buy-in. I don't know if that's how you felt. Whether it is in raising funds, whether it is in socializing an idea, whether it is in innovation, which is why I love what I do, because I innovate every day. And I don't care what you think about it because I'm going to make a success out of it. So.
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's again have a huge round of applause for these very successful women.
Thank you for having us here.
Thank you so much, who have, I'm sure today, motivated so many more to reach their goals and achieve success. Once again, we thank them for being here with us and for sharing their success stories. Of course, always, always, always success stories are a big motivation for all of us to do much more than what we are doing today. So thank you to all three of you. Once again, inviting Dr. Rajni Agarwal to do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude. And we would like to begin with our successful and good-looking moderator, Ms. Sukriti Gupta. To Ms. Chanpreet Arora. And to Ms. Shaili Chopra. And let's have a group photograph. So ladies and gentlemen, while we are having that photograph, we had few announcements for all our participants. Firstly, like yesterday, we would like to do away with tea right now because we've just had our lunch and I think we can do with our next session. and club the tea break with the business matching sessions. Do you all agree? Can we see hands for that? Yeah. So we straight away move to the next session. And just give us a moment while we arrange the stage for the next session. Thank you. Can we? So, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is on generating leadership and skills development for entrepreneurship. So, ladies and gentlemen, without wasting any more time, I would like to invite our distinguished moderator for this session, Ms. Salima Ahmed, who is President, Bangladesh Women Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Let's put our hands together to welcome Ms. Salima Ahmed. Inviting Ms. Mohana Datta, who is Chairperson, MDS Indocan Inc. I would request all our participants, delegates to kindly take their seats, mobile phones put onto silent mode. Ms. Mohana Datta, may I invite you, ma'am, to kindly grace the stage. Inviting Ms. Pramila Acharya Rizal, President, South Asian Women Development Forum, Nepal. Inviting Ms. Ayodeji Mekbope, ABWCI Country President, Nigeria. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am. And we have a video presentation by Mr. Gary Schunegger, who is founder of the Entrepreneurial Learning Initiative in this session. Do we have Ms. Mahua Datta here with us from Nepal? So, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to begin with the proceedings of this session, Generating Leadership and Skills Development for Entrepreneurship, which is being moderated by Ms. Salima Ahmed. She is Member of Parliament, Bangladesh, and President, Bangladesh Women Chamber of Commerce and Industry, is a Member of Parliament, an entrepreneur, and a business leader, the President and founder of BWCCI and Vice Chairperson of Nitol Niloy Group, is an activist who promotes democracy, gender equality, anti-corruption, and women entrepreneurship. We have with us Ms. Pramila Acharya Rizal, who is President, South Asian Women Development Forum, Nepal. And Ms. Ayodeji is ABWCI Country President, Nigeria. Started her journey into entrepreneurship after a 20-year-long career as a secretary. Ms. Ayo has become a motivational speaker, conference speaker, mentor, and role model today, and she is an ambassador of the 10,000 Women Initiative. She was a speaker at the Clinton Global Initiative in New York with world leaders in attendance and has also addressed the annual general meeting of Goldman Sachs in New York, both in the year 2009. She is the convener of the Grace Ladies Business Fellowship, an initiative she set up 10 years ago to mentor, inspire, and build female entrepreneurs, and is also one of the founding trustees of Mose Jet Foundation. And ladies and gentlemen, we will have a video presentation by Mr. Gary Schuniger during the session, who is an author, founder, speaker, and internationally recognized thought leader in entrepreneurial mindset, education, training, and counseling. Is the founder and CEO of the Entrepreneurial Learning Initiative USA, is also co-author along with Pulitzer nominee Clifton Tolberry of Who Owns the Ice House and 8 Life Lessons from an Unlikely Entrepreneur. So with those words of introduction, I hand over to our moderator, Ms. Salima Ahmed. Ma'am, over to you for your opening remarks and for the proceedings.
A very good afternoon to you all. Let me first thank FIWE for bringing all of us here. So big clap for FIWE and our friend PBWCI and definitely Nagesh, who is a long-time friend where I can never say no. This topic is very close to my heart. Entrepreneurship, skill development, and leadership. I was married when I was 16 years old. And my son was born when I was only 17 years old. And one thing was in my mind all the time, that how I can be economically empowered. Because I've seen that how helpless our mothers, grandmothers, or neighbors, that not having money in their own pocket and having decisions which was given by their brothers or father or husband. So that always taunted me. So when I was married and already have a son, I continued my education. I did my honors and masters. So what next? Job, balancing home and family, and workplace, it was tough. But I also wanted to make money. I wanted to earn money because without money, that voice will be voiceless. And I never ever wanted to be voiceless. Not even in my home, not even in my society, not even in the country. So I started business first on my own with my friends. And later on, I joined with my husband, who is an Oxford graduate. And we started with $500. And now we are one of the highest taxpayers in the country. So in that journey, I realized that entrepreneurship is one of the way of women's empowerment and how I can bring more women into that arena. So I found the Bangladesh Women Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And now we have more than 9,000 entrepreneurs as our member. But this organization is really dynamic organization. It has a full secretariat of 38 staff. We have researchers, we have economists, we have gender specialists, we have our own purchased apartment. We are now building an 8-story training institute. On that journey, I was also trying to find out that how women can be more come into leadership. Political leadership is one of the way. So I was thinking that, mostly women cannot come into leadership because you need money. And entrepreneurs has at least little money. So, and I always say money talks. So I was working with the grassroots women entrepreneurs that why don't you run into the lowest tier of the political arena, like being a member in your ward commissioner or, like that, or a Upajila chairman, not as a member of parliament. And I worked with the Women's Democracy Network of International Republican Institute in USA. And there I found that leaders are not born, leaders are actually developed. So we see so many leaders and I thought, oh, he has born like this. Actually, no, not. Situation and environment allows someone or make that person leader. But for leadership, you need to have a mountain trail. If you want to, you have to draw a mountain, you know better, Himalaya. So if you want to go to the peak of the Himalaya, you have to walk like that and you have to do a strategy like that. But if you want to be in the middle of the mountain, you have to plan also like that. You have to do a strategy like that. And entrepreneurship is what? Entrepreneurship is to take a risk and make profit. That's what we know whenever we say about what is an entrepreneur. Entrepreneur is a, to make money or to just take a risk and profit. But when we are talking of the skills and entrepreneur, that's the difference, especially for women entrepreneurs. Because what we do, we start a business, take a risk, and we want to make profit. But we don't have any strategy. We don't have a business plan. We don't do break-even analysis. We don't do SWOT analysis. What is my strength, weakness, and opportunity threat? We don't know. We totally fall in love with our product. Not knowing what our customers need. Not knowing the market. So you have to do your sales forecast. And how do you do it? If you want to do, suppose in this area, you want to make a laundry shop, you need to know how many laundries are there and what prices they are selling, what services they are giving, and what unique thing you can develop so that people come to you, not to that laundry shop, right? So these are the things, I think, with respect to all of us, we miss it. And that's why many women entrepreneurs has fallen down. And that is why skill development is very important. And the best part is, even an uneducated, she has never studied. Educationally, she has never studied. But if you give her training on skill, she can do miracles. That we have seen. I know an entrepreneur who used to make, I gave you a bag, that one. She used to make in a very remote village, and I took her in a trade fair. She didn't know how to fasten her, seat belt, boarding card, nothing. I took her with her. She participated, and 2-3 times she participated in different trade fairs. And one day she said, "I am participating in Bari, Italy trade fair." "You are going there?" "Yes." And next time I found she is leading and taking 2-3 women with her. So how you did that? Because I took her to Cambodia, I took her to Bangkok, and I just said, what to do? I said, just look. Just look at the product. Just look and take the idea and make product in an international way, not the way you love it. You just want to do it. So that is why entrepreneurship skill development is important, and entrepreneurs are leaders because they lead the way. And that is why leadership and entrepreneurship are very close to each other. I am very happy today to have one of my very close associate friends, Pramila Acharya Rizal, from President South Asian Women Development Forum, Nepal. She is going to talk, and also, how do I Aldeji from ABWCI, Country President, Nigeria. So they are also going to talk about it. So I'll start first with you, Pramila.
Thank you, Shalima. It's always nice being with her and hearing her. I've heard her many, many times. This is not the first time. and she always has very interesting and exciting stories. Regarding leadership skills, as Salima just mentioned, that leadership is something you acquire. I think many of us in this hall, if we look back 20 years back, I don't think we had that level of confidence and that leadership skills as we have now. You know, when we were told to speak and when we were sent to the platform, you know, we knew that something was not correct within ourselves. So it's experience and exposure. It's very important. You know, this just changes you. You don't realize it actually. You don't even realize the level where you've reached over the years. So leadership is something that you acquire, but you have to have a vision. That's extremely important, you know. Just want to share some stories. I have seen quite a number of women leaders. Some are average, some fail. They get the position, but they fail. Some just continue, you know, doing successful leadership, you know, ways of growing the organization or whatever it is. And when we talk about leadership, let's not just limit it to only development sector, only to organizations. Leadership is the same, whether it's business, whether it's a corporate house, or whether you're in the development sector. And for that, you have to be a visionary. That's very important. That's what my experience is. You know, many business leaders I have seen are women leaders, even those who are in the development sector. They just say, oh, I am going to take this position for 2 years. So as long as I can sustain this organization for 2 years, it's fine. That's not how you should, you know, be a leader. You should leave something. You know, you have to lead a legacy. We can't leave anything else in life besides a legacy. You can't take anything with you. So that is something that you have to learn, and for that you have to be a visionary. So to become a visionary, that means you have to have a shared vision. That's very important. That's what I have learned over the years, that I have to be with groups, with women leaders with whom I share the same vision. They understand the vision and we together work on it. That's very important. And to me, some of the main skills to be a leader is you have to have the capacity and the patience to hear. Many leaders I have noticed, you know, that they're very good leaders, you know, in taking the lead, but they don't have the patience to hear. You have to have that ear to listen to others, because then you get a different perspective. So if you want to become a leader, you have that skills to listen to your colleagues and to listen to what they are saying, because you also realize that actually you share the same idea. Till you don't hear, you don't know, you think you are the only one who's carrying this great idea. But there are many around who have wonderful ideas. So the other thing I also believe is that, you know, ownership is very important. It's very good to assign responsibilities, but if there's no ownership, it doesn't belong to anybody. Until you don't have that ownership, then there's no growth. You cannot think of dreaming big. So ownership is very important, whether it's in the development sector, whether it's in your business. And we must not have different principles. You know, I believe that you have to have the same principle, whether in the development sector, whether it's your private enterprise. You have to have that commitment, you have to have that passion, and you have to be very, very honest. Honesty is something not everybody is willing to buy, because not everybody likes to hear facts. So I think honesty is something, you know, you have to have it in your system. And when I talk about ownership, I have seen Salima have that ownership in whatever she does. And I think that's why she's a very well-known and a very successful leader in her own country. Without that ownership, I remember when I met Salima, say about 15 years back, I think. I don't remember, 12 years back. And we were just talking, and that was the first time I met her. So she mentioned about the women chambers and what she wants to do. And 16 years later, she's again on it, but it's a larger picture. So how did that happen? Because the ownership, the loyalty, the honesty, and the commitment was there. So I think these are the things that keeps us going, and these are the things that we have to value and make it part of our system. Well, the last thing is that what I have always believed in is that we have to see others also become leaders. You know, it's very nice to compliment each other, but it's not good to be competitive, unhealthy competition. That's where we fail. You know, when somebody compliments you, you're very happy. Oh, you're a wonderful person, you're doing very well. But the moment your colleagues are also complimented, it's like a threat. I think that is a culture we have to come out of it. If you're a real leader, you have to create more leaders. What happens then? If only you have one leader, you take that, and then there are no leaders to take it forward. So continuity is very important also. So if you want to leave a legacy, continuity is very important, building leadership is very important, and creating very good values for the incoming leadership is important. Thank you very much. That's what my belief and experience is all about, and that's what I wanted to share with you all.
How much time actually we have? Can someone tell me? Okay. Yeah, perfect. So now we are going to hear from our friend from Nigeria. Especially I'm very, very close to you because she's our ABWCI country president. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Selima and Rizal. It looks as if you looked into my notes because I have the same talking points. Let me start by saying a big thank you to Dr. Rajni for this invitation. I'm so glad to be here, all the way from Nigeria, representing ABWCI. It's such an honor to be here. Thank you so much. And it's been an amazing session, listening to all the women and the men, by the way. I'm going to be looking at entrepreneurship and leadership from two perspectives. I'm going to start with my story. You know, 15 years ago, I would never have imagined that I would be in a room like this. My life was such that I was in pain. I was living a life of regrets. I was looking at everybody as if they were better than I was. I felt that I was a latecomer. I was 40, had no clue about where I was going, talk less of having a business or even being a leader. But I had a sense of dissatisfaction inside of me. I knew that I could do better, even though I didn't know how to navigate my way. I suddenly began to look at the strong women around me, and I saw that what they had was resilience, what they had was faith, what they had was courage. And so I decided to look inwards, and I took a step of faith. I stepped out of paid employment, and I started a business. I started my business with $4. I started by literally hawking a local bean cake in Nigeria. However, I needed to start what you call self-leadership. I needed to start believing in myself. I needed to forget the pain of the past, the regrets, all the forces that had worked against me. And I needed to take advantage of the little I had in my hands. That was 15 years ago. Today, 15 years after, I've built a thriving business, and I'm still building the thriving business. I am happy that I'm leading women who also are looking at themselves and are believing in themselves. Nigeria is a country with great potentials, but yet developing. And what we have come to terms with is that the best environment to thrive is in an environment where discoveries are still being made. And so when we come to environments like this that share like values with us, it becomes very, very encouraging and very convincing that indeed we can be better. Entrepreneurship is all about taking risks and doesn't end there, making sure we make profit. And so that was my goal, and it's still my goal. And as we gather in this conference, especially with that fireside chat we had, listening to the women's successful stories, how they've remained resilient, how they've remained resilient, how they've remained consistent, how they've remained innovative, that continues to be the recipe of good leadership, self-leadership, and progress. And so women are beginning to be bold. And I must celebrate the men who believe in us, especially the men on ABWCI. And I am really, really very, very intentional about this. When my profile was being read, mention was made about Goldman Sachs. When we have organizations like Goldman Sachs, we have organizations like ABWCI, who see women as a necessary tool for national development, then we begin to see that women begin to maximize their potentials and contribute to nation building. So we're no longer limited to the kitchen, neither are we limited to the background. We're not limited to the bedroom. We have become a force to be reckoned with. And so when you have a critical mass of your population being productive, of course, it eventually reflects on the economy of your nation. It's a gradual process, but I can say certainly concerning Nigeria that the multitude is increasing, the multitude of women who are going into entrepreneurship and who are having a voice is increasing by the day. And as we continue to have conferences like this, where we hear inspiring speeches, and not just speeches, we hear inspiring life experiences, women who have gone through different seasons in their lives and come to share with us, then we know that not only is our generation going to be blessed, the generations coming after us are also hopeful. And so, in rounding this off, I want to mention that consistency becomes very, very vital in our thrive for good leadership. We can't remove the place of innovation. Innovation is critical in everything we do. And that is why women need opportunities to be able to scale up. One of the challenges we have in our economy today is that women start businesses, they grow businesses, and then they plateau. Why? It's difficult to scale up. Why? Because there are lots of odds stacked against them. Biases, you don't have a property to your name, you're a woman, you can't do this, you can't go this far. Or sometimes we as women also limit ourselves. But with innovation and with an enabling environment, you find out that step by step we begin to break the obstacles that confront us and we emerge as the critical mass that we are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big hand for Pramila and Adeji. So, what we are going to do, we have time, so we can have more interactive, conversation. I just want to say one thing that, I told you about the Women's Chamber, I told you a little about myself. But, taking an opportunity in the right place, right time is also very important. Like, I was in my constituency, which is my paternal place. So we have two parties. One is Awami League and another is BNP. And Awami League is present, holding the power, or they are ruling the government. So I remember in 2015, I went there and I found that Awami League never bagged that seat, never. So I thought that there is an opportunity because, getting from a political party is very tough. But none got that seat. So it's very, easy, or you get an access. So I went to the Prime Minister and I said, I want to run for it. So she looked at me and said, you want to run for it? I said, yeah, no one backed that seat. So why don't you take that risk? Because you don't lose anything. But if I can get it, then you get the seat. So she didn't say, she said, okay, you work for it. So I got the seat. I got the nomination. I bagged that seat for Awami League for the first time after liberation. And I'm the only woman parliamentarian in that district. So these are the way we make history, because we also need to learn the opportunity and look to see that whether at this period of time I can fit or not. If I don't fit, I have to wait, or I have to take a bypass route and then wait for that. So this is also very important in entrepreneurship and leadership. So do you want to add more, or let us open the floor and see how things goes. So who wants to, yes, please, introduce yourself.
Husbands to let go of you, because family members don't want to let a woman, outside the ghera or the boundary of a family. Husbands don't like being challenged in their home space. Mothers-in-law don't like losing her unpaid help. The children also want, suddenly, they have all kinds of demands. They may not be bothered about the mother, but suddenly, they become very emotional. So what will I do when you're not at home? Who will get to do my homework? There's so many demands being created on you. So ma'am, how did you overcome that and get into public life? You were very young. You must have been conditioned, may not have been very confident. So how did you overcome these obstacles and barriers?
In life, you get what you believe that you deserve. So if you think that you deserve something, you will get it. So that is very important.
Practical approach.
Yeah, that is very pain. Definitely we have pain, but we have to overcome that. And Pramila is going to add.
Okay. All right, let me just, okay, sorry.
Regarding your question, I just want to say that though I was, given very good education opportunities and a fair level of exposure from my father, but he had a set mind that it was not necessary for me to work, get involved, or do anything, because he could provide everything that was necessary. So if I was in a more progressive society that time, I could have just inherited a career, which my father had, a flourishing career. But because, of the patriarchal system, that women should get educated, women should be kind of, when somebody asked, what does your daughter do? Then, my daughter is qualified, she's studied in this college or whatever. So I had to invent a career, you see. I couldn't inherit a career which was in the family. I had to come out of it because it was for the sons. I know it sounds a little bit outdated in today's context, but I'm just telling you that many times when there's a career sitting at home, the girls don't think about it as building a career there itself. You just feel that it belongs to your brothers. So I invented a new career which was so different from what I was and how I was brought up. I got into the development sector. It's not a career, but it was just out of choice. And when I entered that sector, I found it extremely amazing, interesting, and exciting. Just the thought that there are so many women, who want to do something. There are so many women who want to bring about changes in their lives. And I started getting to meet such a huge group of women that little did I know that I would be having friends all over South Asia, like-minded women. So it's very important also to invent your own career. And because I did this before marriage, you talked about, husband not allowing. But when I met my husband, his first condition was that I want an independent woman in my life. I want somebody who's already doing something. So he had already, liked my identity for what I was. So I did not have to change what I had achieved before. See, I haven't done, but I invented. I didn't know that I had that skills in me. So I think these are things that you acquire also.
You're good, ma'am.
Yeah. So
You're getting past your past pains and all must have taken a lot of doing. So how did you do it? Meditation, spirituality, help from divine intervention?
Maybe work.
Wow. So,
work,
thank you.
entrepreneurship.
Thank you so much. One of the things I say is that entrepreneurship is spiritual.
Yeah.
It is deeply spiritual. Now, back to marriage. I've been married for 29 years. 29 years. When I got married, I was that little girl who didn't have a university degree, who just had a typing and shorthand certificate. I was a secretary in a school, very humble, very subservient, no problems. But when I began to have a dissatisfaction, like she said, what you deserve, you will get it. You will fight for it. So when I began to have a dissatisfaction, I began to make moves. The first hurdle I needed to cross was to tell my husband. Now, before telling my husband, there was no rock in the boat. But when I told him, because of the way he had seen me, which I believe I'm very lucky over, because of the way he had seen me support the family even with the little I had, he was convinced that, oh yeah, go out there and you can make it. And so I stepped out. But the icing on the cake. My first customer was my sister-in-law. So talking about in-laws, women have what you call deep wisdom. And it's so important for us to use that card. It's not every battle you bring out a gun over. There is a wisdom to fight that does not require a gun. It doesn't require a sword. It doesn't require a bomb. It just requires you being very wise. And that was what I did. She was my first customer, and my family have supported me all the way. And you asked, what do I do? What's outside the physical? Certainly, everybody has a faith. You have what you believe in. I have what I believe in. I pray. Do you understand? And so that also continues to help me, because there has to be a balance. There is a mindset shift that we need to have. And most times, we find out that we can't get it within ourselves. And so that's why we meditate. That's why we pray. That's why we do the different things we do, because we know of our own when we're not enough. And so every one of us must look deep inwards. Where do we get our strength from? So have a source. If our sources are physical, that's why I tell the women I lead, don't put your faith in your husband. That does not mean don't listen to your husband. That does not mean don't respect your husband. That does not mean don't feed your husband. But hey, it's too much to put all your desires on one person. How? How do you do that? It's too much. He has his own issues too. So you have to look outside what gives me strength. And at the end of the day, today we're all happy. And I'm able to come here because he believes in me. And so we keep going on.
Thank you. So next, anyone? Any question? So I think we need to end. I'd like to say, first of all, thank you both. And thank you, the audience. I think you are very good listening to all of us. In life, actually, we, not only women, I think, as a human being, we need to dream and we have to keep hoping. And not only you dream, but you have to strategize. You have to set your goal and strategize, and sometimes your route will be different according to your nature of work, but you have to deroute it and again make another new strategy. So Always life is full of strategy, and that's the way we are sitting here today. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once again for that wonderful session. In fact, a very motivating session we had, and sharing these three empowered women, I should say, of today, who have shared their success stories. And to do the honors of presenting the mementos, may I invite Professor Akhilesh Sharma, Assistant Professor ISID, to kindly do the honors of presenting a token of gratitude to all our three eminent speakers here. So, and yes, and we have a video presentation also, ma'am. If you could just stay back for, or you can come in the front and then we can have the video, sir. Sharma sir, may I request you to kindly do the honors? Sir, can you present the mementos, please? Miss Ayo, Miss Pramila, and to Miss Ahmed. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be running a video by Mr. Gary Schoinger, founder, Entrepreneurial Learning Initiative from USA. And ladies and gentlemen, after the video presentation, we have the tea break and the business matching centers. We have arranged the tables in the dining area where the tables have been marked according to the topics of the business matching. Whichever table suits you, you can go and be seated there and interact with all other people. So now the video presentation.
Everyone, welcome. My name is Gary Schoinger. I'm the founder and CEO of the Entrepreneurial Learning Initiative. We're the world's leading provider of entrepreneurial mindset education, training, and professional development programs. It's an honor to speak with you today, and I'm also proud to announce our global partnership with Pradeepam Academy as our partner in India. So welcome. What I'd like to speak to you about today is an embracing an entrepreneurial mindset. As we all know, the world has changed in ways that now require everyone to think like an entrepreneur. After all, entrepreneurs are resilient and resourceful. They're creative and critical thinkers who can identify and solve problems in resource-constrained circumstances where the path is not clear and the rules are not yet well defined. In other words, there is unlimited global demand for those who can think like an entrepreneur. So the big questions are, how do entrepreneurs recognize opportunities that the rest of us seem to overlook? And where do they get the resourcefulness and the resilience that enables them to succeed? And above all, what are the underlying beliefs and assumptions that guide their behavior? So this is a journey I've been on for more than 30 years, trying to deconstruct the mindset of the everyday entrepreneur. How do people who have no particular advantage in life manage to alter their place in the socioeconomic strata? Well, they do that by being entrepreneurial. This journey has taken me all over the world. I've interviewed hundreds and hundreds of everyday entrepreneurs. It's a process that has changed my life. It's a process that has impacted thousands of people, tens of thousands of students around the world, thousands of leaders, academic, organizational leaders around the world. I'd like to share with you today some of the most important learnings that came from this work. So the first thing I observed in entrepreneurs is they're driven by choice rather than by circumstances. When you interview an entrepreneur, what we hear very early and very often is some articulation of a vision. There's something compelling on the horizon that they're striving for. They're choosing their direction in life rather than allowing their circumstances to dictate. It's a very, very important lesson. And what we know from the research is that when our minds are oriented towards a positive future, we gain access to problem-solving abilities that are not otherwise available to us. The second thing we noticed is that entrepreneurs tend to see problems as opportunities. And this is perhaps one of the most profound takeaways from our work. When we look at entrepreneurs, what they're doing is they're looking for problems to solve. They see problems as opportunities, and they're operating on an unconscious assumption that by solving problems for others, we can empower ourselves. That's really the fundamental shift that requires empathy, which I think is why women have an advantage when it comes to this aspect of being entrepreneurial. Requires this pro-social, the understanding of human needs. The third thing that we observed is that entrepreneurs tend to be action-oriented. They're not spending a lot of time writing business plans and conducting in-depth market research. They learn by doing through a process of micro-experimentation and adaptation. And this is really a hidden secret. It's this micro-experimenting that enables the entrepreneur to tease out opportunities that are hiding in plain sight. The fourth observation is that these entrepreneurs, they're not always the best students, but they seem to be always learning. But the point is, they're not necessarily learning through traditional means. They're learning from books, from audio books, from YouTube videos, from social networks. They're learning from their own experiments. The point is, they're constantly learning, unlearning, and relearning. The fifth observation is that they seem to be very resourceful. They understand how to use what they have and to start where they are to get where they want to go. They don't spend a lot of time focusing on what they don't have. They don't spend a lot of time focusing on all the barriers, on all the obstacles. They start where they are, they use what they have to get where they want to go. Now, another way to think about this is they invest their discretionary time, thought, and resources in the margin, in their spare time. They're investing their discretionary time, thought, and resources, efforts in learning how to make themselves more useful to more people. We also notice that they become very reliable. They build what we would call in business, they learn how to build a brand. And a lot of people think that branding is just about, creating some image. But at its core, branding is about being reliable. It's about people trusting you. And by building this reputation of reliability, we see that entrepreneurs learn to generate luck. The reliability builds and builds and builds, and people start coming to them, and word of mouth spreads. And this simple secret, this relentless focus on the other, enables them to transform a simple idea, like a coffee shop, into a global empire called Starbucks. Another really important observation that we took away from our research is that they immerse themselves in entrepreneurial communities. And this is very, very important. The power of these social networks. They immerse themselves in a community of practice. And as we know, the rising tide lifts all boats. right? They share knowledge and support with each other that helps them move and advance their ideas. And lastly, what we see is a very high degree of persistence. We see this resilience in entrepreneurs. And now we know from the research that resilience comes from what psychologists call an optimistic explanatory style. What it comes down to is the story we tell ourselves. If we tell ourselves when we reach a challenge or a difficulty, if we tell ourselves, well, this always happens, this is permanent, this is personal, this is pervasive, that pessimistic explanatory style will undermine our ability to succeed. By contrast, if we're telling ourselves we've got to find a way, if we can learn from our mistakes and optimistically interpret adversity, we gain the upper hand. The research actually shows that people who optimistically interpret adversity become they become healthier, happier, and stronger than people who've never suffered adversity in the first place. So in conclusion, what I'd like to say is this. To the aspiring entrepreneurs in the audience today, my message is very simple. We've got to find a way in spite of the obstacles. We've got to stop blaming our circumstances and looking outside of ourselves. And we have to look within. We have to recognize that a mindset is a belief system. And it's a belief system that is perfectly designed to create the outcomes that it creates. To the academic and organizational leaders and policymakers who may be listening, we also must recognize the innate untapped potential that is hiding in plain sight. We must also recognize the extent to which other directed, routinized learning and work environments tend to inhibit the development of entrepreneurial attitudes, behaviors, and skills. And lastly, the message I want you to take away from this is very simple. The entrepreneurial spirit is the human spirit. It's not just in some of us, it's in all of us. And while not everyone may want to start a business, we're all intrinsically driven to be engaged in work that matters, to want to solve problems for other people, and to see our efforts lead to a path to a better life. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. If you want to learn more about our programs, our learning systems, please reach out to our partners at Pradeepam Academy at pradeepamacademy.com. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome. My name is Gary Schoninger. I'm the founder and CEO.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We now invite all of you to kindly join us for a cup of tea and coffee and for the Business Matching Center sessions, which are organized at the lunch area. And we have marked the tables with the different topics of business matching. You may be seated on the table, whichever suits you. Thank you for your participation. And ladies and gentlemen, I would request everybody to be back and be seated by 6:15, as we have the award presentation ceremony from 6:30 p.m. onwards, where the Honorable Minister of MSME would be gracing this occasion of award presentation ceremony, would be giving away the awards and addressing all the participants of this conference. Thank you.
पुलपिट्स के अंदर भी और कॉलेजेस में भी मैं इंग्लिश में पढ़ाता हूँ। तो मेरा कहने का मतलब है कि जो ये, और ख़ास करके मैं हम्बल बैकग्राउंड के बच्चों को जब देखता हूँ छोटे छोटे शहरों से, तो उनको जब मैं पढ़ाने चाहता हूँ तो आई डोंट चार्ज एनी फीस, बट आई इंस्पायर एंड आई गिव देम ए कॉन्फिडेंस कि जब मैं कर सकता हूँ तो आप भी कर सकते हैं। ओके, सो दैट इज़ माई फर्स्ट लर्निंग टू द यूथ ऑफ टुडे कि डोंट फील चाहे कि दिल्ली वालों ने MBA किया है, वो सेंट कोलम्बस स्कूल के पढ़े हुए हैं या सेंट स्टीफन्स के पढ़े हुए हैं, हम उनके सामने कुछ नहीं है, आप उनसे भी ज़्यादा हैं। क्योंकि जो गांव और छोटे शहरों के बच्चे हैं उसमें सीखने की, बड़ा बनने की जलन है अंदर, वो बनना चाहते हैं, है ना। तो ये एक चीज़ है। सेकेंडली एक जो है, मैं अपने यूथ को ये बताता हूँ कि व्हेन आई वाज 52 years old आई वाज पेनीलेस। मेरे पास एक पैसा नहीं था, जहाँ कॉन्टेसा कार थी, ड्राइवर था, घर का सारा कुछ था परमात्मा का दिया हुआ, और एक दिन ऐसा हुआ कि मैं बिल्कुल पेनीलेस यूं करके ड्रॉप हो गया। मैं बसों के, देन 8 months आई वाज लाइंग एट होम। तो मेरी वाइफ ने मेरे से बोला, वो भी काम करती थी कॉर्पोरेट में, कि आप सारी उम्र अपने विद्यार्थियों को, अपने कोलीग्स को ट्रेनिंग देते आए हो, तो आप ट्रेनर क्यों नहीं बन जाते। अब आप देखिए दोस्तों कि जब मैं नौकरी मांगने जाता था तो लोग खड़े हो जाते थे कि सर आपके अंडर हमने काम किया है, हम कैसे आपको अपने अंडर रख लें। बिजनेस शुरू करने के लिए मेरे पास पैसे नहीं थे, तो मैं ट्रेनर बन गया। और डिफेंस कॉलोनी से मतलब मैं जाता था रिंग रोड से बस लेकर, अगर आप दिल्ली से वाकिफ हों तो धोला कुआं से मिनी बस लेकर बॉर्डर पर, और जहाँ मारुति फैक्ट्री जाने के लिए, और वहाँ से जो 10-20-15 लोगों का लोडेड 3-wheeler नहीं चलता, उसमें लटक कर मैं ट्रेनिंग देने जाता था। 5 ट्रेनिंग्स ए डे, 1500 रुपये एक दिन का मुझे मिलता था, वो मेरी अर्निंग थी। जैपनीज़ को मेरी ट्रेनिंग बहुत पसंद आई, उन्होंने पूरे मंथ की ट्रेनिंग शुरू कर दी। फिर धीरे धीरे नाम फैलता गया, इंडियन रिटेल स्कूल ने मुझे लिया, पर्ल एकेडमी ऑफ फैशन ने मेरे को ट्रेनिंग में दिया, फिर रिलायंस ग्रुप चोज मी एज हेड ऑफ रिटेल एंड हॉस्पिटैलिटी ट्रेनिंग। और वो फिर आई वाज आल्सो फैकल्टी विद लैंडमार्क एजुकेशन। और वो करते करते जो है फिर मैं अपना 20 साल हो गए मुझे ट्रेनिंग सेक्टर के अंदर, और अब मैं अपना कर रहा हूँ, और बहुत दया है ऊपर वाले की। तो मैं अपने यूथ को ये सिखाता हूँ कि जब 52 साल की उम्र में ज़ीरो होकर मैं दोबारा उठ सकता हूँ, तो तुम तो अभी 21 या 25 साल के हो। रिजेक्शन कहीं होता है, होने दो, 1 बार 2 बार फेल हो गए ना, कोई बात नहीं, बट व्हाट इज योर पैशन, व्हाट यू अचीव इन लाइफ, डू इट एंड यू विल गेट इट वन डे। सो दैट इज, एंड इन माई फैमिली आई हैव 2 sons, बोथ आर वेल सेटल्ड। मेरे 2 ग्रैंड चिल्ड्रन हैं, आर्याना और नील, एक 7 साल की, एक 5 साल का, और हम दोनों मियाँ बीवी नोएडा में रहते हैं। वी ऑल आर हैप्पी। And one thing more that I share with with everybody, वो कहते हैं, बात हुई, कहते हैं, मैंने कहा मेरी 3 वाइफ हैं, तो वो चौंक जाते हैं। 4 वाइफ हैं तो चौंक जाते हैं कि आपकी 4 वाइफ हैं। मैंने कहा हाँ। मैंने कहा पहली जो है लर्निंग, मेरी एजुकेशन इज़ माई फर्स्ट वाइफ, माई प्रोफेशन इज़ माई सेकंड वाइफ, और अगर मैं सेकंड वाइफ नहीं होती तो थर्ड वाइफ ने आना ही नहीं था, जिससे मेरे बच्चे हैं। और 4th वाइफ है जो मेरे, अब जो मेरा पैशन है, opening an NGO and serving the society, because give it back, pay it forward, that's my motto is. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. That was indeed very motivating. It is always motivating to hear somebody who has faced a situation, come out of it, and has become successful, whether it's a man or a woman. So it's equally important for that motivational address or success story sharing for each one of us. And may I now invite you, ma'am, a budding entrepreneur. I'm sorry, ma'am, I don't know your name. You would like to share your journey? Okay. Ma'am, what about you, ma'am? A few words. That will be nice. So we would like to know about you then. That's okay. Yeah. That's okay. Hindi, English mix, that would do. Huh. And next, I would like to invite all those are young participants sitting there. You all are from where? Wonderful. So why don't you would like to, one of you would like to come and share your experience? Anyone? Please, please come, please come. After you.
Yeah. Okay.
In fact, I'll keep my
I'll leave it like that only. Otherwise you'll have to go up and down. I know.
I'll leave them here.
So good evening, namaskar, and I'm very, very grateful and happy to be here. My name is Vanita Chaudhary. Vanita means woman. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Thanks. Okay, I think you can all see me better now. So I was saying Vanita means woman. And I really don't know what my mother thought when she named me as a woman. Because when I was growing up, I hated being a girl. I hate it. And because I come from a very conservative family where boys were given the preference. So if a boy is born, there was a celebration. So I've always felt like, why am I born like a girl? Why can't I be like a boy and do whatever boys do? It's so easy. You can go play, you can come anytime. Otherwise, girls have restrictions. But that was a turning point. When I joined 6th grade in a all-girls convent school in Bangalore. I met my teacher. I will never, ever, ever forget. She saw so much of pain I had in my heart being a girl, and I didn't like it. So she never preached. She never, ever preached. She didn't tell me, what you're thinking is wrong. This is how you should think. This is how you should be. The best thing she did was, she used to listen. No judgment. No bias. And definitely she never said, what's wrong with you? Why you're thinking like this? Which most of us now as parents do to our children. And we put such negativity by that statement, what's wrong with you? That's when I really realized the power of being Vanita. And this month when we are celebrating Women's Day, Women's Month, I think one of the things that I believe again is a woman is entirely different from a man. It is stupid to compare. A man is a man differently made. A woman is a woman differently made. Like one of my hobbies is studying neuroscience, that is the science of brain. I keep reading a lot of articles, spend a lot of time in knowing how the brain works. So the neuroscience says that the memory, okay, in a man's brain is actually very tiny. So now you should know why they don't remember your birthday nor the anniversary. It is not their fault. It's not that they don't love you, right? So all you lovely lady and women have to do is just 1-2 days before remind them and you get your gift. But at the same time, a woman's memory in the brain, the structure of the brain is so much that unfortunately we carry all the baggages of the past. A man's reflex action is powerful. They are like that. Whereas a woman reflex action is not so great. And the reason why I'm sharing is, I see a lot of women, demeaning men, putting men. Actually, there's nothing to do with that. Honestly speaking, you are you, they are they. And amongst women, you are you, you're special, you're unique. And the moment you realize your strength, like every time I meet women leaders, when I meet women entrepreneurs, I ask them, do you know what are your top 5 skills? Do you know your top 5 strengths? Very rare. I get a hand up. Because they're struggling in their mind to know what are my top 5 strengths. Ask yourself today, do you know the answer for that? Do you know the top 5 strengths that you can live by, that people will come to you and pay you? That's where you make a difference. So firstly, focus internally. Know who you are. Most of the time in a day, you need to spend on yourself. And the second thing that I want to leave for all of you, which makes me really very powerful as a person, because I'm a very successful business owner, I'm a very successful family girl, and I'm a brilliantly successful mother. So I take pride in being everything because I'm smart enough to delegate jobs. So right now I've come from Bangalore. My son has his final exams going on. But I've already delegated to my husband that that's your responsibility to teach them. I've done Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Monday, Tuesday. So Wednesday, Thursday is his job. So I think one is taking responsibilities and taking pride in doing what you're doing. And last thing I would like to say before I go down is accept yourself. Don't resist and don't be guilty. In fact, I'm actually authoring a book this year, which will come out by December. It's called No Regrets, Only Choices. In life, remember, whatever decision you took that day, that evening, that morning, that afternoon, that night, was a choice that was required for that moment. So why regret? Learn from it and move on. Acceptance gives you freedom. You can fly faster. Otherwise, you're holding the guilt, and regret holds you down. It makes you miserable emotionally. And that is something that I want you all to remember, that acceptance, knowing your strength, gives you immense freedom to fly. Thank you.
Thanks, Vanita, for that beautiful message. And we have another success story coming up. May I have your name, ma'am? Preeti. So let's put our hands together for Preeti Vashne.
You'd like to use this time?
Yes,
Be careful.
okay. Good evening to all of you. My name is Preeti. I am an engineer and entrepreneur at a time. It's a great long journey. Around 23 years ago, I am an engineer. मैंने हिंदी में कन्वर्ट बोलते हैं. मैंने एज ए इंजीनियर ज्वाइन किया. बचपन में कभी नहीं सोचा था कि मुझे कभी घर का काम करना है, क्योंकि जैसे पैदा हुए माई फादर चाहते थे कि लड़कियां, मेरी सिस्टर भी इंजीनियर थी, मैं भी. ये था कि हमको कुछ घर का काम नहीं करना है, ना कभी सीखा. आफ्टर डैट जब ज्वाइन किया, कंपनी ज्वाइन की, कंपनी गवर्नमेंट अंडरटेकिंग कंपनी थी. उसमें भी जो वर्क था इंजीनियरिंग फील्ड का, लाइक अ बॉयज़ जैसे वर्क करते हैं, हार्ड वर्किंग था इंजीनियरिंग फील्ड का. बट मुझे था कि मुझे करना है. सबने बोला आप नहीं कर पाओगे, इतने बड़े बड़े पैनल्स होते हैं, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी होती है. मैंने कहा नहीं, मुझे करना है, क्योंकि मुझे ये नहीं लगता था कि मैं लड़कियों वाला वर्क करना है. तो मैंने वो किया, मैं बहुत सक्सेसफुल हुई. इवन मैंने फिर R&D में वर्क किया, रिसर्च की, एंड बहुत सारी न्यू जिग्स डिज़ाइन की अपने माइंड से. तो देन आफ्टर 2 years मुझे वहाँ अवार्ड भी मिला MD के थ्रू. एंड मैंने फिर काफ़ी सारी जॉब सर्च की. अराउंड 1999-2000 में इंजीनियर्स की जॉब नहीं थी, बहुत ही कम पेइंग था. अराउंड आई हैव स्टार्टिंग एट 2000 मंथली आफ्टर इंजीनियरिंग कंप्लीट. उसके बाद मैंने काफ़ी जॉब सर्च की, जॉब्स नहीं मिलती थी, बहुत ज़्यादा जॉब्स ट्राई किए. देन बट मैंने होप नहीं छोड़ी, क्योंकि उस टाइम ईमेल्स नहीं होते थे, न्यूज़पेपर में एसेंट एंड कैरियर्स आते थे, उसके थ्रू हमने अप्लाई किया. तो मेरा स्किल अच्छा था, मेहनत करते थे, काफ़ी मेहनती थे. तो हमको मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी से ऑफ़र आ गया. वहाँ का इंटरव्यू हुआ. इंटरव्यू में भी बहुत अच्छा बता पाए, क्योंकि टेक्निकल डिज़ाइन से रिलेटेड वर्क था. फाइनली मेरी जॉब अच्छी लग गई. कोरिया, मलेशिया, थाईलैंड, अदर कंपनीज से ट्रेनिंग मिली मुझे कंपनी के थ्रू, एंड काफ़ी सक्सेसफुल रहा. अच्छी अर्निंग भी हुई. और उसके बाद काफ़ी सारी लर्निंग इनसाइड दी कंपनीज होती रही कंटिन्यू अब्रॉड में. आफ्टर डैट मेरी मैरिज हुई. मैरिज के बाद फिर वही स्ट्रगलिंग की, और मैरिज भी हो गई बिहार से. और इवन काफ़ी ओल्ड मेंटलिटी, जहाँ पे वीमेंस कभी बाहर नहीं निकली थी, ना फॉरेन कभी गई थी कोई मेरी फैमिली से. बट मेरी मदर की साइड से काफ़ी लोग बाहर जा चुके थे, और उनका डेवलपमेंट अच्छा था. इवन माई बुआ एंड अदर इज द CMO एंड हाई एजुकेटेड. तो बस मेरी ससुराल की फैमिली से नहीं था कोई भी, तो उनको ये लगता था कि आपके पास पैसा भी है, हस्बैंड भी बहुत अच्छा कमा रहे थे, तो कोई कमी नहीं थी, हर चीज़ गाड़ी वगैरह सब कुछ था, तो आपको क्या ज़रूरत है, आप घर में रहो, ये करो बस। लेकिन मुझे था कि नहीं, मुझे कुछ करना है, मुझे घर नहीं बैठना है। तो इवन मैं घर का काम सब कुछ करने के बाद भी मैंने फाइनेंशियल नॉलेज ली, और शेयर मार्केट, ये वो कंपनीज़ के बारे में, बिजनेस में मैंने जाना स्टार्ट किया। और बिजनेस में भी मैं काफ़ी मतलब सक्सेस नहीं हो पाई थी। मैंने इलेक्ट्रॉनिक में एलईडी बल्ब मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्टार्ट की 2015 में। तो उस समय मार्केट भी काफ़ी ख़राब चल रहा था, चाइना का प्रोडक्ट आने लगा, मेरा कॉस्ट हाई था। कॉस्ट हाई होने की वजह से मार्केटिंग टीम नहीं थी मेरे पास, तो मेरा प्रोजेक्ट फेल हुआ। मेरे प्रोडक्ट काफ़ी मैंने लो रेट में फिर निकाले, बट मैंने होप नहीं छोड़ी। फिर मुझे लगता था कि सक्सेस कैसे हो, लेकिन फैमिली का प्रेशर था कि नहीं, कुछ मत करो, आपको क्या ज़रूरत है। एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं था उनको, मेरी फैमिली को। बट मैं करती रही, स्टडी करती रही काफ़ी ज़्यादा। इवन मैंने आध्यात्मिक बुक्स भी पढ़ी, जितनी भी बुक्स होती हैं भगवान की सारी पढ़ी। फाइनली मैंने गीता पढ़ी, मुझे इसमें था कि भाई बस करते रहो, रुकना नहीं है, ऑलवेज जो आप टाइम जितना भी निकल सकता है, जितना मेरा घर के काम होके निकलता था, मैं उसमें टाइम लगाती थी, पढ़ती थी, रीडिंग एंड स्किल डेवलपमेंट। मैंने खुद को स्किल किया, एंड स्किल करने के बाद मैंने बहुत सारी बुक्स भी पढ़ी। जैसे मुझे सबसे वन ऑफ द माई बेस्ट बुक मुझे लगी है शिव खेरा जी की, यू कैन विन, जिसमें है कि आप कभी हारोगे नहीं। वो बुक्स काफ़ी टाइम मैंने काफ़ी बार पढ़ी है। बाकी अदर बहुत सारी बुक्स पढ़ी हैं सक्सेसफुल होने के लिए। और फाइनली मैंने अपनी कंपनी रजिस्टर्ड की, एंड स्ट्रगलिंग रहा काफ़ी। बीच में मैंने आदित्य बिरला ग्रुप ज्वाइन किया, उसमें ट्रेनिंग एंड फाइनेंशियल ट्रेनिंग्स ली, IRDA का एग्ज़ाम पास किया। बीच मतलब लगे रहे, घर का काम, बच्चे, सब कुछ देखना। लेकिन मैंने जो अपना रेस्ट टाइम था, जिस टाइम 4 बजे महिलाएं सोती हैं, उस टाइम में अपना स्टडी एंड अपनी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को डेवलप करने के लिए निकाला। अब आज की डेट में मेरी कंपनी है, वर्क भी चल रहा है और टर्नओवर भी आ रहा है, एंड एक मेरी फाउंडेशन भी है जिसमें मैं क्योंकि मुझे सोशल एक्टिविटीज़ में काफ़ी इंटरेस्ट है, तो मैं उसमें जो महिलाएं हैं जिनके हस्बैंड नहीं है, उनको कुछ ना कुछ छोटा छोटा हम लोग प्रोडक्ट बनवाते हैं, उनको सप्लाई कराते हैं, उनकी हेल्प करते हैं। और कुछ बच्चे हैं जो इस लेवल के हैं, जो जिनको फैमिली से प्रॉब्लम है, सपोर्ट नहीं है फाइनेंशियली, उनको भी सपोर्ट करते हैं। सोशल इंटरेस्ट में हम लोग जा रहे हैं, साथ में अपना एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप खुद का भी डेवलप करना है, और जो महिलाएं हैं उनके लिए भी हम लोग काफ़ी काम कर रहे हैं। बस मेरा यही कहना है, मेरा सक्सेस स्टोरी यही है कि रुकना नहीं है, बस चलते जाना है, और पॉजिटिव थिंकिंग लेके बस जो गीता में लिखा है मैं उसको फॉलो करती हूँ, बस करती जाती हूँ, अपने आप होता रहता है सब कुछ सक्सेस। थैंक यू सो मच।
प्रीति जी के बाद यस मैम, मे आई हैव योर नेम प्लीज मैम? So we have Namrata Modi coming up and sharing her success stories, her experiences. A warm welcome, ma'am.
Just be careful while getting off. Okay. Hello everyone, Namrata Modi, and Executive Director of Previous Denpro Limited. My story is also like everybody is sharing here, struggling and working very hard. 23 years of struggle, I can say. Right now I'm 63 years old, and I started my work when I was 40 plus. My son was in 11th, and my daughter was in class 8th. That time I started. And passion was like that. We were 3 sisters, and I was not interested at all in kitchen work. And my mother tried a lot, my husband also, but he's very cooperative. Always he supported me. I'm very bad in cooking. So right from the beginning, I was interested to do something which men, they do. Because I'm the youngest kid in my home. and pampered by my mother. So not interested at all in housework, just like tomboyish type of nature. So when my son was in 11th and my father-in-law was a very, very old and reputed industrialist. And when he saw that I am very much interested in business and very much interested in working something very special, so he guided me. And at the same time, my husband was having a very good factory right from the beginning when we got married. But he was working in partnership, so there was no scope of my work there. Whenever I was telling him do something to me, he said, no, we have 3 partners, so I can't take you in that. So, okay, I said, no issue. Then my father-in-law gave me his work. He was getting old. He said, beta, you take care of my business. And just like that, I started in 1998. He was manufacturing gum that time. His company was Modi Adhesives. At the same time, my husband started one new business and without partners. Then he said, if you are taking care of this business, okay, you take care of my accounts also. Just that we started Previous Dentro Limited, and we started manufacturing few products of dental. And it was a totally different type of business, and my husband is a scientist type of person and very busy in making composition. And our, I would say, partnership is like that. He makes the things and I execute. So this is the combination. He never comes in my work, I never go in his work. Just he started the things, he make the composition, make the things, now give it to me, now it is your responsibility to complete it. No other partner is with us. And now in 23 years, our company is last year only listed company in BSC, and turnover is almost in 23 years we have crossed work. Thank you.
Actually, I think I'm enjoying this part of the 2 days the most, because these are, if not larger than life stories, they are very, very, integral part of all of us. I think somewhere where we can connect more and feel like this has happened to us or can happen to us also. But when you listen to a larger than life story, somewhere you feel that pata nahi ye main kar paungi ki nahi, she only could do it, aisa hoga ki nahi. But when you listen to these small success stories, they are more motivating because they look like more achievable. So any other person we would like to invite who would like to come and share? आप में से कोई और अपने story हमारे साथ share करना चाहेगा? Even men are invited. Welcome. Yes, please put your hands together for him. Like I said, a motivating story is a motivating story. Coming from a man or a woman doesn't matter. So your name, sir?
Ritik Verma.
Ritik Verma we have here. So over to you, Ritik.
Hello everyone. I am the membership coordinator for ABWCI. I am a 23-year-old boy. I do not have a success story as of now. I will have soon enough. So I graduated in 2020. I had my first jobs interview on a Monday, and right before that Monday, the Friday was the first lockdown, and they had a hiring freeze. So then for 3 months I was unemployed, doing nothing. Like, my graduation was over, exams were done, I had nothing to do. I was laying down watching anime. My parents were shouting at me, you know everything, living in India. So after that, I got my first internship at Think Through Consulting. It's in Vasant Vihar only. And in my internship, I was in various departments, not fixed to one. When I was free with my work, I went to the other departments to help them out. I learned a lot of things. I started with governance and advisory, then I went to sustainable and climate change advisory, then I came to communications department, then I went to the HR department for 3 months in a bulk hiring project. So I learned a whole lot of things. Then we started our founder secretary general, Mr. Parul Soni. He started a daughter company called ABWCI, Association of Business Women in Commerce Industry. We are a knowledge partner in this event as well. So I am the membership coordinator for it. I bought all the skills that I had learned in those 6 months, and I came into ABWCI, and we are working together for it. We launched in May 28th last year. We are in 20 countries right now, not even a year yet. So that is all. Thank you.
Totally agree with Vanita. That is a success story. You cannot say it's not, because keeping your cool and your motivation high during those 3 months when you were doing nothing is also a success story. So many people have lost it. I mean, have lost patience, have lost confidence, have lost everything during the COVID pandemic. But you kept it up. That's the success story. Congratulations to you. And any more stories? Yes, please come. And now we have someone coming from the northeast part of our country, which is a beautiful, beautiful part. I had the privilege of recently going to Nagaland. I've been to Imphal. I've lived in Arunachal. I've stayed in Assam. So being an army officer's daughter, I had the privilege of doing all that. So in November itself, I went to Nagaland again. I think untouched beauty is our northeast, and the people there are equally beautiful. So we have Martha from Arunachal. Yeah, and a beautiful state, Arunachal. I've stayed in Tenga Valley, been to Tawang also. So which part of Arunachal you're from?
I'm from Itanagar.
Itanagar, yes. It is little down the hills. Itanagar is basically near to Assam. It is more closer to Assam, not in the hills. Otherwise, most of the Arunachal is hill parts, yeah. So let's have Martha sharing a story.
First of all, thank you. Actually, I'm a bit short, so you can't see me actually. Oh, thank you so much. Actually, first of all, I would like to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity in this conference. Secondly, I'm not a good public, I don't have this public speaking. I'm very, scared of public speaking actually. So I may not be good in. I'm a bit nervous actually. I don't have this habit of speaking in public. So if I don't speak well, please pardon me for that. My name is Martha. First of all, I'm from Arunachal. Already ma'am has introduced about me. And about success story, I heard many success stories about you all. And I really appreciate that you all have tremendous success in your life. But when it comes to me personally, I don't have any success story. As previously one of the boy, he said he doesn't have a success story. The same goes to me. I don't have a success story. Mine is only a failure story, this which I want to share with you guys. And I want to mix both Hindi and English. Is it okay? Because as a Arunachali, we also speak Hindi, but we are not that fluent like you. So my Hindi is also broken. Even my English is not that good. So I'll use both the language. मेरे ऐसे थे कि I was brought up in a very poor family. I don't want to gain any sympathy, but it's a fact. Very poor family. A single mother. She brought me up, and me and my elder brother. So luckily, she educated. She is illiterate. She never went to school. She never saw any school gate in her life. But she educated me. She educated my brother. Both of us very well. She brought up us well and gave us good education. But we were educated in government school, government higher secondary school in Itanagar. And then slowly I graduated, and in between in the period of my high school, I got married actually. I got early marriage actually because there was no proper guidance. My mom was not that educated, so it was okay for her. So she wanted me to marry also early. So I got married when I was in 12th standard. And then, but I did not give up my studies. I continued. I did my graduation. When I was in my first year, I got my baby. My firstborn. He was when I was in my first year. So I had my child very early, so I had to struggle so much. I could not. In between, I was studying. At the same time, I had my baby. I was a mother, young mother, and I had no financially. I was very weak. Actually, my family had financial. We had to struggle a lot for financial. We had to struggle a lot. So in the meantime, when I was in my first year of college, I had my baby and I got job in public school. It's a private school. It's called Itanagar Public School. I got there as a kindergarten teacher. So I taught those children, and I got 1,500 rupees. It was my first paycheck, 1,500 rupees per month. So in that way, I got my job, and then slowly I completed my graduation. I did my political science, and then after that, I took I took gap for 3 to 4 years, and after that, I again did my masters from distance from IGNOU. So in sociology, in that way, and I was introduced to an organization called Indo-Global Social Service Society at that time. So I got into Indo-Global Social Service Society, and I worked with them. And from there, I got some experience, like how to interact with people, how to talk, all those things, and working in the community, how you have to work with the community, all those. I learned from that organization. Slowly I learned, and then slowly I got into another organization. So in that way, I got little bit, experience. Still I'm, learning. Actually, I'm learning. Still I'm learning. So this is how I went through. And also in between, I also did culinary, masters in culinary from Bangalore. 1 year I did my diploma. Because I was very, I had a passion of cooking. Actually, I love cooking, and I used to see TLC whenever I get time. I used to watch TLC, and I used to watch the chefs cooking varieties of culinary dishes, and I was really in love of dishes. So I thought of getting culinary courses. I went Bangalore and I did my culinary courses for 1 year, and I came back and I applied for this Deen Dayal. There is one scheme called Deen Dayal Upadhyaya for the unemployed youth. So I applied for that, and I was called for the interview, and I got selected also. And my name came in the newspaper, in the local newspaper, and my friends called me up and they congratulated me. But unfortunately, that did not happen because it was all politics. So I could not get. I went and I searched in the deputy commissioner officer, even in the finance department, everywhere I went, because to check the paper, the process. But it did not happen because they told me like it's a politics. So it was like I could not get. I failed. And again I applied for PMEGP also, the Pradhan Mantri Employment Guarantee Scheme, Yojana. That PMG also I applied for culinary, for the food court. Still I could not get. So this is how I think I am yet to get success. It's all about my failure stories I'm sharing you. Right now I'm working with Aid at Action, and in partner with FMC, Foundation for MSME Cluster. So through FMC I got this opportunity to attend this program, and I'm working along with the artisans from my place, Itanagar. Within the Itanagar, we have 2 clusters that is village Kakoi and Kimin. From that village, we are working with those women. Especially, we are working on bamboo made handicrafts and furniture. So I'm working as a facilitator within this organization called Aid at Action, and the lead partner is FMC. So through FMC, we got this opportunity to come here and share my experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Martha. And definitely, these are not your failure stories. These are your success stories about how you sustained each failure and came out of it. And ladies and gentlemen, we had two very interestingly contrasting stories. Here was a woman who hated cooking. So she became successful because she hated cooking and she looked for something else. And then we had Martha who loved cooking and found her space in cooking. So you may hate cooking or you may love cooking. End of the day, it matters how you have achieved what you have achieved. So, like my husband always tells me, cooking is something which an uneducated person can also do. So why do you want to waste your time in the kitchen for something which we can employ a person for 5 grand or 10,000 and he can do your work? Why do you want to waste your time in the kitchen and do a menial job which a maid or a cook can also do? So it's a perspective. So, and I think society has stopped judging women for cooking or not cooking or loving cooking or hating cooking or feeding her children, not being there for her children or for being there for her children. I think we women are past that. So we would, I think we should be having the minister and other dignitaries joining us shortly, but we still have some more time. So anybody else? Meanwhile, we have any of our audience here with us who would like to share their story.
So what's the news? I'll ask them to do it. Suryansh?
Third is made a difference.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a small announcement basically for the awardees. We would request all the awardees to occupy the front rows, all the Lifetime Achievement awardees to occupy the front rows, the Priyadarshini awardees on the second row, and Made a Difference on the third row, so that it becomes easier for them to come up to receive the award.
सूर्यांश 2 चेयर कर दे. कौन गा के
चीफ गेस्ट
अरे सूर्यांश डॉक्टर मिस्टर नहीं डॉक्टर है. ये तो आ रहे हैं. ये तो आ ही रहे हैं.
एक और रख दो। तो फिर ऐसे करो, चेयर एक, तीन चेयर,
डाउन करना पड़ेगा हमेशा।
थोड़ी कम हो गई ना तो वो सीधी सीधी लिस्ट नंबर बताना 17 नंबर उसको मेड अ डिफरेंस करना है 17 मेड अ डिफरेंस इसको मैं उस ऑर्डर में लगा दूं फिर ये कौन तो नहीं है माइक कोई नहीं बीच में दे देंगे हम वहाँ से बस हम ध्यान रखेंगे लेने का उसके बाद 18-19 को प्रियदर्शनी 18-19 इसके बाद 20 को भी प्रियदर्शनी 2020 हाँ प्रियदर्शनी 23 प्रियदर्शनी 25 23 23 24 24 भी प्रियदर्शनी Rabia Usman 27 made a difference और लास्ट शोभना नारायण का नाम नहीं लेना है कह रहे हैं नहीं है वो नहीं फिलहाल तो यही चेंजेस है बट इसमें भी हम शील्ड कुछ अलग उल्टी बुल्टी जा रही है क्योंकि शील्ड हमारी उल्टी सीधी बनी है
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention? We have few minutes before our guest of honor arrives at the venue. Meanwhile, we would welcome anybody from the audience who would like to, of course, be during the business exchange, the tea break hours, we heard some wonderful success stories, and we had at least 1 hour of sharing of success stories. But success stories are never enough, so we can have some more. Meanwhile, we have some time. आप में से कोई भी अपने सक्सेस के बारे में हमसे बताना चाहेगा, वो उन्हें आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे. हमारे साथ झारखंड से आई हुई हैं हमारी 2 बहनें. आप कुछ बताना चाहेंगे अपने बारे में? आइए, आप बताइए कुछ भी, आप जो अपने काम के बारे में बताना चाहें. हाँ, आप मास्क उतार सकते हो बोलने के लिए ना. आ जाओ, इसके ऊपर आ जाओ.
यहाँ उपस्थित सभी लोगों को मेरा नमस्कार, जोहार. मेरा नाम सुमिता मोहली है और मैं दुमका झारखंड से आई हुई हूँ. जो पहले जैसे कि 2009 में मेरी शादी हो गई है, और जैसा कि मैं कुछ समझ पाती उससे पहले मेरे बच्चे हो गए थे, और आर्थिक स्थिति के कारण जो है हस्बैंड ने बोला कि अभी पढ़ाई रोक दो, जिसकी वजह से मैं पढ़ाई रोक दी थी. और 2018 में जब से एफएमसी के साथ में जुड़ी, आशुतोष सर उन्होंने अलग प्रकार के ट्रेनिंग दिए. जो हम लोग दुमका में मैट का काम करते थे, और वो प्रोडक्ट बाहर कोई मतलब लेना नहीं चाहता था, बस लोकल मार्केट में ही हम लोग उसका बिक्री वगैरह करते थे. और हमारे जो मूल्य होती थी उसके बहुत ही कम हमें मिलते थे, जिसकी वजह से आर्थिक स्थिति बहुत ही ख़राब चल रही थी. जब से हम एफएमसी के साथ जुड़े, सर ने हमें अलग अलग मैट्स बनाने की टेक्निक सिखाई, कलर करने, कलरफुल वाले, और ऑर्डर दिए. इसके बाद 2-3 साल के बाद इस हिसाब से जुड़े, और वहाँ से भी हमें ऑर्डर मिलने स्टार्ट हुए, जिसके वजह से आर्थिक स्थिति में सुधार हुई काफ़ी. और फिर से मैंने पढ़ाई स्टार्ट की, और यही जस्ट 2021 में मैं ग्रेजुएट मतलब बीए पास की. और कभी मैंने सपने में भी नहीं सोचा था कि मैं जहाज में बैठ पाऊंगी.
थैंक यू बेटा, थैंक यू सो मच.
थैंक यू.
हमारे गेस्ट आ गए ना, धन्यवाद, बहुत अच्छा बोला. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Sandeep Marwa, Media and Entertainment Committee, BIS, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India. And sir, may I invite you to kindly grace the stage with your presence. Inviting our guest of honor, Dr. Sandeep Marwa ji, to kindly grace the stage with his presence. Joining him, I would like to invite Dr. Rajni Agarwal, President FIWE, and Professor Nagesh Kumar, Director ISID. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome our dignitaries on the stage. And for the benefit of our international delegation, the story we were just hearing, the success story before Sir came in, was from one of the young women of a rural area of India, Jharkhand. And she got married early, had children early, had to stop her studies, but then her husband encouraged her, her family, and she got support from FWC. And they taught her handicraft, and now she's earning money from that. So those are one of the few success stories we had from the rural India. And so namaskar and good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, today we are very honored to welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Sandeep Marwa, National Chairman, Media and Entertainment Committee, BIS, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India. All our distinguished guests, delegates both from abroad and India, respected members of the press and media, ladies and gentlemen, to the Priyadarshini Award function, which is being organized by Federation of Indian Women Entrepreneurs, FIWE, in association with Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India, and in collaboration with the Institute for Studies in Industrial Development, ISID. Ladies and gentlemen, the Federation of Indian Women Entrepreneurs, FIWE, is saluting women entrepreneurs through the Priyadarshini Awards, which are being given since the year 1997 to different women entrepreneurs from different sectors from SAARC and other countries. Priyadarshini Awards are to recognize, reward and celebrate women entrepreneurs who have been able to pursue their dreams, prevailed and created an impact not only on their businesses and lives, but to the overall society. Priyadarshini Award is a salutation to those outstanding women achievers who against all odds have shown the world that where there is a will, there is a win. Federation of Indian Women Entrepreneurs, FIWE, सार्क और अन्य देशों से विभिन्न क्षेत्रों की महिला उद्यमियों को 1997 से दिए जा रहे प्रियदर्शनी पुरस्कारों के माध्यम से सम्मानित कर रहा है। प्रियदर्शनी पुरस्कार उन सभी महिला उद्यमियों को पुरस्कृत और सम्मानित करने के लिए है जो अपने सपनों को आगे बढ़ाने में सक्षम हुए हैं और ना ही केवल उन्होंने अपने व्यवसायों और जीवन पर बल्कि समग्र समाज पर एक प्रभाव छोड़ा है। प्रियदर्शनी पुरस्कार उन उत्कृष्ट महिलाओं को सलाम है जिन्होंने सभी बाधाओं के खिलाफ दुनिया को दिखाया कि जहां इच्छा है वहीं जीत है। And we would now like to request Dr. Rajni Agarwal, President FIWE, to welcome our guest of honor with a floral bouquet. In fact, it will be nice if Professor Nagesh Kumar also joins ma'am in presenting. And now I would like to invite Dr. Rajni Agarwal, President FIWE, for the welcome address.
So I need to have
Ma'am,
this
you
one?
need this stand.
Yeah. Thank
Just be
you.
careful when you get in and get out.
Okay, sure.
It's slippery.
Okay. All right. Hi, friends. Good evening. Dr. Sandeep Marwa, our guest of honor. Unfortunately, our chief guest, Dr. Mr. Rane, could not come. Professor Nagesh, my dear friends, my dear soul sisters, all awardees sitting here, all participants who have been with us for last 2 days, and all men folks who have been really helping us out, our brothers, I welcome you all. Dr. Marwa, who has been always very busy, very, very busy schedule. I mean, the way I talked to him and I found out the activities, the amount of activities he does in a week, in a month, it is tremendous. I mean, I can't do it. I can't do it. And when I came to know that every week he does 2-3 programs like the ones we are doing, I don't know how he organizes, because this program for 3 days, we have been toiling since last 3 months. But thank you so much, friends. And always there is a learning in every situation, in every program, and we always progress ahead. Friends, women have really come forward in every sphere of life. And their role has been very different altogether different in different fields, and women have height, they are flying at 30,000 feet height, so which is higher than Himalaya probably. So women can do everything. Last 2 days deliberations have really taught us that many things we have yet to learn, many things we have to talk to the policymakers, and many things in this process we have come to know that we have to work hard as women, as an entrepreneur, as a human being who can really excel in every corner of life. Friends, in India, every walk of life, women have arrived. The old days of keeping the Bahurani in Wales are over. With the Honorable Supreme Court allowing women to join combat duty with defense forces, we are ready to make India an Atmanirbhar Bharat in a true sense. I will really feel elate when I find my younger sister commanding an aircraft carrying hundreds of passengers. Well, a woman can head a multinational enterprise, could manage trillions of dollars of the World Bank. My only request is please have trust in us. We are much more capable than most of us really believe in. I'm not talking about the high-profile women enterprises, but also about women like Amrita Devi belonging to an impoverished rural family of Khagri, Bihar, and our women entrepreneur who just spoke to you 5 minutes back, the process through which she has led her life and come into entrepreneurship. These women have transformed the villages with their financial support and partly support from the World Bank. Our role is going to be pivotal, if not crucial, in the digital India. With a growing emphasis on technology, especially in the field of robotics and high-ending software, women are ready to pick up assignments. The growing use of software in our life, which includes warfare, the country needs dedicated people. And I think the women should be supported and helped in learning the state-of-art technologies. With the best wishes to our prospective entrepreneurs, we hope that my sister friends will be on the forefront of ongoing massive effort of economic emancipation of people. Our organization is keen for reinventing or reasserting our role in this challenging task. And let me tell you, friends, this time we have to really bring revolution in our policies with the Government of India, and they have to be enabling environment for women entrepreneurs to work for their future. I welcome Dr. Marwa once again, and he has taken out time from his such a busy schedule. I'm thankful for him coming here. So let's join our hands to welcome him once again. Thank you.
डॉक्टर रजनी अग्रवाल, प्रेसिडेंट फिवे ने अपने स्वागत भाषण में माननीय अतिथि जी के स्वागत के साथ साथ आए हुए सभी अतिथियों का एक बार फिर हार्दिक स्वागत किया, तहे दिल से स्वागत किया और आप सभी बहनों की उपलब्धियां, खासकर रूरल एरिया से आई हुई सभी बहनों की उपलब्धियों की प्रशंसा करी और उनकी मेहनत की भी प्रशंसा करी। और अब हम आमंत्रित करना चाहेंगे, वी वुड नाउ लाइक टू इनवाइट Mr. Pradeep Malhotra, who is an entrepreneurial mindset cultivator, to kindly share with the honorable guest and all our guests present here the proceedings we had over the last 2 days. So let's welcome Mr. Malhotra. And I would also invite to be sharing the stage Ms. Rupali Gupta. A warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Dr. Nagesh would like to speak before you.
First, sure. Welcome, sir. Please, sir. I'll be honored.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Professor Nagesh Kumar, Director ISID, before Mr. Pradeep Malhotra's address. And let's put our hands together to welcome him. We have been enjoying the hospitality of this venue at ISID. In fact, it's a beautiful venue. And over to you, sir.
Dr. Marwa and all our very distinguished friends, it has been a privilege to be working with you actually at this occasion of the 6th International Conference on Women-Led MSMEs as catalysts of transformation. I think we have over the past 2 days discussed and debated very extensively the potential that all of you, the women entrepreneurs of the country and of the region represent, the challenges that you face in your journey to sort of contribute to the development of the nations and the world, and the opportunities that exist which need to be leveraged and harnessed to take your businesses and productive activities forward. So I think we have had a very fruitful time in the past 2 days, and for that I want to really congratulate all of you for bringing your success stories, your inspiring stories to the fore, and I'm sure all of us benefited from that. And I think some of these lessons and the opportunities that exist need to be taken forward, replicated, scaled up, and governments need to take note of some of the constraints that you face and find solutions to them. So I think it was 2 days of very rich discussion, very fruitful time spent with all of you. And ISID, the institution where you are sitting today, we are very privileged to have all of you with us. And I hope we can continue these dialogues, and keep this engagement which started yesterday to continue for a very long time until all of these potentials that we have discussed and discovered are fully realized. So I really want to congratulate all of you once again on the achievements that you have made, and the inspiring success stories that you have shared will, I am sure, continue. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much indeed. प्रोफेसर नागेश कुमार जी ने अपने विचार साझा करते हुए कहा कि आप सबकी उपलब्धियां देश को आगे बढ़ाने में कहीं ना कहीं बहुत ही महत्व रखती हैं, और कहा कि आप सबकी उपलब्धियां, आप सबके जो आपकी कहानियां हमने सुनी वो हम सबके लिए मार्गदर्शक और प्रेरक हैं, और सरकार को आप सबकी सहायता ज़रूर करनी चाहिए। और अंत में उन्होंने आप सबको आपकी उपलब्धियों के लिए बधाई दी। और इसी के साथ आप आमंत्रित करते हैं मिस्टर प्रदीप मल्होत्रा जी को।
Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen present. I am doubly delighted and twice blessed today. One, of course, being a part of this august audience for the 2 days, and secondly, joining hands to welcome the great personality, Mr. Sandeep Marwa, doyen of the entertainment industry. And he has not only been responsible for bringing the entertainment industry to the north, but he has been very, very instrumental in developing boys and girls into entrepreneurs in the entertainment industry, sir. And we really thank you very much for that. I have 2 questions for you, sir, before I proceed what I have to share. I've been watching Mr. Marwa for, I think, since 1972 or so. And I want to know the secret that you still look the same young as you were there that time. So kindly share that. और दूसरा मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि मुझे कब रोल दे रहे हैं, मैं 72 से आपको देख रहा हूँ मैं. Okay, so I'm here just to brief about what, in very short and brief, that what happened during these 2 days. Of course, we had about 150 delegates from across India and also from Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nigeria, and Singapore. So let's put hands together for our international guests here. So we are going to have 35 awardees in 3 different categories. One is making a difference. The other is Priyadarshini Award for Outstanding Women Entrepreneur. And so the third category is Lifetime Achievement Award. So these are the few awards that we have. And during these 2 days, sir, the various deliberations and discussions that we had were, I'll start with taking up the major issue which was discussed basically by all the groups, was that MSME and other related universities, ministries, actually couldn't put hands together to create that mass awareness at every level, leave aside at a rural level, but even urban level also. Most of the women entrepreneurs shared कि उनको भी पूरी इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं पहुंचती है. तो मैं नागेश जी से भी प्रार्थना करूंगा और हम सब से भी मिलकर कि हमें ये जो है, we got to do advocacy regarding this, that we have to take this issue forward, कि awareness create हो, कि even to the small clusters at a rural place and also in the urban development we have to take. And we really have to co-create an ecosystem for developing entrepreneurship, particularly for the women entrepreneurs, young and successful entrepreneurs, aspiring youth entrepreneurs, and the startups. And there are basically 5 different parts of this particular event that we have. A magnificent event, of course, the conference, the exhibition, where I think about 15 exhibitors are there from different parts of the country exhibiting their beautiful, beautiful handicrafts and other items. There was a business meet, and I think there were quite one-to-one or one-to-group meetings going on at different tables, sir. And I think most of the people will agree with me. They have been successful in shaking hands. Yes, I am one of them in shaking hands with Vanita from Bangalore. And we are going to do something in the space of entrepreneurial mindset cultivation along with early mindset of USA. And after business week, now of course we have the award ceremony. So the topics like MSME, agents of empowerment and inclusive development were discussed there. Altogether there were 7 sessions, sir. And then digital marketing to technology, which were the major issues which were discussed, that how we make empower, share that and train young women entrepreneurs into various aspects of technical and non-technical aspects of that. There was a very special session on spirituality and entrepreneurship. Now, this is a very, very powerful session because this is something we all need. And it's not just about entrepreneurs. It's about every human being who have to have not only entrepreneurial mindset, but a spiritual mindset also, so that we have a non-judgmental values that we convey and we share with each other. And so we also had leveraging e-commerce and digital marketing, already shared, leveraging technology in startups. And of course, there were success stories which were shared. And where they failed, what are the challenges that women entrepreneurs are facing, what are the success stories, and what are the future plans, that what we can do for the women entrepreneurs as men, how we can contribute in their space, and how can they co-create from the emerging future, but not from the constraints of the past. So that is, in brief, I'd like to share, sir. And skill building, of course, is the top priority, as I shared, non-technical, technical, and soft both. And I'll also like, Marwa Sahab, that in case you can invite young women entrepreneurs to enter the entertainment sector also, besides technical and non-technical. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much indeed. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a proud privilege that this event is graced by Dr. Sandeep Marwa, who is the National Chairman, Media and Entertainment Committee, BIS, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India. Dr. Sandeep Marwa, with 7 world records in his kitty, stands distinct as the founder of Noida Film City and Marwa Studios. He is the founder-president of AAFT, which is one of the 10 best film schools in the world. As the producer of the largest number of short films in the world, he has been associated with innumerable feature films, television programs, and amateur training films. Felicitated with over 900 national and international awards for the contribution to the world of cinema. He has trained over 20,000 media students from 145 countries. As Global Cultural Minister, he heads over 100 national and international media and social organizations, besides being president of the International Chamber of Media and Entertainment Industry. At present, he is the Chancellor of AFT University of Media and Arts. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I invite Dr. Sandeep Marwa to address the August House present here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Respected Dr. Agrawal, Professor Nagesh Kumarji, Pradeep Malhotra ji, the dignitaries present here, awardees, and my dear friends. What I'm trying to tell you here, let me start with 2 lines. कि सभी दिशाओं से शुभ सुंदर, भाव विचार भरे नित अंतर, पुण्य धरा बन जाए स्वर्ग ये, मेरे यत्नों से करुणाकर. What I'm trying to tell you here is whether it is north, south, east or west, whether you're in India or abroad, whether you are on the top of the hill or you're standing at a seashore, whether you are in a lush green garden and looking at some colorful flowers, or maybe looking at the most beautiful woman on earth. The fact is there are 2 things which are much more beautiful than what you can see with your naked eyes. And these 2 things are your thinking and your feelings. And the best part is that both the things are right within you. You don't even need eyes for that. On this very auspicious day, let's pray, hey Lord, give me good thinking, give me good feelings so that I can do good deeds. And through my good karmas, I would love to convert this earth into heaven. This is what I believe. I'm sure you will also believe in the same. What a pleasure to be here this evening with all of you. I'm thoroughly impressed by Dr. Agrawal's arrangement. She's been talking about this conference from last 1 week. And she has persuaded me to be here, and I'm feeling so lucky that thank God I'm here, because any event which is connected to women, I make it a point to be there actually. Not because what you're thinking, but because I feel that whenever there are the collection of all these women, the whole place becomes absolutely spiritual automatically. And for me, it's a learning experience that time. And I also gain a lot of energy when I actually move to these kind of events. So thank you, Mrs. Agrawal, for inviting me here and putting me another new energy into me today. Well, there is a small, before I move further to probably the subject of the day, but then I must say that I have a different definition for woman. Why I make it a point to be here in this kind of an event, because I have always believed that woman which starts with W means she's the wealth, she's a wealth of education, she's a wealth of art and culture, she's a wealth of spirituality, she's a wealth of love and affection. I mean, if you're getting so many wealth at one go, who would not like to be a part of these kind of events and function? Remember that. Yes, she's a water to life. That's what W for me stands for. When I say O stands for the overall development of human race. Only women can take care of the family. Only women can teach students and husbands and brothers and sisters that what you need to be in this life. Fathers, obviously, they put in so much of pain. They put so much of, they take so much of strain. But yes, the overall development, it's right into the hands of women. That's what I have always believed and learned all these years. When I say M stands for being motivational, being memorable, She's a miracle. She's majestic. She's marvelous. She's the master. She's mentor. Yes, there can be many more words which can be added to it, but for me it's enough, I think. And this is the kind of respect I would love to give to women, because she is what I'm talking right now. When I say E stands for enthusiasm. E stands for energy. E stands for entertainment. E stands for eagerness. E stands for engine. E stands for ever ready. This is the quality of a woman. I mean, though I learned all these things much later when I got into business, I got into my different segments which I've been trying to promote in this country, and I realized, my God, there is a hell of a difference between a working of a man and a working of a woman. And when you are going to honor women who are entrepreneurs, people who are already working, people, I mean, imagine, I mean, what you must have gone through and what you have proved to the world. It's unbelievable. And N stands for, last but not the least, N stands for nationalism. She's the one who teaches you what you are, that motherland is more important than even the mother. This is what she teaches. And this is how I think my upbringing has helped me, and I have a great love and respect for women of any stature, of any level, of any relation. And I bow before all these Devis today because this whole program is dedicated to you all, and what a pleasure to be part of this program. Imagine this country has given some of the finest women like Indira Gandhi. Imagine, I mean, Mother Teresa, Kiran Bedi, Sania Mirza, Rani Lakshmi Bai, Shri Devi. I mean, how can I forget her? Sushmita Sen, Aishwarya Rai. I mean, so many, Pratibha Patil. And they have proved to the world that women, they are no less than men. Rather, in many cases, they have proved even better than the men. Well, my dear friends, let me take this wonderful opportunity to first extend my heartiest thanks to Dr. Rajni Agrawal for inviting me here, and let me also take this wonderful opportunity to congratulate each and every awardee who have done extraordinarily well in their respected fields, and that's the reason that now today you're going to be honored with this very prestigious award. With all these words, I would like to speak two lines कि विभासित कर गगन भूतल तिमिर को ज्योति देता चल निराशा के अंधेरे को मिटा दे ले प्रभंजन बल कहीं पूनम अमावस्या कहीं उलझन कहीं फिसलन कहीं कांटे कहीं पहरा कटिल बंधन यहाँ प्रतिकूल है सब कुछ कहीं मरुस्थल कहीं बादल मगर तू मुस्कुराता चल दिशाएं हो उठे उज्जवल मगर तू मुस्कुराता चल दिशाएं हो उठे उज्जवल. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for that beautiful address. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we all have been looking forward to is the award presentation ceremony. I would request our guest of honor to kindly step forward to present the awards. And ladies and gentlemen, as you all know already, as announced by Mr. Malhotra, the awards are being presented in 3 categories: the Made a Difference Award, the Priyadarshini Award, and of course the Lifetime Achievement Award. And we are more or less inviting in alphabetical order. Tried our best to put them in alphabetical order. So the Maiden Difference Award is presented to Ms. Dongche Yuanik from Arunachal Pradesh. In a remote Yarkum village of Papum, Pare district of Arunachal Pradesh, one can still find the tribal communities' dependent on bamboo. In this hilly village, women like Dongche Yanik are engaged in crafting muras made of bamboo sticks. Muras are small seating objects that are durable and environment friendly. These muras are popular finding in the northeastern household and with the rise of sustainable furnishing. So let's put our hands together for Ms. Dongche Yanik. And the Made a Difference Award is presented to Miss Gelhi Ray from Odisha. She is an artisan belonging to the Sambalpur bamboo dust cluster who produce traditional bamboo basketry mostly used in farming or local rituals. Her product line included winnowing trays, seeding baskets and baskets for religious use. With such skill and product line, Gilay could only fetch a meager rupees 20,000 per annum. So let's put our hands together for Miss Ray. So the Made a Difference Award is now presented to Miss Neelam Patil from Betul, Madhya Pradesh. She started her activity as a shop-cum-residence, was situated in the Amta municipality Betul district in Madhya Pradesh. She would earn rupees 6,000 per month selling saris, suits and dress material. Neelam earns more than 50,000 per month now during the peak season, when she started retailing bamboo basketry at her sari shop. And the Made a Difference Award is now presented to Miss Sumita Mohli from Jharkhand. She is also practicing traditional bamboo craft as a primary source of livelihood. The skill level of artisans is very basic. Mostly women are engaged in this craft and men support only in collection of the raw material. So let's put our hands together for Miss Sumita Mohli from Jharkhand. Made a Difference Award is now presented to Miss Vanlal Chanhimi. She is from Mizoram, is a prominent bamboo handicraft artisan. She is currently making bamboo products like baskets, vases, decorative items, utility products like dustbins, laundry bins, etc. So ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for her from Mizoram. And the Priyadarshini Award is presented to Miss Aparna Challu from Respect Origins, Bangalore, Karnataka. She is the founder of Aparna Challu, the brand Respect Origins. With the upbringing in the Indian Defence Services, is a technology evangelist passionate about bringing together teams and communities to unleash untapped rural potential. And she has already been awarded, including Mahatma Gandhi Samman Award and the Iconic Achiever Award. And the Priyadarshini Award now goes to Miss Sumitra from Sai Industries, Bangalore, Karnataka. Has gone in a unique field and successfully running CNC turning and machining center. She has completed SDP on programming and operations of CNC. She started with a very small capital amount with a lathe machine. As a woman, she faced a lot of problems in the industry, but through her hard work and devotion, she runs the operations successfully. And the Priyadarshini Award is now presented to Mrs. Namrata Modi, a whole-time director and CFO. Is the co-founder and executive director of Pre-West Denpro Limited, and she is highly dedicated and performance-driven entrepreneur with a deep passion for successful management of industrial enterprises. Experience in managing all aspects of business development, possesses the ability to work and remain calm under pressure. And the Priyadarshini Award is now presented to Ms. Pallavi Salgaonkar, Dainty Delights, a division of Geno Pharmaceuticals Private Limited. She is the executive director. Is a chartered accountant and she joined Geno Pharmaceuticals Private Limited as the finance director in 2004 and has continued in that position since then. In 2014, she founded the bakery division of the company, Dainty Delights, in a separate demarcated area in Geno. So let's put our hands together for Ms. Pallavi Salgaonkar. And the Priyadarshini Award is presented to Ms. Suhasini Sampath, CEO and co-founder. So Ms. Suhasini is on a mission to make the country eat healthier. She has plans to introduce a clean ingredient and honest food label packaged food company. Not here with us? So we move on to the next award, which goes to Ms. Vanita Chaudhary, the Priyadarshini Award for Emotional Intelligence and Mindfulness Coach, Facilitator, Consultant, Speaker and Mentor. She is the founder and CEO of Radical Edge Learning Consultants and Gem in You, Gratitude, Emotions and Mindfulness in You. Is a master practitioner of Geno's Emotional Intelligence. So let's put our hands together for Ms. Vanita Chaudhary. And the Priyadarshini Award is now presented to Ms. Vijaya Mukim, owner of Sanskriti Impex. Vijaya believed that there's no such thing as problem. It is just absence of an idea for solution. Believe in yourself and live your dreams. An unquenchable thirst to satisfy creative urge and passion to turn it into productive enterprises that is commercially viable. So let's hear it loud and clear for Ms. Vijaya Mukim. And the Priyadarshini Award is now presented to Dr. Shobha Dhawan, Chairperson Dawson Dush Group of Companies. Dr. Shobha Dhawan, a medical doctor, gynecologist, an experience of 35 years, and worked as a medical director for a group of 14 hospitals. She has held prestigious positions as Principal Assessor for NABH, Vice Chairman for CapExil, and the largest Export Council Executive Member of the Hospital Forum. And the Priyadarshini Award is now presented to Ms. Shimanti Das, the Manager Trustee School of the World, Kolkata. She is an independent and self-motivated woman who has been felicitated with many awards like the Times of India Women of the Year, Manna Foundation from Bangladesh as a social activist, Shalimar, Anand Bajar, Aditya Nari and All India Legal Aid Forum social activist. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Ms. Shimanti Das. The Priyadarshini Award is now presented to Ms. Ranbir Rathi, Managing Director, Fox Hunter Security Private Limited, Nero Art Hub. Ms. Ranbir Rathi is in an industry which is majorly male-dominated. She continues to push boundaries at work. The book, One Action Towards Women's Dreams and Ambitions, talks about her introduction to this sector, the challenges she faced being a single mother, and how she tackled those with the utmost grace. Coming up, ladies and gentlemen, the next award, the Priyadarshini Award, is presented to Dr. Ananta Singh Raghuvanshi, who is Senior Executive Director, Experion Developers and Founder President, Naredko Mahi. A TEDx speaker and business coach who believes in giving back and uplifting others, a corporate leader celebrated in the real estate industry who has left an indelible mark with over 30 years of focused commitment. Ms. Ananta has headed challenging and critical assignments as the Executive Director, DLF Chief Executive, MRNGF, and the country head, India and Nepal. And the Made a Difference Award is now presented to Ms. Suman Chopra, Senior Manager Intex Technologies India Limited. She is a qualified professional with more than 19 years of rich experience in business excellence audits, system implementation, manufacturing, training, customer support, quality assurance, project management, and is currently associated with Intex Technologies India Limited. And the Priyadarshini Award, ladies and gentlemen, is now presented to Ms. Aisat Indrahim, hairdresser, beautician at the Aish Salon, She's a creative, passionate, and dedicated. Miss Aisat Ibrahim has been able to establish herself as successful beautician and hairdresser over the past 23 years. As a member of Women in Management and Women on Boards, she's from Maldives, has been supporting women's career development and has been awarded the Distinction and Award for Best Women Manager 2015. And the Priyadarshini Award is presented to yet another woman of substance from Maldives, Miss Amina Ali Kalyafanu. Miss Amina has been carrying out tailoring and embroidery work for over 34 years. Her work started recognition after she began taking orders for wedding dresses, party dresses, and children's dresses, uniforms, and traditional dresses from different parts of Male, and opened a tailoring shop under the name of Gorgeous Fashion. So let's put our hands together for Miss Amina Ali. She was awarded the National Award for Women Rehendi Award in the year 2019 in the field of economic development, and was awarded Professional and Career Woman Award 2019 in the category of Outstanding Women Entrepreneur Small, and recently in 2021 she was awarded the Most Trusted Fashion and Lifestyle Brand of the Year Woman Icon Awards. Let's put our hands together for Miss Amina. And the Priyadarshini Award is presented to Miss Aminat Shazla. She's from Malaysia. Is a business studies graduate who is enthusiastic, self-motivated, and personable with excellent oral and interpersonal communication skills. She's here. She's not here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Lifetime Achievement Award is presented to Dr. Mariam Shakila from Maldives. A doctoral graduate from Curtin University, Dr. Mariam Shakila is a founding partner of Simdi Group, a former cabinet minister in the government of Maldives with diverse experiences, apart from being one of the most successful women entrepreneurs in the Maldives. So let's put our hands together. So we have her team members receiving the award on her behalf. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Lifetime Achievement Award is presented to Dr. Nadia Binte Amin from Dhaka for her research and computing services. Dr. Nadia Binte Amin is a PhD obtained from the Institute of Business Administration, University of Dhaka, and has over 25 years of working experience in coordinating, monitoring and controlling field teams engaged in nationwide market and social service, research studies, headhunting and event management. So let's put our hands together for the Lifetime Achievement Awardee, Dr. Nadia Binte Amin. And the Priyadarshini Award is presented to Miss Mariam Khan from Pakistan. She's not here. And the Priyadarshini Award is presented to Miss Nasira Rashid from Maldives. Is a proud owner and founder of Naya Taste, established in 2019. It is a home-based business specialized in creating Maldivian local delicacies and cuisine. Product range includes traditionally made pickles, Maldivian snacks, Maldivian dishes, and so on. And the Priyadarshini Award is now presented to Miss Prakriti Menali from Nepal. She's from Kathmandu, Nepal. She's not here, so we'll move on to the next award. And the Lifetime Achievement Award, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Miss Pramila Acharya Rijal from Nepal. She is the president of the South Asian Women Development Forum with a SAARC recognized body status, which was initiated and coordinated from Nepal under her leadership. The forum represents national women entrepreneurs, associations and organizations, institutions working towards the economic issues of women entrepreneurs in SAARC region. And ladies and gentlemen, Made a Difference Award is now presented to Miss Rabia Usman Khan from Pakistan. She's not here. And the Lifetime Achievement Award now goes to Miss Shiza Imad from Maldives. She is the Chief Executive Officer of Shiza Hair and Beauty Salon, Mali. So let's put our hands together for her. In 1985, in a small room in a house with one chair and one young helper, Miss Shiza began to give effect to the hair and beauty passion that emerged from within her. From then on, she has had a long career in the hair and beauty profession, now for almost 30 years, with an initial training of 6 months. She expanded her skill base with more international training received from several countries like Sri Lanka, Hong Kong, Germany, UK, Singapore, and Australia. So let's put our hands together for her. And the Lifetime Achievement Award is now presented to Ms. Rizani Aziz, Founding Chief Executive Officer and Director of At Factors Public Relations, Lanka Private Limited. So let's put our hands together for her. She has been volunteering her time for women entrepreneurship development for over 30 years. As a member, board member and chairperson of the Women's Chamber of Industry and Commerce, Sri Lanka, she headed the task force of the chamber to create the SAARC Chamber Women Entrepreneur Council. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Lifetime Achievement Award is presented to Ms. Shirley Jayawardene from Sri Lanka. Ms. Jayawardene is the President of Federation of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Sri Lanka. She is the first woman President of Federation of Chambers of Commerce and Industry of Sri Lanka, Vice President of South Asia Women Development Forum, Sri Lanka Chapter, and Vice President, SAARC Women Entrepreneur. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Lifetime Achievement Award is presented to Ms. Shaira Salim, the Managing Director, Sherry Private Limited. She is an entrepreneur, innovator and market leader, has always been a beacon of hope and inspiration for women in the Maldives. Founded and is currently the President of Women Entrepreneur Association Maldives, a leading NGO in the Maldives, which actively commits to the work towards the development of strong female leaders. And ladies and gentlemen, last but not the least, the Lifetime Achievement Award is presented to none other but Miss Salima Ahmed. Let's hear it loudly for Miss Salima Ahmed. Ladies and gentlemen, please keep the applause going. She is a member of parliament, an entrepreneur and a business leader. Was elected as the Member of Parliament of the People's Republic of Bangladesh in the 11th national election held in December 2018. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's once again put our hands together for all the distinguished awardees. And I would like to thank our honorable guest for doing the honors. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for doing the honors. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for doing the honors. You may kindly take your seats. And may I invite Ms. Rupali Gupta to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Before Rupali speaks, my sincere apologies with folded hands to the Maldivian delegation for missing out on their name. My sincere apologies, please. Bless you all.
Thank you very much, honorable speakers.
Should I take one minute from you?
Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Surely.
Fantastic. My heartiest congratulations to each and everyone for achieving such a wonderful and a prestigious award. Without wasting much of time, I can only say that luckily I have a radio station and a television station which is serving more than 1 million people right now. And I would love to make an interview of each and every woman for radio and for television. And I will bother Dr. Rajni Agrawal, take probably your numbers and emails, and then my good office will immediately contact you for a radio and television interview. And even if you are not available in India, then an interview can always be arranged online. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marwa, for this added energy and bliss to this whole show. On behalf of the Federation of Indian Women and Entrepreneurs, I would like to thank the co-organizers. I'm sorry. On behalf of the FIWE, I would like to thank our co-organizers, the Ministry of MSME and ISID, for making the 6th International Conference an enriching and a knowledge experience, the learnings and energy that we have imbibed. As quoted by someone, it is our choices that show what we truly are. It is our choices that show what we truly are far more than our abilities. Thank you, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, for your time and sharing your vision and experiences. We would like to thank the sponsors, MSME, SIDBI, SBI, Axis Bank, the Foundation for MSME Clusters, and all our associate partners. Thanks to all those delegates and participants for being a part of this conference who have specially traveled from different countries which have already been mentioned, the Nepal, Maldives, Sri Lanka, well, not from Pakistan, but Bangladesh, and from Africa. Thanks to everyone at ISID for their continued support, Dr. Nagesh Kumar, Dr. Akhilesh, and their entire administration. We've spent hours and hours in their offices, wrecking our heads and brainstorming to make this conference happen. And Dr. Rajni Agrawal, who's the president of FIWE, has spent hours and hours and nights of her, blood and sweat in making this conference happen, especially after COVID, post-COVID. It has been very tough for all of us to put this together, with all the complexities and hesitations of people to travel and whatnot. I would also like to thank the FIWE organizing committee, without whose support we could not have reached here. Anju Agarwal, Fatima Naqvi, Lopa Verma, Madhvi Advani, Poonam Malhotra, Mr. Pradeep Malhotra, Ranbir Rathi, Sushma Rao, Savina Sharan. Thank you very much, Sapna, who's been managing the stage here very well and all the flow of the conference. Last but not the least, we would like to thank the FEWE staff, Ria, Sudhendu, Manash, I don't know if all of you are here around, and our back-end operations who have been working tirelessly towards making this conference, putting this conference together. Of course, I would like to thank all the awardees for being here, who have also traveled to be a part of this evening. Thanks to Shailendra for being there, for being our crisis manager. We have been really counting on you for all the last minute do's and things. Thank you everybody for being here and making this event a very special 2-day affair. We have a 3rd day going. But yeah, it's been a really great pleasure, and all the learnings that we have acquired for the women, by the women, I think we've had the most enriching, enlightening sessions. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you very much indeed, Ms. Rupali Gupta, for proposing the vote of thanks. I'm sure it is being seconded by each one of us present here. And before we close, once again, would like to thank Dr. Marwa for sparing his valuable time, gracing this occasion. And of course, that most wonderful offer we got from him in the end, at the closing. And so with your permission, can we have a group photograph of yours with all the awardees? Would like to invite all the awardees on the stage. And before that, I would request Dr. Rajni Agarwal to kindly present a small token of gratitude and appreciation to our honorable guest, Dr. Sandeep Marwaji. And ladies and gentlemen, it certainly was 2 days of very enriching experience with such wonderful success stories. I wish, sir, you could be here because we had such wonderful stories coming both from the rural and the urban women, of course, from our international delegates also, and some of them have really achieved what they have achieved. Someone was financially free at the age of 23. And some ladies started her entrepreneurship at the age of 40. So each one was a different success story. And of course, the rural women had their own success stories. And Rajni ma'am, kindly requesting you to do the office. Never late in life, yeah. Thank you very much indeed. And now may I invite all the distinguished awardees on the stage for a group photograph. Yeah, you may kindly carry your trophies with you if you would like. They're not too heavy. And ladies and gentlemen, with that group photograph, we close the proceedings of the 6th International Conference. Of course, tomorrow's day is there, where we had departure for the factory visits. And for that, we would request everybody to assemble between 9:30 to 10:30 over here at the same venue. You all are requested to assemble at ISID for the factory visits.
Let all Indias come and then international guests come. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's have one common.
Or probably we can have it in a group of 10 each.
Can be the next group also. Some of them can be the next group.
Yeah, some of them can be the next group also.
Can you take all of us?
You can sit, ma'am. And can we have the next group of awardees, please? Congratulations to each one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a... Come onto the stage. Ma'am? Ma'am, why don't you take a seat? And ladies and gentlemen, can we once again put our hands together for all these wonderful women achievers for what they have achieved and how they have motivated us throughout these 2 days with their success stories. And thank you to each one of you for your participation in making this event a huge success that it was. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful evening ahead. Safe drive home. And looking forward to seeing all of you again whenever we have this next award presentation ceremony. Okay, ma'am. And of course, like ma'am said, don't forget to have dinner before you leave the venue. So have a wonderful evening ahead. Safe drive, good night, and namaskar.